Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored. So can you try a little harder? I'm really getting bored.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf for today's 2 series of League of Legends. The first one is looking a little bit David and Goliath. The second one, a little bit like David and someone less intimidating, perhaps.
I mean, it's like David versus a frog or something.
David versus Goliath is David versus Boris.
We're going to take a look at his slingshot stats here before we jump into this one. Today we have 2 matches that will likely go 2-0, but I think our first one is definitely the more one-sided of the 2, with Gen G taking on Kwangdong Freaks. First versus 6th, an upset win here would be massive for Kwangdong Freaks in terms of the standings, but no one's expecting that at this point in time. And remember, in spring, we did have that second round robin Kwangdong glow up where they were able to win with that Elder Steel, Peanuts out of the pit, that crazy game against Gen G. But at that point, I think Kwangdong was a much stronger team for spring than Kwangdong looks to be in form right now. So, you know, as cool as it would be to see the upset, that's definitely not the expectation.
No, it certainly isn't. It's a little bit unfortunate for Kwangdong Freaks. They have to match up against Gen G now as well. 1 victory away from escaping, D plus Kia's incredible 12 win in a row run. They will instead be alone with T1 as the highest record holder for match victories consecutively. King of the East versus Emperor at the Pinnacle. That is exactly what Gen G are at the moment. And Kwangdong Freaks, they were in a 4-loss streak, and they're going to need a comeback victory. If Gen G loses 0-2, by the way, they're second.
Yeah.
It's crazy how hot on the heels KT is at the moment.
Oh, the thing is that we're going to have KT versus Gen G later this week. That's going to be really the big determining factor. But if they stumble here, does look a little bit worrisome. As you mentioned, they're at 12 wins. 13 would tie them with T1's 2023 spring record for this year. And then if they push up to 14, they could tie that SKT T1 from 2015 summer. And then, of course, the full perfect season that T1 did garner in 2022 spring.
Yeah, it's crazy. And this will be Chovy breaking his own record from 2019 as well, which is kind of crazy. If Lehens was still here, he'd be breaking it as well. But he is not. Doran, I guess, technically going to be breaking his own, although he wasn't playing very much. In 2019, it was mainly Sword. Power struggle for the top laners here, as Dudu has been almost, like, you can almost just say that he's been the best top laner. It's actually crazy. I don't think it's necessarily that yet. However, he has been performing extraordinarily well under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, Doran showed up a little bit later this season. Keen, I think, has dropped off the last few matches, but Dudu has been, from day 1 to today, insanely consistent. And
yeah, he's just good, man.
That's the thing. It doesn't matter what matchup you give him. Doesn't matter if you give him that nerf Cassante. His laning phase is just going to be great. Like, not even fine, but great, actually. So, could be a power point here for Kwangdong Freaks as they walk out onto the stage. Andil once again starting for the squad. And for Kwangdong Freaks here, CVMax has been pretty outspoken that it's not that the other teams are just that much better, but Kwangdong Freaks kind of defeating themselves in the games that we are seeing, with some timid play in the early game, sometimes struggling to figure out what's going on in the late game, and a lot of pressure on the top laner in Dudu, and CVMax worried that he might actually start to lose his momentum because the rest of the team just isn't delivering the same amount of power that he's bringing to the top side.
Yeah, we'll see what can actually happen here as some Andal fans in the audience there as well. Pretty cool to see. Let's introduce Gen G, though, the squad that is currently undefeated here in the LCK. They've dropped a couple of games here or there. That's been a bit of happy gaming. At some points in time, that does mean that their game score is relatively close to that of KT, but they just haven't really looked like they're going to lose. And we were talking about Dudu and how good he's been. Doran has been so much better than his previous iterations of himself. It has been absolutely insane watching how much better this guy has gotten.
He really has, and the bottom lane matchup, a very big mismatch for these 2 squads as well, with Delight really looking in form. And there was a time in 2021 towards the end where we were looking at D plus Kias. Let's talk about these top stats real quick before I go on to that point.
This is round 2, just
round
remember.
2 only. And this is unfortunate where Kwangdong have looked weaker. So some of these stats here for Dudu affected by the fact that his team is struggling a lot more, whereas Doran if you made this about round 1, you would be looking at about the opposite. But in round 2, Doran has been given so many resources by Peanut to actually pop off. His goal difference at 14 is over 1,000 alone.
It's just nutty. And yes, I think Peanut has been topside a lot more because that's where the meta has kind of shifted in a lot of ways. But we've also seen Doran's Quinn games, his Gangplank games, where it is just in the 1v1 that he's really been able to make a lot of these differences, and that is not in weak matchups. This is going to be very, very important because they're going to be facing off against KT in our Saturday showdown, and the Keen test is a big one. In previous years, the Keen test has not really stood up to its name. This year, it certainly has. Yeah. And if Doran can pass that one, man, I think sending Gen G to Worlds is going to feel pretty comfortable.
In 2021, right before Worlds, we were having the conversation with the dominance of D+, formerly Damwon, was Damwon at the time, Damwon Kia. We were looking at them going, okay, they actually have this 12-game winning streak that might be passed, of course, by Gen G today. They've won multiple LCKs. They're extremely dominant in regular seasons. And if they win Worlds, will they actually be able to be in the same conversation with that SK Telecom legacy of past? But no one has really started to have this conversation with Gen G. And yes, we have seen the decline of T1 this season. Hanwha Life and D+ also not looking as strong. But this team could have another perfect season here. They might be able to tie that T1 record if they continue, as this record is so strong right now. Their form is so good. If they beat KT on Saturday, it almost feels like that's what we're going to have. And they're looking for the three-peat. 3 back-to-back LCK titles is just unheard of. And Gen G might be the team to do it, Atlas. I mean, they are on track.
Yeah, and technically, if they then go on to win Worlds, it would be the organization's 3rd World Championship victory. Equalizing that of T1, which is ridiculous. Of course, we're going back to Samsung White in 2014, Samsung Galaxy in 2017, and now Gen G this year. Prior to that, of course, had a stint as KSV. There are a lot of different orgs that have picked up the mantle of this team, but still, technically, you're exactly right. And the three-peat is absolutely massive for this exact squad. But I think we can start having the conversation when a trophy does come home. And that is going to be a difficult one if you've had a look just up the peninsula in that gigantic country. They have, some pretty good players over there. Some of them used to be ours. It's just crazy. Anyway, let's jump into the draft here for game number 1. Kwangdong Freaks versus Gen G. Kwangdong will be on the blue side to start us off. And we'll see what they're going to be banning away here, because some adaptation could come in, and this is, of course, it's CV Max in the kitchen, so you just never really know what you're going to get.
You never know, but I think he's definitely been trying to order delivery a little bit more, let's say, and move away from the cooking. He's just going to be getting someone else to do it for him, getting his players to play what they like and play what they're comfortable with and what they have been stable on, because we've seen some weird drafts from CV Max over the last few weeks that have really fallen flat, and he's run them back. They've fallen flat a second time. We've seen a lot of 0-2s for Kwangdong. Recently, though, it has been more playing around Bulldog strings, for example, and that has been, I think, a solid plan, because even though your best player is Dudu, he doesn't need draft resources in order to be successful. You can even put him on Cassante later on in the draft, and he will be fine. So the Tristana will ultimately be banned here, which was really interesting considering they banned Ivern, and then it looked like they changed their minds here in terms of what they wanted to do. A rare sight, really, in pro play here, especially on blue side.
Yeah, it might be just gunning for the Kai'Sa first pick, which is now going to be available for them. Means that you don't give up the Tristana-Aphelios combination if you do lock that one away, but instead, the Poppy priority at an all-time high. Of course, picking it away from Peanut feels really good. It is, of course, a flex pick towards that top side, but I think that this Kai'Sa lock-in needs to happen, because otherwise I can't make sense of these initial bans.
So the Poppy pick here is flexible. You can play it in top and you can play it in jungle, but I think this is actually more of a denial pick for Peanut than anything else, because he has just been so fantastic playing around top side, in particular on the Poppy in Gen G's last few series, and is why he ended up picking up the OPGG Player of the Week, is just through great early jungle play. Will be the Kai'Sa and Annie you go over here instead to Gen G. And now this is definitely terrifying, right? This is definitely something you do not want to see. But the hope here, I suppose, for Kwangdong Freaks is that at least Peanut won't be able to make that early game impact. And we'll see the Azir to match here. And I think if you want to get Aphelios, you're definitely going to have to get him now.
Yeah, or you lock in the Renekton and give Dudu a very strong champion. I think Gen G almost guaranteed to lock Viego in the third spot.
Yeah.
And Kwangdong Freaks, they can predict that, but that's because that is an incredible first 3 champions to be locked in from our undefeated team here in the LCK. If you were staring down the barrel of Kai'Sa, Annie, Viego, I'd be a little bit frightened. The Aphelios, like you say, is going to be locked in.
A lot of trust here for Taeyun, and I think it may be misplaced, but only time will tell us.
Oh, okay.
Pick the Kha'Zix here instead, and this is just Peanut saying, I am going to out-jungle this guy. In terms of ganks, he may be able to make a high impact, but in terms of taking camps away and getting heavy vision, that is exactly what you're looking for. And not going to lock in the Renekton just yet here because it will need some protection bands if that is what they want to go for. The Rumble is taken away here already. And if you're Kwangdong Freaks, now you have to think maybe we have to ban Renekton, potentially that Jax, as it will actually be the Rel they focus down instead here. So no matter what, Doran is going to have the pick of the litter in the top side.
He'll be able to get that counter pick for red side as well. I think you can almost guarantee that Gen G looking for a Rakan pick, possibly, on this this 4th slot. The Jax going to be taken away, so Rakan or Renekton. Pick your poison, I guess, is kind of how it goes.
Yeah.
But I don't know whether a blind pick top laner on R4 is really what Gen G want to go for.
If they want to take the Renekton away because it works so well with Kwangdong, I think that'd be the reason why they would, even though definitely, you know, from a kind of classical perspective, you'd want to save that for R5 so you have the counter, but some of those best picks are taken away. The Jax is gone, the Rumble is gone, so the Renekton stocks have gone way up, especially if you want a front-to-back hero. You already have a Poppy in this draft. So if you don't pick the Renekton here as Gen G, I think Dudu picks it up 100%. You have the Renekton Poppy top side, then you have a safe support you could grab for the Aphelios later on. You could even play Lulu in this draft potentially. As Gen G, let's see if they are going to prioritize this for Doran, because that's my expectation. Going to be the Cassante actually instead of the Renekton. And I think if they picked Renekton here, 100% Dudu plays Cassante and they front to back with this Aphelios. But now you have that opportunity for a little bit more aggressive play.
Yeah, it feels also like they're just picking it away from Dudu, because Dudu's biggest pop-offs have been on, you know, the Shuriman guy on the top side of the map. So I think it does feel a little bit like denial, because this Rakan lock-in that Kwangdong Freaks can go for if they would like to feels exactly what Gen G would have otherwise liked to do.
Yeah.
So it shows a little bit of respect here to Dudu from Doran, because he doesn't feel like counterpick is going to be enough for him to be able to take this one. They could, of course, flex Cassante mid, Annie support, and then go for something. Yeah, but I don't think that that's what's going to happen.
Like, pick Kennen here, I'm like, no.
It's just Quinn, and we're like, wah!
I think it is probably going to be something safe on the bottom side of the map here. Okay, I say safe. It's not going to be safe.
Crank?
The crank? Bringing the challengers memes in real hot. But yeah, the Gen G lineup here is kind of extremely all in on single target blow up. You have the ability to dive with Kai'Sa after any target gets stunned and then hooked. You've got the Kha'Zix blow up damage as well. And the Cassante here feels a little bit awkward, so if you had a Renekton here in this draft, it feels like you have even more power in terms of what you want to lock down, and I feel like Doran also in a matchup like this Renekton where it's Kha'Zix versus Poppy, he might be a vulnerable target here, and it also means that Delight's Blitzcrank is going to be very binary in terms of the impact he can make, so I don't feel like it actually suits his strengths perfectly either. But Gen G clearly think this is going to be the way they just snowball steamroll this game. Yeah. And they know they're the better team. And I can't fault them for this draft because they know they're the undefeated Gen G. They're not going to show anything really here with this draft. They're just going to go, we're the better team. We're going to absolutely like just crush you in this first game.
I really like the Dudu artwork, although the cosplay is also amazing. I can't get away from the Doduo that Dudu seems to be representing every single time. I think that there have been like a few liberties taken on the Gen G side of things, but I'm gonna have to wait until they lose before I really make any judgments, because it could be that, you know, Peanut just really wants to play Kha'Zix. You know, he doesn't care about setting up the Kai'Sa for being able to do stuff with a stun. No, it's not about that. It's about killing them. It's the best CC. We'll see how it does go, as Delight on the Blitzcrank could be fun to watch. We'll just have to see as we hop into the Rift here for game number 1. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 1. Already, I think Kwangdong Freaks have won the Skinergy battle. Their skins seem to be of similar colors. They also have the Easy Hoon Azir, which we've seen running rampant here in the LCK. So many people representing Easy Hoon. And I think it might be because he's on a little bit more of the LCK content recently.
Yeah.
Like, people have remembered and they've started to put respect on my boy's name. And it's absolutely fantastic. So Bulldog going to be representing. Of course, there are some fun facts like between these two teams as far as like experience against one another. Bulldog and FaZe were sort of battling for best player in Challenger last year as like the prospects, you know.
It was a pretty one-sided battle for me.
it was somewhat one-sided, but I think that Bulldog did have some extraordinarily flashy games. And I think that there were times where people were saying, oh, maybe he's the one that we're supposed to be thinking about, when, you know, FaZe is probably pretty up there. And when we've also got the examples, it does make it a lot more difficult to make the argument. But it is certainly one of these challenger battles where these two players are some of the only ones to have as much experience against one another, even if they aren't necessarily in the same role.
No, that's a good shout. I mean, I do appreciate that, you know, we bring up the history of these two players when you consider that they are still so new to the LCK. You know, we're getting close to 1 year amongst the two of them. And obviously, FaZe has ended up on the much stronger team here, so obviously he is going to look better by default here. 7-0 on this Kai'Sa pick here, but it's the only loss that you'll see is Chovy one time on that Annie game. Well, we won't talk about that Annie game. I remember that Annie game. But look, sometimes Chovy, he's, you know, he is not making the same impact he makes in the really hard games that he wants to carry in. But in this season so far, you know, the difference between these teams has been quite massive all season long, because Kwangdong seemingly had to kind of go back to the drawing board in terms of fundamentals, and even bringing Andil in here now because the shot calling for June just wasn't cutting it, and they thought his performance wasn't, I say they, it's CVMAX really ultimately who decided, they thought his performance was not as good as it needed to be. And as a result, you know, we're still now figuring out how to play this bottom lane, which has been the weak point for Kwangdong Freaks against FaZe and Delight. They've got a Blitzcrank here. We'll see if any errors are made. But that's kind of why, for me, I feel like Blitzcrank is not really a finesse champ in the laning phase. You just don't have the power to do Delight things when you're on Blitzcrank, and you're like, did they stand in a place I can get them or not?
Well, I mean, yeah, I think that, like, Blitzcrank isn't a finesse champion at all until he is 100%, landing all them hooks and doing all that cool stuff. But I agree with you. It's not really Rakan. In any way, shape, or form.
It's not Rakan, it's not, you know, Nautilus, it's not Leona.
Yeah.
It's a champion where, you know, you know what you're going to do every time, and obviously this comp is with the Annie designed to help assist him with that as well. As the Korean observers are taking a look at this topside matchup where obviously Renekton can have some advantages early on before that Bramble Vest is done. Doran's going to have some troubles here potentially, but holding his own very well.
Yeah,
Youngjae's over here.
Yeah, Youngjae's going to move in. Steadfast Presence going to boost that speed up as Chovy gets into the brush, and now in goes Peanut. They do find the heroic charge. No stun to come down, though, as now Peanut is looking for Bulldog. And Chovy going to be able to wander his way out. Thankfully, he had his little bug there to help him through the forest. Little Red Riding Annie absolutely fine here as Kwangdong Freaks were roaming up. But the action is going to dissipate. Still, slight advantage here for Kwangdong, given the fact that they have some CS advantages here on this bottom side and a little bit towards that top lane as well, as Dudu, as we saw before, laning relatively well into the K'Sante, as we would expect in this early game.
The positioning here is very good for Taeyun and Andil. You know, if you grab Andil here, if FaZe isn't in range to actually start stacking that passive or hasn't hit any autos, you can just turn that around right away. They're using the minion wave to make sure this Blitzcrank doesn't really have any grab angles. And you'll notice that Delight full mana here. He has not looked for any opportunities because the positioning has been too good. In this lane matchup, sometimes can be really tough to actually win those. You know, into something like a Nautilus, you outrange, you can get a really nice advantage, but this time, you know, Delight has just been trying to put some pressure on.
Yeah, threatening with the hook over and over again. Of course, the biggest weakness of Blitzcrank is when hook is on cooldown. That's almost like the majority of his kit is based on...
Yeah, and if he doesn't hook ever, it's never going to be on cooldown. He's figured it out.
If Blitzcrank doesn't hook, is he even Blitzcrank? Because now, Youngjae moving towards his bottom side as Delight is exhausted. Does have to flash, and Youngjae will say, that will do.
Yeah, and if you actually put the damage in front-loaded like that, you know, the Blitzcrank hook actually is going to work to your detriment. You're going to actually get them closer to you, and so he ultimately doesn't use one there either. At the end of the day, this is not too significant, but it will be a flash down and a back timing here for the Kwangdong Freaks. Chovy hits level 6. We'll see if Peanut wants to make something happen here, as Dudu has put on relentless pressure here on the top side of the map and may actually threaten a demolish proc here. Doesn't know where Peanut is, so with this minion wave thinning out, don't think it's wise.
Yeah, not going to go for it at this point in time. As oh dear, Chovy throwing Tibbers around. Tibbers.
Yeah.
Just Tibbers, I think, is who he's throwing around.
He just wanted to heat up the air. The AC on Summoner's Rift was a little bit cranked too high. He wanted to make his lane a little warmer.
I disagree. I think the AC could do with a little bit more cranking. It is quite hot here in Korea these days. But I don't think that Chovy was necessarily looking for a stun. He was just looking to get Tibbers out and use him to add that extra bit of lane pressure, and I like that. We'll just have to see whether they get a little bit better. We've seen some iffy Annie plays. It's great stun to come through from Chovy there.
That was beautiful. Oh man, talk about you make one small little whiff, you know, not the greatest ult of all time, and then just completely shut down your opposition's attempt to punish you.
Yeah,
that was clean.
That was very nicely done. Bulldog not able to find the shuffle at all. Does at least now have that R button still available. Chovy's Tibbers did die towards the end there, but that will be back up relatively soon. So teleport has to be used here. Bulldog makes his way back to lane, and he's 10 CS behind, but it's not the end of the world or anything like that. As Taeyun getting a little bit of a snare onto Pays. He's 10 CS in the lead. Taeyun's actually been playing this one pretty well.
Yeah.
There's Aphelios right now, and Peanut is now considering trying to sneak into that brush, but the minion wave was moving a little bit too close, and so he's going to have to figure out a different avenue into this one. They have a control ward in this brush, and actually an easy avenue to get the Kazakhs down here.
Yeah, the Infernum just clearing this wave so quickly, it's really frustrating for Peanut. The timing of the guns here not working out for him, and now it's red-white. So he's just going to leave here, and some of that vision that you were talking about is going to be cleared away. So Peanut just going to leave this one for now. Is not a lot of control in any lane here, as Bulldog was making that attempt, right, was shut down. Chovy as well. Okay, he's going to get some of that control now, and you know, this is the kind of play you need if you want to take an early Drake, the one that Peanut was trying to posture towards, but with that Infernum wave clear, they didn't have bottom side prio. And so this game has just been very slow, not a whole lot of action, no early objective takes here. Both are up now. It may just end up being a trade here. Notice that Pays is staying here bottom side as the mobility boots come through for Delight. So where he goes will actually dictate where Genji are going to go. You see Doran will spot the Poppy here. So Kwangdong Freaks have kind of put their flag on the Herald. So now Delight, you can see he's heading back down to bottom saying, well, I guess we'll trade Drake for Herald.
Yeah, Andal going to move up here towards this mid lane as well. Just saying, yes, you can try it if you would like to, but it's not going to work. And Peanut's like, all right. And they're going to move towards his bottom side like you were talking about. Taeyun with red-white guns. Pei's going to have to be a little bit careful, but the range not necessarily the most dangerous from this Aphelios, especially when he's on his own.
Didn't really start this very quickly, and so, I mean, I don't think that they will necessarily get threatened here by Kwangdong Freaks, but a stronger team definitely postures around this, I'd say. Kwangdong Freaks just going to be happy to take the Herald and then head back to lane, but definitely felt like there was a window there. Kazakhs does this so quickly. I think Genji wanted to get the Drake and maybe a little bit more. And Kwangdong Freaks will not actually go over to contest. They won't walk into that Blitzcrank hook range. Now just going to sit under this turret. Hex Splash, yeah. Don't be going in on that one.
No, that was just Delight enjoying pressing the button.
I too like to channel, you know.
And so it kind of means that not a whole lot of anything has really happened so far. And I guess that is going to bring up the question of, you know, scaling. Things like that. You look at Renekton, you're not psyched about it. You look at Azir, Poppy, and Aphelios, and you're like, damn, that's decent. Genji, though, they could certainly get some stuff done in the mid-game as Doran goes all out, Dudu goes all Dominus, and they all go away from each other.
Yeah, I feel like Dudu didn't even necessarily need to ult there. I think he got scared that maybe Peanut was in the brush.
Ooh, finds a Q. That's a little bit cute. As the hook is going to connect, Delight's first one is going to land. That is 100% hit rate, ladies and gentlemen.
There you go. You know, that's all it takes. I was going to start making some, you know, you miss every hook you don't take kind of memes, but nope, he just doesn't miss the one he does take, actually. And you know, Dudu decided he wanted to go back in, didn't have any information. He's like, all right, I still have my Fury from my ultimate that I did ultimately, you know, end up using there, no pun intended. So I'm going to go back in on this ultless Cassante, but he wasn't alone.
Oh no, Chovy just missed a cannon. He is going to get very angry. Bulldog is going to suffer the wrath of a cannonless Chovy here in this mid lane as Andil looking for Pays. Supercharger does come down as Delight's making his way in, and Kwangdong Freaks immediately back away. Static Shiv almost done here for Pays, but the threat of the Blitzcrank was enough.
Yeah, they actually are playing around this Blitzcrank so well. It's really impressive to see, and I think that the Blitzcrank pick here works really well with Annie, obviously, in late game situations where you could just straight up kill the enemy Azir or the Poppy if the Poppy is posturing too aggressively. But the play here in lane, I thought Genji were kind of feeling like a little bit of disrespect, you know, saying, okay, Andil and Taeyun are one of the weakest 2v2 lanes in the LCK. We'll just play Blitzcrank, get some picks early, and be aggressive. But it has just not worked out thus far here, as Taeyun and Andil have been very respectful. They've also punished the Blitzcrank several times when he's not nearby, pushing Pace back down to half health. And Peanut, he wants to do something here so badly, but he's just unfortunately unable to. He's got his Umberglaive, so he wants to, you know, come down here, set up some ganks, get some aggressive vision, but won't find any angles, as we're going to watch this one more time. So Dudu, he's like, all right, I'm going back in on this, and then he's going back in onto a hook.
Yep, the surprise Blitzcrank, absolutely the deadliest, and Delight, no comment for that one as well. Cool guys don't look at explosions or comment on First Blood.
He wasn't going to say anything about the fact that he stole the kill. He's like,
yeah, let's just ignore this one. Don't look at the little face that comes up. Yeah, don't worry about it, guys. It's fine. Genji with 300 gold lead or something like that. Close to 4, and that is about that First Blood difference. And so not really too much to write home about. And yeah, I agree with you. I think that Genji probably were hoping that their bottom lane would go a little bit better, but
it doesn't ultimately matter that much
at all. Yeah,
it doesn't really matter that much. But I feel like, you know, there were other picks they could have gone for, and this one, you know.
Okay.
All right.
Sometimes you press your R button and it doesn't really do anything, as a plate does go over, as Shelly does pop down. Dudu also grabs another one for himself as well, and so that is, in an instant, Kwangdong Freaks moving towards an advantage.
Yeah, grabbing that gold lead. Call is finished for the Aphelios, who does have his Kraken Slayer ready. I think it's pretty telling that he went for that here instead of going for the Gale Force first. Just feels like they have enough of a front line. His positioning is going to be good enough that he isn't going to have to worry about that. And also, with the types of CC he's up against here, really, you know, you might as well just say, well, the Gale Force isn't really going to get me out of trouble. It's just not really going to be too helpful here to have early necessarily, especially if we're just not going to fight and we're going to straight up sit back and scale, which seems to be the MO here of Kwangdong Freaks. And yes, the Renekton has scaling problems, but at the end of the day, with Gorge Drinker and when he gets his Cleaver online, and just because of Renekton's kit, like, he can survive through a lot, as well as be an assassination threat here onto a Kha'Zix that's trying to engage, or onto a Kai'Sa. Okay, let's see if Dudu can survive this one.
This could be somewhat dangerous, as Doran looking to try and catch himself a croc. Not going to be able to.
Yeah, he got his Fury back up, and they're just not gonna mess with that as the wave is cleared. And now we can go buy some shoes at least, as Doran has had a pretty nice item advantage this entire time. That assist he picked up did grab the Bramble Vest early, helped him in the laning phase, and now he's got his Gauntlet online. And actually, Dudu not backing.
It's a bit interesting. Bulldog just immediately just shuffling forward, wanting to push Chovy out of the lane. His teleport now on cooldown. Chovy's also going to be coming through as the hook is going to land. That is 2 for 2 from Delight. Not a lot of options as far as humans that are here to help out, as there's the flash from Bulldog to get him out of the way of the Kai'Sa. But now the bear comes down, Chovy's teleported back in, and Doran has joined the fray. Still, the health bar's pretty large, especially Dudu's, who is just gigantic, and it's Peanut that's going to be the only one to go down in the exchange.
And now, the reason why Dudu decided he didn't want to back is Kwangdong Freaks decided they want to fight for this Drake, and they were set up to do so. And even though Delight ends up getting a hook there onto the Azir, he's got his Emperor's Divide, and he can self-heal there, and then the setup is still better for Kwangdong Freaks. Dudu can teleport in. He does so, and they're able to turn the fight around because the engages for Genji were a little bit disjointed, and unfortunately Red-White Aphelios is going to beat out Kai'Sa's damage, especially when she's sitting on only a Shiv at this moment in time. And I mean, when you have Shiv versus Kraken Slayer, and it's Red-White, and you've got the front line set there, and the Renekton shows up, you're just not going to be able to win that longer fight. So Chovy is backing. He's not here. When this hook comes through, and Pays is kind of nearby, Bulldog decides, okay, nobody's here, and then when Pays comes through, it's already too late here. Charm comes in, and Chovy's engaged, yeah, hits 3, but where's the follow-up? Doran isn't in position, great flash from Taeyun, and these red-white guns in this choke point with a Renekton are absolutely going to win out. Peanut trying his best here on the back line, but they're not able to finish either Taeyun nor Bulldog.
No one was isolated in that particular fight.
No.
That was a stack of 4 people that
he was
isolated. Jumped into, yes. He just didn't quite read what it's supposed to do. It's like, oh, it's not me that's isolated. Oh, never mind. So not exactly working out there. This is also not working out for Dudu, but he does just press his Dominus button. Chovy running out of mana. And Tibbers is going to have to be the one that really sorts this one out. It's no Leandries or anything like that, as Chovy has the dash cannon, and so he's probably not going to be engaging onto this Crocodile anytime soon.
Got the Croc's ultimate.
There we go.
Type in Worth in all chat. You know there's no plate series. Nah, he's not worried about this.
No. Although, I mean, the whole turret might go down, and that would be in the cons column.
Yeah,
we'll see.
They want to stop him from doing so by grouping around the Drake Pit, actually out of Hextech Portal, to come down here and punish him.
Frank. Well, let's see whether 2 is going to be enough here. As the hook is going to come through, that's 3 for 3. I mean, Delight may have not exactly gotten any value out of his previous hook, but that is still 3 for 3. I'm counting it.
And that's going to be Herald on the cross map here for Guangdong Freaks, trying to catch this Renekton, who was, I guess you could say, overextended, but not really. He kind of respectfully demolished Proct and walked away, and they committed a lot of resources bottom side, come up empty. Chovy here getting pushed out of top, so Bulldog is hitting this turret here. They can push the mid turret down around the next Drake here. It's going to be Hextech Soul, by the way, with that Emperor. Okay.
Ooh, yeah, Emperor's going to come down, and that is a very dead Annie. Okay. Press a few R buttons and grab yourself a kill. Not too bad at all. Guangdong Freaks really coming up big in this game.
Yeah, it is looking worse and worse for Gen G in every passing moment, because they don't need to use the Rift Herald there. They're going to use it in mid when this Drake is spawning here, and they can actually grab mid turret, get Prio on this Drake. They're going to get that top turret here essentially for free now after that kill onto Chovy, as we're trying to dive a Renekton again.
Yeah, and this time it's 3 people instead of 2. Dudu is still going to be able to get some decent CC, but Peanut is going to go down, yeah.
It's Renekton, you can't kill this guy. He's got ult, he's got Gore Drinker, didn't even use it. As that's going to be the Herald getting an additional crash here. Bulldog is deleting minions on the top side. And where's the macro? Gen G falling apart here a little bit.
I would say not the worthwhile trade here.
So, I mean, the Drake isn't up. You could either push the pushing Azir top side, you know, who's fairly squishy, who's already committed heavily to killing your Annie, or try to dive a Renekton. And they chose Renekton. He trades 1 for 1. They get a turret in the mid lane, an additional crash as well on that inner, and things are looking really rough here for Gen G, as Chovy here doesn't have his stun, so Bulldog's pushing the issue here even into the turret, knows there's no counterplay for his shuffle this time, and the ult from Young Jae will help secure. And on the bottom side, the Renekton, he's got Fury, he's got ult, he's got Gore Drinker. Killing this guy is just too hard. As they root him, he ults, dashes back twice here, comes up for the big Q, doesn't actually have the ability to Gore Drinker because they outrange him, but he trades the kill.
Yeah, and that is just enough. I think Gore Drinker will know he's going to die there, but being able to pick up the kill onto Peanut, absolutely fantastic. The Dudu fan in the audience really making use out of that particular sign, and I'm very, very happy about it. As Chovy and Peanut in position to try and once again look for a gank on the Crocodile, and look what they did. Here's the adaptation. They decided to not do that, which I think is a really good idea. As Undil is now in potentially a bit of trouble. There's the hook, it's going to connect as Doran getting amongst it, but he's very, very low. Gets over the wall, there's the Emperor's Divide to Crank and to get pushed back. And now Pays, he's on the run. Takes some Sand Soldier damage as another hook. Oh, that's the first miss. It's a bit of a shame there, 4 out of 5, but you're not going to be too worried about it.
Yeah.
Still positive.
At this point, they just push this mid wave. They're even going to use Dominus there, Cold and Meek on those minions, and now you've got Prio for this really important Hextech Drake. It's not sole point, but it is going to be a second Drake here when you've already got such great scaling here in this composition. Now, the Kaisa is on 2 items, so the poke is real.
And this is where the big test for Guangdong Freaks comes in, because their mid-game, their early game, haven't had a problem with it. It's about now that things start to go wrong, and we'll see whether that is what's going to happen here. As Gen G in position, they managed to get a two-man ulti. It's really nice, but Undil not going to quite find Pays there as the hook. Going to go wide once again. Peanut gets out of the pit, and that means the Drake will be secured by the Kwangdong Freaks. But can they get out of here is the question, as Voidseeker going to find Young Jae. There's the ulti from Pays, just waits out that steadfast presence, and Peanut's going to be able to lock down the kill. Another hook is going to go wide, as Delight is really trying to get to a 50% hit rate as quickly as he possibly can. He's almost there.
Great cleanse there from Taeyun, though, as well, just to make sure he has just enough space to get out of there. So they're going to try to commit to this turret.
Yeah, I've seen Dudu go into Dominus, as that is a hook onto the Crocodile. They are going to be able to take him down. Moonlight Vigil not quite doing enough there. And Taeyun not going to be able to get that follow-up kill. So Kwangdong Freaks losing quite a few members, but they do get the Drake, and that is the main thing.
They got the Drake, they saved the turret, and, teleport here going to allow a cleanup here of the top wave. And, we don't always like the crown build in these compositions, but hold on, let's talk about this fight, because not only is Peanut here trying to force this Drake, but there's no one watching the flank here of Andil. If he actually gets that knock-up onto Pays, this fight is absolutely not even close, and Kwangdong Freaks walk away with the Drake and the team fight win. But Gen G were not in position to actually use Chovy's ultimate here to stop the fight, to stop the collapse. No one's watching the flank. When you have a Kha'Zix Annie composition, the fact that Rakan even gets around is an issue. They end up taking a kill here, and will, of course, take the Renekton as Dudu. He's like, there's enough minions here with Damas. I should be able to clear this, but Delight's hook and the burst damage here is going to be enough. Respect the try, though. Gen G will pick up the kill. But I'm a little bit worried with how disjointed Gen G have looked in these team fights. I think they could absolutely still win this game, especially when you consider the Kai'Sa's poke threat here and all the vision control. All they need is one team fight, and Peanut clears the entire map of vision. But it just hasn't been that way. And with this crown build from Bulldog, he got ahead so quickly, he got a Nashor so fast with all the side laning he was able to do, those 2 kills he picked up. I don't mind the crown build here. It's hard to blow him up and kill him. He does a lot of damage. Aphelios has Gale Force now, sitting on a lot of damage, and the front line is good with this Renekton. And Gen G are going to have better synergy in these setups if they're going to win 5v5s.
And Kwangdong Freaks need to keep it together.
Yeah, there's also
we're talking about this in like a Gen G need to improve kind of way. We also need to see Kwangdong Freaks continue this level of performance, because we've just been watching them for so long this season get to exactly this point. Like, how many times have they been in this exact position? The thing that we need to see is continued good performance for this whole time, as Voidseeker is not going to find Young Jae, and neither is the hook. So Delight, I think, like 4 for 8 at this point in time. Can you believe he was?
It started off so good, He was a high hook rate guy.
It was a better time, wasn't it? When Delight was 100% hook rate. It's just no longer the case. It's a bit of a shame.
But he's threatening still, He's okay. Another one going to miss,
yeah,
but
zoning hooks.
He's zoning him. He's trying to help them get a little bit of Baron vision here. These Void Seekers are not seeking anyone either, which is starting to become a problem as well, especially when these neutral fights. As Gen G back here, vision gets cleared. They're going to have to rush over to the Baron, as it is a 2-item Aphelios, Nashor's Tooth on an Azir. They're not going to start it just yet, but Gen G don't know. And that trinket is in there covered by the control ward. So Gen G need to actually rush over here, which allows a lot more space for Dudu in the side here. Might actually be able to finally take out that bottom outer.
Certainly should be an opportunity. He does have teleport available. His flash is back up as well, so does have some out.
Bulldog, where are you going?
Oh no! It's not where he wants to be. The hook is going to land this time. Emperor's Divide looks kind of cool, but he is still real dead. And without Azir, what are you going to do? This is a 2-threat comp. They only have Taeyun now, who has no flash himself. He's not going to be stopping this Baron, and
I mean, you kind of you put it out on the table in front of everyone. You said Kwangdong, sometimes they choke, and well, here we are.
Yeah, don't mess it up. That is the main thing there. As Andil does get into the backline, looks for some CC, will go down. As now Doran trying to get out of there, but he explodes. Taeyun doing so much work. It's a double kill. He takes down the Blitzcrank. And Gen G just did not quite have enough to take down the Baron. So the throw can be countered by another one.
Sure,
well,
you know what? I guess so, Atlas. And Taeyun, he had that Infernum ready. And the Moonlight Vigil is going to hit. It's a massive amount of damage he puts off, and his positioning has been so fantastic. I feel like this is a rare top-tier Taeyun game that we're watching right now. His laning phase was pretty pristine. Comes into the mid-game, doesn't make any major mistakes. Helps them win that first fight on that early Drake. And The guy is actually having a great game of Aphelios here. As we watch this again, Bulldog is caught clearing a deep control ward against a Blitzcrank Annie composition, and unfortunately that is just simply not it. And this is the first time we've really seen that energy, the Annie Blitzcrank energy there, synergy, where you actually set up the stun into the hook. But then this fight here, a little bit dirty because Chovy's knocked out, and yes, Ando can dash back in. He also sets up the engage here, and unfortunately for Doran, he is not a very successful meat shield against this much damage on the Aphelios. The Infernum damage is big, and now with this Renekton with full fury, they just have to hightail it out of there, and that is going to be the Baron denied.
Yeah, well, another hook is going to come through here. It's Delight with the chain CC. Ando going to be able to battle dance his way out though, and so Delight presses a whole bunch of buttons. Ando presses one, and he is A-OK.
I mean, they're pushing mid. This is decisive shot calling here from Kwangdong Freaks. I mean, Bulldog made a mistake on that ward clear, but otherwise in sides this game, he has been pretty top tier, to be honest with you. Atlas is pushing mid now. He's going to grab this turret. They've got the Sun Disc set, and Gen G, they just cannot start Baron here. Red-White is set. They can kite back from this turret, maybe start it up themselves after a vision clear. I mean, this is not the Kwangdong Freaks we've been watching most of the season.
It definitely isn't. This is the cleanest later game. Like, it's 26 minutes, right? It's not late game just yet, but this is the cleanest Kwangdong Freaks have looked post 15 minutes that I personally have seen all season long. That is absolutely for sure. And I trust a team with Dudu if they can make the right calls. Like, Dudu and Bulldog can definitely get this one done, especially with Taeyun playing as well as he is.
Yeah.
You can see that those are the players that have the advantages at this point in time.
And the Gen G cross map here, you know, they're trying to look for some deep vision on bottom side, but they got the Drake, so there's no Drake to take as Taeyun. Maybe was looking for a little bit of a blow up there while he was isolated, but he's no longer. I mean, with Soul Point under your belt, Kwangdong don't have to hard force anything right now.
Not quite. As Delight is taking a little bit of damage. Doran needs to be somewhat careful. There are quite a few bad guys in the area, but he does just dash on over to hang out with Delight here, and he will be A-OK.
The Shiv value here, you can see it on this Kai'Sa. You know, Kai'Sa, she has blow-up damage, she has poke, but the wave clear that she also offers allows you to just basically snap your fingers and get prio in situations like this. So that's really helping Gen G out quite a lot here, buying them a few extra seconds, whereas after Doran went over the wall there, you know, if you didn't have that wave clear, maybe Kwangdong Freaks can threaten a Baron start. FaZe needs to really have setup in order to find success in this game, and he just really hasn't been set up. He's 2-0-2, like he's doing Kai'Sa things, but we need to see the front line actually work in tandem with each other, because that just has not been the case here for Gen G thus far.
Yeah, we also need to see Gen G actually manage to win a fight around Drake, because Kwangdong Freaks, if they get the Hextech Soul, the chance of Gen G taking a victory goes from kind of alright to really not good. I think that's about the swing. It's a large one because, yeah, Hextech Soul, you can have as many shivs as you want. Hextech Soul is a way better version of it.
Yeah. Deandil
somehow avoids the Void Spikes.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That was wild. Avoids a Void
played.
Seeker. He hates that Void stuff.
Yeah, he is just avoiding.
He avoids the Void.
Yeah, something like that.
The Void has been voided. Well, Gen G did get vision here on the Baron itself, you know, while we had that bottom side push from Kwangdong Freaks, but couldn't start. And this is the power of Poppy in the late game. You know, her numbers don't always quantify how good she scales in terms of usefulness here.
Yeah.
In these types of compositions. And when you consider how big this Azir is and how difficult it is to kill him now that he has Zhonya's, the Abyssal Mask here, you love to see it. GA is ready for the Renekton. And, you know, we've seen Kwangdong lose from this position so many times that I'm not ready to trust just yet, but I want to believe, Atlas. I want to think that they should be able to close this one out. And when this Hextech Drake hits, I mean, that's going to be the deciding factor.
And now Chovy is just going to throw a bear onto Young Jae, who just keeps the verdict, I guess. Tibbers, will the 50 gold go to Taeyun? Yes, it will. There we go.
They are
the same as a Nexus.
They're able to get the turret here and the ultimate out of the Poppy. It's a pretty big win here leading into this Drake fight. So feels pretty nice, actually. I think that's definitely in the worth column for me, is Void Staff's picked up here for Chovy as well. Right before this fight that is going to be the game-deciding one, very likely.
Yeah, Keeper's Verdict is not too far away, as we've got 40 seconds on this Drake. So Young Jae should still be all right. Right now, Gen G looking for even more. If they manage to get a pick onto the Poppy, then that is a very different story.
So using this Sundis turret to buy time for the Drake to spawn here, 25 seconds. Popule, as you say, also very close.
Taeyeon needs to be a little bit careful. Can't be standing too far forward as Gen G is underneath their turret. Peanut moving towards the side, and the poke damage has actually started to become a bit of an issue here.
Yeah, look at his gun timing as well. He wants to have the Infernum ult and then swap to white. He's so close, but doesn't actually get to have that Moonlight Vigil the way he wanted it. Still, though, red-white going to be massive damage in the fight, and he's ready to just throw down at a moment's notice if the engage comes through here for Gen G. If they whiff it, the turn is real. Look at Dudu's flank angle as well. This is just phenomenal setup from Kwangdong.
It is, but I mean, the poke continues to fly through. And Bulldog needs to wait for that crown to be back up again. And now with the Drake being live, this is where the decision needs to be made. The Keeper's Verdict now back up and available once again. As Gen G, they move into the river. Dudu's going to have to come back as now Chovy flashes and they grab the hook and Young Jae is dead. It's exactly the target that they wanted, as Tib is also going to be spared. To add insult to injury as Andil will spot out the very low health Tibbers, but he is regenerating. Kasante is running away as that's Killer Instinct. Andil gonna have to flash to get out of the way of Pays. Pays not gonna invest that one as he throws down the quickness to try and get out of the way, and he is gonna be able to do so. So, Hextech Drake, just one lone Drake goes to Gen G.
But if this back comes through at this awkward timing here for Kwangdong, Gen G could probably turn this into a Baron take here. All these health bars super low, and the Poppy's not up for 10.
Oh no, Andil!
Too greedy, and that's Baron for sure. No questions asked.
Oh, that is very sad because Kwangdong Freaks have now started to kind of fall apart. Let's see. Taeyeon is at full health. That is a lot of damage on to the Renekton, who does go down to his GA, but Pays is caught in the backline and just snapped up by the Crocodile, and now Chovy trying to get away from Taeyeon. He will be able to do so now, but that is Baron completely off the cards, but maybe back on the table for Kwangdong Freaks.
I mean, I guess they just really didn't think that Kwangdong would contest. I didn't think they would either. I thought they were just going to cut their losses, but this is more aggressive play than we've seen from this team basically all year long, and I think it is going to be the Baron going their way. Youngjin in position, and he's going to smite it away.
They just didn't see what was going on. I have a feeling they just didn't even have an idea as the bear comes down once again as Dudu is just going to get dashed at. That is the flash forward from Peanut, but the minion is going to block it. Oh no! Bit of a disaster there for the Gen G jungler, but Dudu, he will be spared.
This game is wild, Atlas.
It's insanity, man. I don't even understand. Like, who is actually favored right now? It's like there's a Baron on Kwangdong Freaks. So if they manage to now break the base in a meaningful way, set up for a Drake, then they should be in a great spot, right?
Yeah. No, I mean, this is exactly what we were talking about this replay here. And yes, your assessment is correct, but that's what I'm talking about. You step forward to the Poppy too much, you get stunned, you get Blitzcrank hooked, you die, and they haven't been able to consistently do this, but they did it at the most critical time. And then Pays here, this is a bit odd, goes in to the pit here and gets trapped. Is okay, what's going on here?
All right, we're going all out. That is once again the the Andil managing to get out. The Crocodile not going to be so lucky. Pays may go down, though he has to flash. Yes, use everything to escape this Crocodile, who is absolutely terrifying.
He's so big, and it's I mean, kind of unfortunate there for Gen G, because yeah, they get the kill, but everyone got so low that actually I don't think they can defend this turret here with the Baron buff up. That's going to go down here. They have slowed the Baron quite substantially from this, but you were looking to hook the Rakan, not the Renekton, wrong R champion to pull in there.
That really blew my brain up, I'm not going to lie to you.
And eventually, you know, the Renekton will go down, but they think this is a catch here onto Andil, and Doran is all alone. Everfrost isn't going to connect here either, but Andil actually is able to get behind the Renekton, and then Dudu is just like, all right, man, yeah, maybe this is actually a free kill on the AD carry. He's not quite able to take Pays out, but the rest of Gen G will be so low that they have to back away. GA was already down. Oh,
another pick onto Young Jae. No, Kwangdong Freaks, please.
All right. I can't handle it, Kwangdong.
Oh, it's 2 minutes. 2 minutes until the Drake. So it's not a sacrifice on that. But still,
it's still not great to.
When we come out of a replay and I see the jungler die wolf, it freaks me out.
It freaks me out too. But it's significant, but it's not going to be back-breaking here for Kwangdong by any means. But it is essentially the end of this Baron. and they did not get the base open in any meaningful way, right? That was the question you asked before. I was like, will they actually get an inhibitor essentially here to set up for that Drake Prio? The answer was no. Gen G with this dead Poppy can push super deep here, take away some vision with this Kha'Zix, and they will have Drake Prio. No, it isn't soul for Gen G either. It's their soul point. It's going to be the 6th Drake of the game here for them if they do end up taking it. Poppy has respawned here now, and so as a result, there's still some time here for Kwangdong Freaks to try to push this out. They have teleport on both of their solo laners here, but it is really just going to come down to the team fight itself, as once again Taeyun has his guns set the way he wants them here. And we'll have the Infernum for the ultimate in the fight, and then can swap over to white. This is very common, especially in fights, team fight comps like what Gen G are running, where you just kind of clump up to follow up on the single target blow up. Then the Infernum pushes them away, you swap to white, and then carry the fight. It's actually very common. Going to push that down to very low here. And, I mean, Kwangdong Freaks, 30 seconds to go. They don't actually have to hard push this. They could just look for setup on the Drake.
Getting a little bit excited as the hooks start to come in. And there's a lot of things that have been happening, Wolf, but the thing that I'm finding the most puzzling is this 2, 4, and 3 Renekton is like one of the scariest Renektons that I've seen. It is kind of nutty. It's not representative of the scores. Tibbers just flies down and will go back to repair, but isn't actually going to get too much value here. They will at least just have a bear now available. Incinerate still available for a stun also if they need it, but with the Drake now spawning, Gen G need to find some sort of opportunity as the ult is going to get rid of Tibbers. Goodbye, Tibbers. And now Peanut, he can dive in, going to get the steal as well. And now, let's see whether Gen G can win the fight. It's Undil for Peanut. That is the trade. And Gen G are just going to back away. They're going to say, thanks for the Drake. We'll get out of here. But without
it's going to be
Peanut,
more, maybe.
Yeah, now Emperor's Divide is going to fly through as Doran's going to have to flash. He does get into this Raptor pit, and Kwangdong Freak's not going to be able to follow him just yet. And so, 1 for 1, Drake goes to Gen G. No Baron on the table, and so they can't use the jungler being dead to go and take that one.
The problem for this for Kwangdong was they pushed mid so long as this could be a disaster. And it is.
Well, that is once again a hook onto the Poppy as he does flash to get himself out of the way, as that is Killer Instinct, and that is a very dead Poppy.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to flash that one with a Kaisa nearby, but he is going to panic and press it anyways. It will at least get Paze's ultimate, but that's on a much shorter cooldown than Flash. Now, Kwangdong Freaks could have actually had both of these choke points controlled and tracked the enemy jungler, but they pushed mid, failed to get inhibitor, and gave Gen G an opportunity while they're all clumped up here around the Drake pit to look for a steal and a team fight. Peanut is taken out, but is successful in said steal, and then just back more respectfully. Like, Youngjae has way too many deaths this game.
How many times has this happened, Wolf? It's crazy.
Just back more respectfully. Just don't stand in that bush, and you're totally fine. 4 deaths on this Poppy. And Gen G, they steal the Drake away, and their chances of winning this game get higher and higher. The more of these they pick up, obviously, the more team fights they could potentially set up to win, as Kwangdong need to be a little bit more decisive on objective setup itself, as they're kind of just K-ramming it a little bit at the moment. It's fine right now, but it was not fine a few moments ago.
And Taeyun getting tagged by these Void Seekers. He needs to avoid those because they are doing a lot of damage. As we can see, both of the carries pick 1 up each. And yeah, Paze has his Void Staff now. He's in fact got 6 items. The Zhonya's is now completed as well, so it's more difficult even for Dudu to get on top of this Kaisa. She is very, very powerful, as we all know, as Dudu fishes for that Q3.
And every time those Void Seekers hit, it gets reset. You can fire them again. If you don't avoid enemies, you just stand as 5. You know, it's a disaster, and then you lose half your health bars, and then Gen G are like, all right, cool, thanks for the Baron Prio.
Yeah, 6-item Kaisa does a lot of work, as Tibbers going to land on top of Andal, and the Baron is going to fall. That is Gen G's first one. And Kwangdong Freaks just kind of milling about, not really finding too much of an opportunity here as Youngjae. Yes, he is steadfast in his presence, but his presence has been a lot of the time in the death chamber.
And we're just K-ramming again. We're just pushing down the mid lane here. We're like, okay, I'm not going to actually chase them. You needed to actually maybe get something out of that, as they do have a lot of wave clear and a lot of push here, but it's Baron buff minions for the defense here. And Gen G are just like, all right, cool, thanks for letting us back for free. Doran's in a side, and the macro is failing here for Kwangdong Freaks in a big way in this late game, as they're just not able to find anything in terms of setup on objectives. Just group this 5 for the Kaisa W's. And, oh man, Atlas at this point, I mean, it feels like this game may just finally be Gen G's. The lead is so big at this point. Full build Kai'Sa, as you mentioned, as well as the Prio that's going to come with this Baron.
Well, Dudu does have his GA back up and available as Peanut dives in on top of the Crocodile. Peanut goes invisible for a little while. Slice, dice, the knock-up not going to be there as Delight punishes the minion. That minion well and truly got knocked up. It is in the sky, it might still be there. You never really know. As Young Jay, oh man, he's supposed to be a tank.
I mean, this is going to be potentially an inhibitor down with all the damage they've done.
Yep, as Bulldog going to have to flash to get out of the way of Doran here. And Gen G, they will not take the inhibitor just yet. Taeyun deserves some respect.
So critical that Dudu doesn't have flash here, cannot really have the same amount of impact he's looking for, even though his GA is back up here. This is just a push, yeah, for Inhib.
So scary, man. And the inhibitor now going to get sieged upon by all of these. The hook is going to find nothing but air, as Taeyun does have to get himself out of the way of the Everfrost. Does at least pass that test for the moment. But with the fact that this push exists, Gen G, I mean, this is by the numbers, right? You push in the bottom lane, you keep Kwangdong Freaks as busy as possible, and then you go back through the darkness, sweep out all potential vision, and guarantee yourself a Hextech Soul.
Look at the vision score of Peanut, 155. You know, all it takes is a one team fight, or a Baron buff, you know, or both in this case, and then you're just like, all right, all the vision's gone. It's all gone. And you can't do anything without pushing through it as Kwangdong Freaks here towards this Drake. The timing of this is perfect for Gen G. They don't greed for the inhibitor. And Andal, ooh, scary times.
Yeah, and this is, like, for Andal especially, like the newest player to almost the LCK, right? I think he is the newest player to the LCK this season. Like, this sort of situation, having to make the big calls, as now Gen G, they are going to be able to lock down this Hextech Soul as Young Jay tries to taxi his way out, but Doran says nope, and Pays says even more nope, as Taeyun now trying to be that last man standing. He's got decent guns for long-range battle, and Doran taking a fair bit as well.
They should be able to get out of here and maybe even take Andal with them, as unfortunately the Caliber will make it long-range damage, but isn't going to win this fight for you straight up. So it looks like Andal also might be able to get out. See if Pays can hit this.
Oh dear, Andal, do not press your B button, as there is the Void Seeker.
Yeah, that's the slow, that's the Hextech Soul.
Yeah, and Pays doesn't have Killer Instinct, so he will allow Andal to live for the moment, as Taeyun gonna just drive by Bulldog, and Dudu gonna look for a back as well. So, Young Jay, the only one to die in that last exchange. They can still fight another day, but Hextech Soul, I mean, it really does change the whole landscape of this game.
Andal desperately trying to Hextech around to the other side, as Young Jay here wants to set up for a big ultimate, but is unsuccessful. The split was fantastic for Gen G, while Chovy was also in that brush. So they can, if there's a hard force looking for like a scoop, for example, from Bulldog, Chovy just shuts them down. And that was really clean from Gen G. And now with the Hextech Soul, this poke from the Kai'Sa, I mean, it only gets better when you have full items if you also have Hextech Soul. That's like the only way it could be better. I guess if you also had Elder buff, which might be on the cards here in 4 minutes. I don't think so. I don't know if this game goes that long. That's, I guess, another way it gets better is look at the damage here. He is 12,000 ahead of the next highest, which is the Azir. It's Bulldog in this game.
Yep.
He's going to do even more, believe it or not. I think we will have a 1,000 DPM game, win or loss. And this one might even hit like 1,300 if this game slows down any further.
See what actually happens as far as a late game team fight, because it could just be a Pays pop-off. And right now, he is certainly set up to do so. 8-1-2, man. Sort of caught me by surprise, as he has the majority of the cleanup kills here for Gen G. If Gen G win, I think POG is a really weird conversation.
It is, yeah, it is. It's probably just the default Pays vote, you know?
Yeah, but it doesn't feel very good.
No, it doesn't feel good, does it? It's kind of like when Pays wins every week of OPGG, you're like,
yeah,
I'm not sure about this, but it feels safe.
Yeah, yeah. It's like it's never really wrong as, okay, that is not the grand entrance you're looking for. Hook is going to connect onto Dudu. The slows from this Hextech Soul are just so frustrating. As there's the flash forward, he finds Taeyun, does Doran. He has to go golden though, as now Andal just going to get picked up in the backline. Pays, he also has that stopwatch, the Zhonya's to go towards, as Taeyun gonna survive the Void Seeker. Oh man, he's like 2 more of those.
He's just
real
like,
dead.
If
as that minion gonna, yep.
Pays is like, if I hit this, I think we end. Like, if I actually get like 1 or 2 more of these Void Seekers, we just end the game.
Oh, Okay. It's not quite that long.
It's not infinite range, although it does seem like it. It's like maybe like 80% of a Nocturnal. Is this actually the longest game of the season now? Will be in 6 seconds time.
Gen.G breaking their own record?
Yeah, and
here we go.
This game is so similar to that last one where Bro had all the advantages, but weren't able to actually close it out. This is not quite that same level, but very similar type of game here where Gen.G are just like, we're the better team. They're going to survive until errors are made. They will punish them, and now Baron is going to go over. As in this setup here, Andil just comes up a little bit short, and then see the hook come through onto the Renekton, and the slows are so oppressive, and even though he has GA, there's no follow-up, there's no turn. It's Gravitum Infernum here for Taeyun as well, and the split for Gen.G is just so fantastic. And you probably have noticed there hasn't really been a big Bulldog ultimate in a long time. It's just because Gen.G have fanned out so correctly to make sure that he can't actually turn this game based on one press of an R button. That would be all it would take.
It's feeling like smoke and mirrors that Gen.G have decided to play. They're like, the last few team fights haven't really been it. Let's just not do those anymore. And instead, they're just biding their time, waiting as patiently as possible for Kwangdong Freaks to just be in a bad position.
Yeah, they're like, what if I just pressed
strike.
Kaisa W towards them
a million times.
Yeah.
And honestly, that is how you're going to win this game, and that is what has set them up for this Baron, for the Soul, and in 1 minute 30, a potential Elder is now Doran going to close the gap onto Youngjae. Dudu is going to get slowed down. That hook is going to go wide from Delight. As Moonlight Vigil really starting to hurt, but maybe not necessarily enough.
He wants to push this mid wave to get White Gun before the Elder, and that's what he's. I think the team is going to try to set him up to do. Is Peanut's going to go bottom here, and if he actually ends up getting that White Gun, this actually could be one last team fight here for Kwangdong Freaks. Someone though will have to defend the base as the backdoor is happening here. They're all going to set up for the defense. Peanut.
Oh no.
Is he going to greed for it?
This is a disaster though, because Peanut is going to try and take this inhibitor. He doesn't manage to do so. That is kind of huge. As Delight looks for the hook, does get it onto Andil. That is Killer Instinct, and oh my god. Andil just loses all of his health bar in a matter of seconds.
And now you just slow this team and prevent them from approaching the Elder. And the push mid strategy for Kwangdong is not working.
Okay. The hook is going to go wide as Tibbers just hanging out here as Chovy tries to... keeps Tibbers alive. Calculated. Absolutely gorgeous. The inhibitor is going to go down. And now Gen.G can move back towards this spawning Elder Dragon.
They even get free backs here. Now Doran has TP, Chovy does not. They can rush over here though. Doran going to stick around with Peanut here and try to clear some vision. Umbroglaive coming back off cooldown. I don't know about this Peanut. Yeah, maybe just toss out some spikes and stay away from this team.
He is very large. He has way more farm than Youngjae does. He's a legitimate carry threat in this game, but he's still very squishy. As now, he's looking for that flank angle. They find the hook onto the Crocodile yet again, and Pace just does so much damage now. No one is tanky enough for this AP Kaisa. And now it's Kwangdong Freaks just in the Thunderdome. Taeyun trying to keep himself alive. He explodes though as Peanut just bears down upon him. It is going to be the Annie falling down, so Chovy not psyched about it. But Kwangdong Freaks, they lose their main carry. Bulldog is still there. Fair bit of damage, and he's going to be able to kill Peanut. It's now Andil, who has respawned. Pace flashing forward. The Zonyas is going to come down in Youngjae. Can you kill the Kaisa? The answer's no. It's a triple kill. That's the ace. And finally, Wolf, Gen.G will win this game.
You know, I really wanted to give Delight an opportunity. He had so many good hooks in the late game and punished a lot of Kwangdong Freaks, but I think a lot of that was Kwangdong Freaks' error. I'm going to have to give it to Paze. There is just no way this 14-1-4 Kaisa that pressed W towards the enemies casually is not going to be the one that picks it up and does a bajillion damage. They set him up for success. Kwangdong drop the ball again, and Gen.G will take this first game in nearly 50 minutes, our longest game of the season.
That was an absolute slog. We do have to respect Kwangdong Freaks for their ability to stick with it, right? Like, this was the longest they've managed to keep a game competitive for a very long time. So many times we talk about this team, though, in the light of they won 2 games, but their Nexus exploded twice. You know, like that happened against Harmolife Esports in both matches that they had against that squad. They've gotten so close, but just haven't been able to find the right decisions toward the later stages. Hats off to Gen.G though. I think that their draft was kind of weird.
It was not the best.
They did they weren't playing to the full capacity of Gen G is what it kind of felt like in the early stages as well. Great capitalization from Kwangdong Freaks. But then Gen G just sat back and said, oh, but we're just going to win.
I mean, when
we'll just wait for our time, and then we'll take it, and Void Seeker will win.
Delight got that hook top side, and then otherwise was not able to really do too much for his team right on the Blitzcrank for a long time. And that was the biggest problem I had with this composition, is if you had a stronger engage supporter, you had a little bit more utility, maybe you can actually do a lot more and hard force a lot better. But ultimately, at the end of the day, he caught them several times, and 4 of those major Poppy deaths, because the Blitzcrank just tosses a hook in Youngjae's general direction, really took the wind out of the sails of Kwangdong Freaks, so we're going to have to see them tightened up. This is the kind of game, if you're CV Max, we were like, oh, we're so close.
Yeah, but there's been too many of those. We are going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. When we get back, the space, and then game number 2.
여기. 얘네 망원 하나밖에 없어. 찍고 있어도 될 거. 싸워. 야, 4대5인데 이거. 4대5야. 천천히. 내부터. 야, 뽀삐 공. 잡았어. 야, 천천히. 텔로 이렇게 돌리면 이겨. 와드 좀 할게. 천천히 해. 굳이 안 날아가도 돼. 천천히 날아가. 아지르. 뽀삐 걸었고 아지르. 앞에 로컬. 맞고. 못 끝내나? 바로 가자. 이거 장로 가자. 더블로 더 되는데. 이거 또 보자. 보자. 로컬. 이거 가자. 가보자. 조금만 더 가보자. 잠깐 오긴 하는데 난 봐도 돼. 보자. 천천히. 파이사 봐줘, 얘들아. 아지르 너플. 봐줘. 야, 이거 살려주면 돼. 살려주면 끝나. 바텀 가면 끝난다. 웨이브. 어차피 온다. 웨이브. 끝났다. 다행이다.
Hello and welcome to the space. I am Valdez. With me is joining me is Huni and Chronicler. We got there eventually. They're still dancing, enjoying the great music we have here on the space. That was a very long game. That did break the record of the longest game here in summer. And we're going to take a quick look at the post-game breakdown as well. We didn't get that to you guys before the match ended, or before the end of the day, the game rather. So we'll take a look at the gold graph and stuff like that in just a moment. And we'll see just what happened in this one.
Well, we were gonna have an underlying theme in this one, and you might have guessed it from the gold graph, or from the damage graph rather, because if Kai'Sa wasn't given over, I don't think Gen G win this game. With this draft, like looking at what happened in game, they would have won. But this champion is just completely not okay.
Yeah, I mean,
it boggles the mind.
yeah, I mean, basically just Gen G just won the draft because they have a Kai'Sa. That's it. Well done, Gen G.
That's it.
But I actually respect the Guangdong Freaks. They bring up the draft that they actually has a winning lane phase pick. So that's why Guangdong Freaks was be able to bring to the the game up to table. It's just like 50-minute game, almost 50-minute game, and longest game in LCK in summer season. So it's well done as well.
And you have a draft where if the AP Kai'Sa or the Pro Kai'Sa isn't a thing, you have a full short-range comp into Poppy Azir. So as we can see, in the late game, it was actually extremely hard for Gen G to do anything, because when you try to engage on this composition, they kite back, and then they bounce back, and with as many threats as they have, you're not going to win late. But it doesn't matter, because they don't have to actually engage, because they have Kai'Sa.
Yeah, it hit a point, I think, after he got Void Staff where they didn't even engage anymore. They're like, oh, we'll just press W and win the game. And they did. Let's take a look at highlight number 1, rather, because this one was pretty interesting. 24-minute Baron fight. It's kind of a highlight, but also with some issues, especially towards the end of the Baron being taken, because, Gen G coming into this one, maybe they're preparing for KT. They didn't look as clean as they have in other days.
Really want to highlight the fact that they peel off the Baron here is really kind of mind-blowing, because if they get the Baron, then you have the choice to disengage and be fine. And the reason why we picked this is because Gen G, being undefeated, was expected to come in here and really show Guangdong how much better they were. And I think that, obviously, when it comes to like some of the crispness of the team fights, when it comes to late game shot calling, and when it comes to specifically playing around the win conditions, Gen G were still better. But we picked this to kind of show that like that call is just peeling off a Baron when it's at 2k HP, when you have full control and you should just be able to get it. Not the Gen G we're used to.
Yeah, I mean, it was a 24-minute. It's like it was a little bit tough to make the decision, but still, like as you said, like they had to do it. They are in the best team, and they are best spot in LCK right now. So, like it was like a little bit, it was like off the condition of the Gen G we could kind of see from highlight 1, and that's why I think the Guangdong Freaks was having great chances today.
Yeah, they absolutely did. I was kind of surprised at how well Guangdong Freaks were holding it together for a very long time against such a great team. We can take a look at the second highlight as well, which was this fight over the Drake. Obviously, lots of stacking Drakes in this one. And eventually, Gen G just win it with one button.
Yeah, I mean, like Guangdong Freaks, they're late. And as we said, like before they get poked out, they gotta win. Like even this situation, Andel's behind. Like just go, like just click the button, just then go.
And that right there, I think they were setting up. Like, obviously, the initial play, Under should have been there. But right there, I'm really, like, you saw Bulldog did so much DPS. The health bars were low. There were still 4 people. They were looking to turn that fight. But the moment the Kai'Sa W hit, there just isn't an angle. And after that, you lose the Hextech Soul, right? So you're not able to come back. And I'm ranting. I'm so done, because this Kai'Sa doesn't have a weakness, right? Once you hit your breakpoints, it's almost impossible to lose. You don't even have to go in anymore. It's like the one thing that made Kai'Sa so strong was that she could dive with the rest of the team. But into Poppy Azir, that should be hard. You should be able to both be an AD carry and the current best poke champion in the game.
Doesn't necessarily make too much sense to me either. Let's take a look at the POG for game number 1. I assume that the huge... No, it won't be. It will be Delight, actually, who picks it up. No boom boom damage votes to win it all. Maybe from some of us.
I mean, that's fine. I mean, honestly,
I voted. I was a boom boom damage voter. I think Kai'Sa was the reason they won the game.
Boom damage.
Well, I mean, Delight actually helped top lane be able to like perform the Doran play, and even this play, he hooked. Yeah, nice hook.
I do think that between Doran, Delight, and Pace, all of them had really good moments. Doran wasn't necessarily the start of the show, but to me, he was extremely consistent, perhaps the most consistent member on Gen G in this game. Peanut having some difficulty. Chovy, game wasn't really about him. And Delight, I think, really did found the pressure that you really need to with the Blitzcrank to actually have an impact in late game fights.
Yeah, I mean, basically, he did really play through the lane phases as well. It was like tough lane matchups. It definitely, I do agree with it.
Yeah.
I'm shocked we didn't have Doran votes. I was expecting a bit more of a split.
He played Cassante, what can you say? You got to vote for the more OP champ, which was Kaisa in this case, and I guess the Crank as well. The Ian side pretty much together on this one, thought that the boom boom damage was enough. I mean, that was like 1,600 DPM, so... Yeah. CV Max, no doubt, after that game, will have a lot to say, and Quantum Freaks are going to select the red side, actually, so we were a bit worried about the Poppy getting taken again, the Salty Runback perhaps giving Pays the Kaisa, but now we're just going to see a different draft.
Yeah, I'm assuming CV Max is telling just to, just to Youngjae or Andel, just throw your body, just go. Like, if you're raiding, we're not raiding, just press the button, just go. If you lose, we lose.
We'll see if it's enough. It is a consistent problem for this Kwangdong team to actually get it over the finish line. We'll see if game number 2 they can do a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, they already showed that at least they could hang with Gen G for quite a while. Can they actually take a game off of them? I guess we have to wait and see. Let's jump over to game number 2, back to Atlas and Wolf.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Big congratulations to the Crank for taking the victory there. Maybe if I hadn't have been counting all of the hooks, and maybe if Delight hadn't have almost killed Pays by hooking a Renekton, then we would have been aligned. But I honestly think that POG for that game was a really difficult question to ask.
It was.
Just because Gen G limped across the finish line towards the end there, and they relied on a pretty ridiculous pick. A pick that Quantum Freaks could have just got.
Yeah, I feel like we could actually talk about the difference between Delight and Pays. Like, we could have like an hour-long discussion about it, but I'll spare everyone, and we'll talk about Game 2 instead.
Let's do that.
Poppy is going to be banned this time around by Gen G. I'm going to deal with that one here, and I think they're probably fishing for a Kaisa first pick, unsurprisingly. And if you don't ban the Tristana, Gen G will pick it.
Yep.
If you ban the Tristana, they will pick the Kaisa. So, unfortunately, here with this Ivern ban, which is not highly prioritized in Korea at all, although Peanut, was one of the better ones.
Peanut and Canyon are the only ones that can really play
But I think when you have Kaisa and Tristana in this meta, it probably deserves a bit of a stronger look here, if I'm being honest with you, Atlas, than the Ivern pick. So, which one are you going to give? Are you giving the Tristana, or are you giving the Kaisa? Because they will both be game-defining picks, probably.
I have a feeling that giving Kaisa is just a mistake, as we saw in the last game. But Nico is going to be the ban away here, so they're going to go for the trade. And we'll see what Gen G think, whether it is actually Kaisa that's going to have the priority, but it's not. It's Tristana locked in here for Chovy. Chovy does, of course, have his Tristana license. He is very good at this pick, and it does mean that they don't give it over to Bulldog as well. And so Quantum Freaks, they will lock in Kaisa and something else. At least we hope. And there it is.
Kaisa, Azir probably is my guess as to what we'll see. Bulldog had a really phenomenal game of Azir. His macro was good. His positioning was overall pretty good. Obviously, when you get to late game, you're just getting outpoked, so there's not much you can do agency-wise in those late game fights. But I still think that it's one of the safer picks into the Tristana right now. And, there's not really a jungle pick you want to prioritize over this in this meta at the moment. I wouldn't say, but when you consider Gen G are probably not going to flex this, I guess you could go jungle to pick up Azir on 3 after you see the rest of this composition. And that's probably what the thought process is here. Just going to go blind Jax instead. It's a choice that you can make.
It is, definitely. And so that is going to be the choice that is in fact made. Maokai going to be locked in here for Peanut. Trees and 80 carries is generally the way, as Aphelios and Tristana together suffered their first loss, I believe, yesterday. But otherwise has really been careening towards a whole lot of victories so far this season.
The best Maokai players also are so phenomenal in the LCK. Maokai is sitting below a 40% win rate, but don't be fooled. This pick is absolutely insane in the hands of a team that knows how to control team fights. With the Jax priority here, you now are no longer able to play Azir if you're going to pick up the Viego. And if you pick up the Azir, you're going to lose a lot of jungle priority here. And this Jax priority is just a bit puzzling. You don't have a Sejuani to back it up. You don't know what the matchup's going to be. And now you're playing into Maokai, which is going to hurt Jax's agency. And Kwangdong Freaks just throwing some strange curveballs here. And let's see, maybe they have something interesting planned here. Maybe Stevie Max is cooking. Or maybe, you know, Gen G just going to have the stronger draft.
Yeah,
so right now that's where I'm leaning.
Yeah, so far it's looking like Gen G has it pretty wrapped up, but Andil looked all right on the Rakan, had some iffy moments, but Rakan Kai'Sa has been a decent lane. Rakan hard to play into, you know, red, white, Aphelios especially. You kind of just get cut to pieces. But we'll see how it does go. Azir is going to be taken off the board.
Annie will be next. You have to imagine. And then what's Bulldog going to play into this Tristana is going to be the question. If they had a Sejuani here, I'd be like, oh yeah, maybe it's actually an angle where you go for like a Yone. And you're like, Yone Jax, Sejuani feels great, but they don't have that, as it turns out.
And they're not going to ban Rumble either, which you do kind of want frontline with double AD carry. That does make some sense. But Rumble does give them the magic damage that they're kind of looking for here.
All right, let's see what this is going to be. I am so interested. They could just go Rakan. Okay, Cassiopeia. That's going to be the answer.
That is going to be the way into the Tristana. Okay, it does deny the rocket jump quite nicely with the Miasma. So kind of cool here from Bulldog. Does mean that they are extraordinarily short range. And
GP here is pretty greedy, but I mean, when you consider the utility he offers in this comp as well, I don't mind it because there's no tank here. No one can build armor, really, on the side of Kwangdong Freaks. Jax's Zhonya's is going to be about what you get.
And when you are such short range, Cannon Barrage is such high value.
Huge. The barrels as well will just absolutely crush this Cassiopeia if she gets into range to do anything. You could just barrel chain her and then she disappears. And when Jax is the only one surviving on the pile of Kwangdong Freaks' bodies, it doesn't feel too great that he can counter-strike some of that damage, and it will be the Rel to follow this up. Once again, Gen G with a pretty unusual draft, but I think it's well-rounded, and this is a Gen G special. Doran, the only one who's playing Gangplank right now. He's not losing. And Kwangdong Freaks, what's the support pick going to be? Just the Alistar into the Rel. You know, no Rakan going to come into this composition. And, I mean, you couldn't have asked for something more disjointed than what Kwangdong are trying to put together here, because the Jax isn't set up by anything but the Miasma. And the Kai'Sa pick, it doesn't follow up on anything but it either, unless Jax ends up getting the hard engage. But then the Kai'Sa poke doesn't work well with the rest of the short-range composition either. Whereas Gen G, if you try to run at them, they just press Maokai R. They're like, yeah, cool. And also we have Gangplank for some additional Cannon Barrage slows to stop you from getting on top of us. Front to back with the Aphelios, double 80 carry, and Rel for engage.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that kind of work together. I think Kwangdong Freaks, it is a finesse draft, right? Like, if they do manage to make it work together, it can work beautifully. Counter-strike into the backline, the follow-up with the Killer Instinct, like, these things can definitely work out, and you have a lot more control in short range. But the issue is, like, that you don't need to worry about range when you have double 80 carry, one of them being Tristana. This is likely to go to late game because we just had the longest game of the season. And with Nature's Grasp and Cannon Barrage, the control of area is just so incredibly large.
And neither Cassiopeia nor the Kai'Sa actually get to front to back, like, ever. They will just die. They just straight up disappear. And
it's only front to front, Wolf, because you can't hit the back. You can't do it.
You either blow somebody up in stun consistency, or you're out damaged by Tristana, you're out damaged by Aphelios. The Kai'Sa actually, I don't know, Stevie Max has been cooking, but he made Kai'Sa look weak in a draft on this patch. How did he do it?
Well, maybe that's actually what we need to focus on here. The fact that new things are happening here today in this particular draft. An interesting one from Kwangdong Freaks. We'll see whether it works. We hop on the Rift for Game 2. All right, Kwangdong friends in full voice here today, as I haven't seen that Cassiopeia skin for a really long time.
I missed it.
It's a pretty cool one. It's the one with like the wreath on top. I don't remember what it was actually called, but it's been a while.
Is it a garland?
Is it?
I don't know. I didn't see.
I don't know what one of those is.
It's like the hat of flowers. fishing, by the way.
It's more. It looks like the one that you know, like the Roman emperors would wear, like the laurel wreath type situation.
Let me.
It looks a little bit like that.
Stop moving, Bulldog. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. So it's I don't know what that's called, but yeah, it's a very cool hat.
Yeah, I don't remember what the
thing.
skin's called, but it came out a really long time ago. So cool one. Taeyun once again is repping Jackie Love as Paze was in the last game. Most players just really liking the IG skins just in general. Shout outs to IG in 2018.
So in the early game, I want to kind of do like a in defense of Kwangdong's draft moment here as nice barrel deny here and a Counter-Strike gonna pop. But the early game can go well for this team, especially if Youngjae is able to punish some of the aggressive plays out of Chovy in mid. If he wants to actually, try to push those advantages, there's a world in which, potentially Youngjae and Bulldog actually end up killing the Tristana with that CC is down here.
Yeah, a little bit of a crash down into Andel, who's level 1 Alistar. Feels bad.
Yeah, not great.
Just going to accept it.
And if this Cassiopeia gets ahead, then you can start winning objective fights before, the Tristana and the Aphelios are just going to obliterate you in front of backs. Like you said, there is no real back aspect of how this is going to work for Kwangdong, but in the early game, if you have a really nice tempo lead, you absolutely can win these fights and kind of brute force your way through with the Cassiopeia. She gets a big ult. She does do a lot of damage very quickly with the Conqueror she's got set up. And she's kind of a weird champion in that, like, she's almost pseudo like an AD carry because if she has the right setup in early game, she can do a ton of damage. And, in terms of scaling, okay, not going to be anything huge. In terms of scaling, like, she can have some play there if you have a front
line. Hey, you don't need to buy shoes.
Yeah.
Right? That's six full items that you need to get to the very late game in order to actually utilize. But it is a thing, as Dudu's just denying these barrels over and over again. It's very nicely done.
He's actually just, because of this, Doran is kind of having a hard time here. We'll be able to proc Demolish as well. Very confident in this Jax into Gangplank matchup. One that I don't think they expected in the draft, to be honest, but one that they got. And
yeah, and it's a very difficult one for Gangplank just in general. There are a lot of matchups like this, right, that are generally favored towards the... Okay, we've got an engage towards the bottom side. Andel just going to be flashing forward. That is Paze's flash they managed to pick up as now Youngjae fighting Peanut. Bramble Smash going to come through there as Chovy's rocket jumping to try and get himself to safety as we look for the stun. Peanut's going to mitigate it with the twisted advance. Very nicely done. And then Bramble smashes him away.
Yeah, I like to imagine that during that moment Maokai is just under the ground and, just going to dodge things. So we'll lose his Gromp, but at the end of the day, I feel like Peanut handled that very well.
Yeah, didn't die. Definitely good news.
No flash either.
Only one camp is the difference between the two as well, as Doran this time will be able to actually kill his own barrel. And that is that's great news.
Yeah, now, with a few more of these levels coming through, can kind of start to hold his own a little bit better.
I like that Jonas Strong is really invested in the barrel battle as well.
Yeah, you can see that cooldown on the bottom left of your screen to see if he has one he can chain. It's on a pretty long cooldown at this stage, so he can prep this one, but then it takes 12 more seconds for him to put another one down and do anything with it. So Dudu's just like, thank you for gold.
Yeah, and Doran going to be able to get out of the way of the Counter-Strike.
Yeah, Goblin in orange there and getting his way out of there. As the top side, yeah, that's going well so far in the early game. Mid, no problems just yet. Everything's fine. Chovy put some pressure on, but wasn't able to amount to anything. Bottom side, Alistar got through the first few levels without any sort of disaster happening.
Yeah, slight CS advantage as well for Taeyun, who has been laning very well.
We have to give him credit today. It's been a pretty good first game. Second game, here starting off well.
Just have to see whether Kwangdong Freaks can actually get it together and coordinate for the later stages of the game, because that's where they really are falling apart so far this season. We would say that's what went wrong last game, but no, it's been just what's happened to them and has really been the bane of this squad. As Bulldog is actually doing really well here in this mid lane. Shoutouts to Quad, who got to rank 1 playing Cassiopeia only.
Yeah.
And then joined Nongshim.
And he's the only one who's
a bit back.
really played it this season. Yep, was 1-3, I believe. So this will be the 5th game. And we'll see what Bulldog can do. He has the ult, and you can see what in the early game, it's big.
Yeah, just yells at Peanut. Peanut's like, dude, I just wanted to walk past. Like, it's just a bystander.
Yeah, it's like the stray cat you encounter, you know, on the street, and you're like, hey, and then the cat's just like, ah.
Yeah, just yells at you.
You're like, I don't know, I just pass him by.
Just existing, man.
I thought it was a cute stray cat, but I guess not.
No, this is an angry one. Does happen sometimes. Sometimes they are very cute, though, so it's just hard to know. As Doran here towards his top side, you saw managed to get a decent barrel chain earlier on. I thought with the wave state, the way it was going to be a little bit dangerous for Dudu, who has gone for another cheeky little recall here. Try and get himself the most of an item advantage as he can find.
Yeah, we'll lose a little bit of CS here, but nothing too problematic. As I do see Gravitum is ready, and no level 6 just yet for either of these sides, but the Observer is a little bit concerned about what that means for Andil's positioning here.
Yeah, as Delight just going to move in. He does have horse form, so he's moving around pretty quickly. Horse versus cow, or I guess metal jacket horse versus cow. Interesting. Not exactly an animal matchup because it is a suit of armor that's now a horse.
Yeah, it's like horse pants. It's very weird.
Yeah.
We still don't understand. Like, I feel like until I get a whole season of Arcane about Rel.
Yeah, I'm gonna need that.
I'm gonna need a whole season where she's the main character, and then I feel like then I'll be qualified to tell you guys about it.
Can it be called like Rel in the traveling pants or something like that? That sounds amazing.
Yes.
I would watch that. Like, I reckon there'd be a lot of people that would watch that as Bulldog twin fanging. Twin fanging. The Light's gonna have to flash. The traveling pants are gonna make their way back to base, perhaps.
Yeah.
As he is very low.
That's just such a early 2000s reference, man. Like, that's...
Yeah, I almost made a Dakota Fanning reference as well. And I mean, it's been a while since she's been in many things as well.
Wow. That was like the book that everybody had. Always, no matter what, like no matter where you were, there was a copy of it somewhere. I never read it, of course, but it was always available.
Yeah,
I remember the cover.
I've heard mainly references, and I think accidentally watched some of the. Wasn't it a movie as well?
I think there was a movie eventually. Yeah.
Yeah. I accidentally watched a few bits of it. As Andil is just going to face check. He's going to get stabbed as the joust does come through. As Young Jay does get into stealth, but unfortunately the cow not going to be able to do so. So he's mincemeat. That is going to be Chovy picking up first blood as well. As now Peanut going to get yelled at once again. He really needs to tell Cassiopeia to stop. As Delight looking for another stab, gets the flash out from Bulldog. Didn't want to risk it.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate here. Flash down now for this Cassiopeia. No ult either, and that's going to be free Herald. Genji did give over the Drake, but this Herald is going to be picked up here without a hitch, and taking all this control on the map now. Chovy picking up a kill is pretty massive onto the Alistar. It's first blood, and now this Cassiopeia matchup gets a little bit more tough to play out. Peanut actually going to take the full 300 here. Doran getting some pressure on him, right? He's significantly down in CS, but he is not really going to be the main character of this story. He's going to get stronger and stronger later on, and then we'll eventually be able to make an impact in 5v5s. The Jax, being ahead 16 CS here and a Plague picked up isn't enough to say, oh, he's a side lane threat early.
Even have a gold advantage is the question.
Yeah, exactly. This was really optimistic at best, unfortunately, here, and Bulldog wants to actually set up for an ultimate and set up the combo, and these are the kind of early skirmishes that Cassiopeia can do extremely well in. But going for the 1v2 here and not hitting Chovy, so Chovy then gets back up his charge and then goes in here. It's going to force him to flash. If Delight hits that, he is probably dead, so wise call on the flash. And I think if you are a little bit better set up there as Quantum Freaks, you can use the Cassiopeia very well, but it's not quite the coordination they needed.
Not quite. And now Young Jay looking for a potential dive opportunity. Bulldog is here as well as Peanut has the Nature's Grasp out. As Doran's flashing, he's trying to get away from this one. They do manage to take down the Viego, but at least there is the kill on the GP as Peanut will pick up these remaining minions. Dudu's still threatening here, and now he has a red buff.
Yeah, he's got a red buff, which is really annoying to deal with as the Maokai here, but Maokai will also be able to clear this wave without really any problems. Chovy also going to be a recipient of some plate gold. Wait a minute.
That's a bit scary. Yeah, Peanut down to 100 health. red buff ticking. I believe that was Young Jay's red buff that went to Doran and then immediately went to Dudu.
Yeah, I think that you're right. Well, let's take a look.
Oh yeah, we can actually see.
Yep, Young Jay's got it. And then he will get taken out, but then the Gangplank will take out. So Peanut actually is not able to secure the kill. Luckily, it does go to Doran, but then he gives the red buff over to Dudu. Will then use it to annoy Peanut. And at the end of the day, I mean, this is a fairly successful dive, but Maokai is just so powerful into this comp, and if Dudu gets caught a little bit differently by that Nature's Grasp, he actually might die as well. Got to be so careful as Jax into this composition. Even the low-range Cassiopeia going to really struggle to get into engage range later on, and every moment that Doran's left on his own here in the lane, just going to stack up more and more gold. He actually gets more gold than regular champions do as well from his CS, so even 20 CS down, he's feeling all right. Is Delight, where are you at?
Yeah, he's going to need to travel. Looks for a crash down, but he's dead. That is, he had a Hex Flash, so he's just not able to get any sort of flashing maneuver out. And therefore, the Rel is just dead. So nice little pickup here from Kwangdong Freaks. Not entirely sure what Delight was doing.
Yeah, well, Kwangdong Freaks hate traveling paths.
Yeah, they don't like it.
No. They're even going to pick up some plate gold down here. I mean,
do you think maybe Delight likes traveling a bit too much?
Yeah, maybe it's time to, somebody needs to tell him, like, it's time to go home for a little bit, take some rest. He has, you know, level 6 Flash. Maybe he's looking for an engage opportunity there. Maybe he's clearing a ward. We'll get some more information in a replay, perhaps, but definitely not ideal here. As Bulldog, this doesn't really get much easier, unfortunately, for the Cassiopeia, 700 gold behind.
I would say that it gets worse, because as levels come in, Chovy gets more and more range.
He's also going to get his coal to complete here off of the next wave as well, so we'll be able to pick up that first item. And he's not shivving, so they're not living.
Oh, okay. Pei's going to get dashed on here as Taeyun going to flash over, and Pei's, oh no! Walks into the brush, and now the Nature's Grasp is going to come down. Chovy just barely outranges the Petrifying Gaze. Now in goes Arndil. They do look for the stun here as Chovy flashes, rocket jumps, and he'll be absolutely fine. Rift Herald in the meantime, Peanut's like, get back here. We need to take some plates. We'll see whether they can actually do that, because of course there is, okay, there it is, and that's just full money going over to Peanut. And yeah, Andal, it was a cool play, but in the end, it did get Chovy's flash in trade for his own.
Yeah, unfortunately, the end result is going to be positive for Gen G, and grouping up for this Drake now. Kwangdong Freaks trying to get their second of the game. We'll see what the soul ends up being here. It doesn't look like Gen G are ready to contest this. Peanut being without ultimate, it's really just the Gangplank ult that could make an impact here as he's backing now. Tracking that, looks like it is just going to go over to Kwangdong Freaks. We'll see what that soul is going to be. Arndil in position to deny any rotation over.
It's the best possible soul. You love to see.
There you go.
Arndil now moving towards his bottom side. They do get vision of where Pei's is. Ward goes in, control ward goes down. They're trying to keep control here as Moonlight Vigil flying on forward. The Magnet Storm doing so much work. Cannon Barrage not finding that much value as it has split up the fight. As Taeyun, he doesn't have Killer Instinct anymore. Pei somehow survives for such a long time, but it's Arndil that gets his hooves in, and now it's the Pirate that will fall down as well. Kwangdong Freaks, they win the skirmish in the bottom lane.
Yeah, just a bunch of trickling members of Gen G, one by one, walking into the meat grinder, and that is going to be several kills, as you mentioned, going over. The Viego picking up some money here, tons of value from the teleport from Dudu. Down to the bottom side, Counter-Strike is big, and Doran's Cannon Barrage not making the same impact as you mentioned.
Wow, we're going really far back in time.
Yeah, so he was just clearing a ward, and then he got Alistair'd.
Yeah.
And didn't flash. Thought he could crash over. He could not.
He crashed into the wall.
Yeah.
Instead of crashing down over the wall.
So, in this moment in time, you see the teleports coming through from both top laners here, but obviously a Gangplank at this stage in the game isn't going to make the same impact. He's also very squishy, gets left on here. The Counter-Strike on the Pei's with the Ignite to finish him off means there's just no damage here. Doran, like I said, he teleported on the wrong side of the fight, and Peanut's ultimate just comes online so late that he can't turn the fight.
Not able to do too much. Gen G still touching distance as far as gold and things like that, as Shirley has been started. He's going to make her way out of the pit. We'll get a little bit frustrated and then head back home again.
And once again, Peanut doesn't have his ult here. They want to wait for it. Just going to back off and grab a blue buff, and then maybe look to re-engage here. Chovy pushing bottom means maybe they're just deciding to give this one up.
Yeah, looks like Young Jay should just have free reign of this pit. is still at pretty high health, as Peanut can rotate his way over if he would like to. Sapling goes in, and Bulldog gives his position away. Chovy on the bottom side of the map means that, yeah, it looks like Gen G are just going to be able to give it.
And they're forcing a lot of resources here for Kwangdong. Kwangdong having to group up here.
Oh, no. Okay. You're not going to just grab the cheeky steal there as Delight moving in. Magnet Storm does 0. They get the flash, though, out of Bulldog, and that is certainly good for Gen G.
Nice attempt there to buffer the crash down engage with the flash from Delight, but it's just an insta-flash from Bulldog, so flash trade here. Hex Flash still up, of course, for Delight. At the end of the day, you know, you end up giving over this Herald. Chovy doesn't get the bottom turret here. Actually, Dudu comes down and answers. And Kwangdong Freak's maintaining the gold lead right now. This Jax is pretty big. And he's got demolished, so Chovy gonna need some help here to deal with this. And it looks like Dudu's just gonna be given this. He's gonna counter-strike to guarantee. And well played here. The early game for Kwangdong is just not to be trifled with, Atlas. It's just the late game that's problematic.
Yeah. And I think Gen G probably not going to be too worried because they do know what happens once we tick over about 20 minutes. But it is still one of these baffling things, right? Like, Kwangdong Freaks just look really, really good in the early to mid game.
Youngjae is seen here, so I think Peanut will think better of trying to make anything happen. Does have flash, but Bulldog just going to be very aware and sit back and just going to chill and wait for the next wave. Chovy would love to get that bottom turret that he was trying to push earlier, but is unsuccessful and has to back himself. He actually is going Shiv. Didn't expect that when he was going for the Kraken Slayer first, but I mean, that's some additional wave clear, but isn't going to be him coming online as a huge threat in this early mid-game.
Yep. Does provide you with that little bit of the wave clear options, which is fine, as here's a flash twisted advance. Viego in the area, Cannon Barrage doing nothing once again, as Doran's going to have to flash to get out of the way of Youngjae. Youngjae's going to miss a few abilities, but now Dudu is going to dive on top of the gangplank, and that's going to grab that kill, as now Chovy helping collect the kill onto his opposite number. These cannons being taken down as Delight once again magnet storming the air. And Taeyun gets up here towards his top lane, and that will guarantee that it's just a 1-for-1 in the end.
Teleport coming down to the bottom side here to try to grab that cross-map turret. So Chovy will be able to make that happen here, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. The Jax is getting pretty big. I mean, he's already kind of a problem here, as Chovy will get this turret, but it's not going to be first brick or anything like that. And the Jax is also a threat topside. Doran doesn't respawn for 3 more seconds, and then will have to TP if he wants to defend the top side. He's going to do so. But that's another teleport down here. So 2 teleports used for Gen G after the 1-for-1 trade. Kwangdong Freak's feeling pretty good about this exchange. And, I mean, it's starting to really feel like, I know it's still early days, but Kwangdong's early game has vastly improved from what we saw even just last week. I mean, we were talking about how they fall apart, but then they weren't even getting to the part to fall apart for a while, but now they're back.
That is true. The early game has been short up once again, as decent Counter-Strike there as FaZe tries to avoid Dudu. And with the Tristana Aphelios damage, they are going to be able to dissuade them. But outer turret does fall down, thanks to Shirley. Still, Gangplank with some free time on this turret towards the top lane. And Gen G kind of splitting the map and feeling pretty good about it. Chovy going to follow Dudu up here.
Did he get seen by that Scryers is the question. I think he did.
Yeah, Dudu not actually going to stick around to look for any 1v1s.
Yeah, I was worried.
Looking for Soul Point. This is actually kind of huge.
So they commit the teleport with a Gangplank. It felt bad, but then he gets the turret. But then as they send Chovy up to Shadow Form so he can guarantee the turret, it's going to be Soul Point that's given over to Kwangdong Freaks here. And Gen G, I mean, they have really good scaling in this draft. It's absolutely insane what they could do in the late game. Still facing off against a Kai'Sa, but it's not the same kind of Kai'Sa draft that we saw from Gen G in the previous game, and it's also Taeyun sitting on a 0-0-0 scoreline right now, so it's still a long ways away from that full build Kai'Sa. Once you get that second item, you get that 100 AP from the Nashor's Tooth, then you can get those W resets, but you're still not really a hard poke threat at this point in time, so it's not disastrous here by any means for Gen G, but dealing with this Jax is going to have to be something they can consistently do, because that is going to be a problem pretty much starting from now. The Cleaver is done. He can clear turrets so quickly is also a big threat in these fights. So if Kwangdong Freaks get this Cloud Soul, really worried for Gen G, but if Gen G can win each and every fight, slow it down, definitely going to feel pretty good about their chances.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think that it's a really interesting conversation as well, because it's once again one of these situations where Kai'Sa can just solo win the game, right? Like, she's just broken. She's like one of those champions that is just in a little bit of a more powerful state than she necessarily needs to be. You can press W a whole bunch, and you can 4-1 really beautifully, relying on Void Seeker poke and then Static Shiv in order to clear waves and alleviate pressure very, very nicely. So Dudu doing his job, but Doran is going to scale. He is Gangplank, and soon Barrels will just be able to do 1 billion damage. He does have his Navori Quick Blades now completed, and so it means these barrels come back off cooldown exceedingly fast.
Yeah, both he and Chovy have their Quick Blades now done. So the team fighting prowess that Gen G can have if they have proper setup with the Nature's Grasp is pretty huge, especially with Cannon Barrage. Bulldog might get all in.
Yeah, Chovy is just going to try and run away from Bulldog here, as Buster Shot is up and available. He can get rid of Young Jay if he would like, but he's going to have to flash to get out of the way. Peanut now engaged on, but Pays is going to be here. And he has the Infernum. Cannon Barrage comes down. Tayin running for the hills. But Andil not going to be so lucky. He just popped like a balloon. And now Young Jay in the back of this Baron pit is, yeah, a little bit frightened. But they trade positions, him and Peanut. That means the Young Jay doesn't have the ult to get into the pit. And the flash is available. He can go for a potential steal. As now Bulldog, he is looming and he is scary. Dudu dives on top of Pays. The Baron is going to be secured by Peanut as Chovy's going to make it to safety, and there's the Moonlight Vigil. Pays doing a lot of damage, takes down the jungler, but now it's Dudu that's popping off, and the Void Seeker is going to connect. Dudu looks for another one as now Pays not going to get stunned up. Stab from Delight. He's going to sacrifice himself. No, he's not. He's actually going to be fine. As again, the Counter-Strike not quite going to be enough, and this time the sacrifice will come through. Chovy gets full health back, teleports back in.
Almost gets Bulldog.
Okay, Dudu is still running after Pays. Pays is very slow. He only has brown bags, and that is 500 gold. Now going over to Dudu.
Thank you very much, Cloud Rift, for the additional movement
There
speed
it is.
as he gets off. And yeah, the boots advantage is real, and he's got the leap strike. So this Jack's now 5 kills. It's the typical Dudu angle, right? Where this guy gets fed, he gets resources, and then suddenly he pops off in the mid to late game. Looking at this fight again, I love how they see the pressure that Chovy's applied topside, fails, and they put the aggression on, but unfortunately there's no escape here, and they just don't have the damage with Kai'Sa with this hybrid build this early on to actually have the follow-up. So then there's the pop, and then Dudu happens, man. He gets on top of Pays here, and yes, the Drake gets over. Pays has to flash, and now he's on the wrong side of the fight. Still doing a lot with this Calibrum here, but ultimately, once Doran's dead here, this is just not a fight you can win. Delay tries, as you mentioned several times, to like sacrifice himself here so Pays could get out, but Quantum Freaks juggled this so well. Bulldog gets out, Dudu gets the Counter-Strike here, then is able to, because Chovy decides to stay mid, chase down with a Leap Strike onto the ward here, and the better boots and Cloud Rift. Pays is gone with the Leap Strike coming through. 500 more gold.
In the meantime, Doran is going to have to flash, and Dudu's going to flash after him, and his mere presence will destroy the Gangplank.
He forgot he had red buff. He's like, oh yeah, I picked that up in the last fight too. The red buff kills him, but hey, could have actually had flash advantage as well. Now he's going to get a turret.
And it's an honest solo kill. You know, if you trade flashes 1-for-1, then that adds that level of honesty.
Yeah.
Really beautifully done as Dudu continuing to like hold that mantle as one of our best top laners here in the LCK. This guy is just so good. Now very close to his Zhonya's completed, and he's going to take an inner turret in trade for the outer here in the mid lane. Doesn't have teleport, so he's going to have to march his way over here if Quandong Freaks do want to do battle for this Cloud Soul.
I mean, this is the problem, right?
For them.
Gen G, they don't have Doran. He's going to have to TP in. And, I mean, this is the really critical fight you needed to be set up for.
Yeah,
and here comes Jax.
Yeah, the Jax is going to be moving forward. Moonlight Vigil comes down once again. They do manage to secure the Drake, does Gen G, but can they win the fight? Is into the back line. Goes Taeyu, but he's immediately twisted advanced. And that is a double for Pays. Quantum Freaks, you can't keep doing this!
Yeah, they hard force. They just way over force there. I mean, you want to win the game here essentially by securing Cloud Soul. It gives you so many advantages, but at the same time, your Jax, he's flanking, doesn't have flash because he used it in that last trade with Doran. he can't get into this fight fast enough, and they're trying to play this comp like it's a dive comp at this stage.
And you just don't have to.
Yeah.
Just leave him there. He can take an inhibitor and give up one singular Cloud Drake.
Exactly.
Who cares?
No, you win the game if you get the Cloud Drake, but you don't have to force because you don't lose the game either. As we'll have one of the happier moments here for Kwangdong Freaks.
잡았어.
Got him.
잡았어. 야, 천천히 뚫었어.
I wanted to see if he said anything about his flash.
Yeah.
Just going to keep it a secret. Hopefully CV Max doesn't notice. And then down here on the Drake fight, of course, Peanut just ults them away. And then as Dudu, what's your angle here? You leap strike in, but the positioning is just too good. FaZe is so far away. It just really hard forced this, unfortunately, and it is not the right call. So Genji are like, okay, they didn't get the Drake, we got it, but we also got a ton of bonus money. Feels really nice.
Yeah, and like this is just Kwangdong Freaks not really understanding what their composition is good at. And what their composition is good at isn't team fighting, because they get so severely outranged. Genji should theoretically, as the game goes on, always be able to win 5v5s, but just never fight 5v5s. Your Jax is so incredibly large. Just keep him in a side lane, split things up, and then allow Taeyun to go to town with his Ws. As Cannon Barrage is going to come through yet again, that should be able to do some zoning to guarantee this inner turret, and it is going to be able to do so.
There has been a lot of discussion.
Chovy is between rock and a hard place, as he does get the Buster Shot fadeaway onto Dudu. At mini stun into the wall there, it didn't look like he moved very far, but it did mean that he wasn't going to get left on.
There's been a lot of discussion, Atlas, especially after that last game with how the composition worked for Genji about whether you should build a Ludens or if you should actually go for the Rage Blade on the Kai'Sa.
Oh, yeah.
And in this composition, I think with how they want to play it, with how they actually want to completely hard dive, especially with how fed the Jax is, it's hard to criticize it too much here, but you know, if we get to the later parts of the game where Genji actually starts stacking up, you know, more and more Cloud Drakes, if Kwangdong Freaks can't decisively win these, or if they're making wrong calls in sides and the Jax isn't actually threatening, you know, those inner turrets, then we may have to come back to this, because I think that is the way to win for sure, is just to make sure your Kai'Sa poke is insane while you have a Jax somewhere else, kind of like you were just alluding to. See if this Rage Blade ends up getting value in fights, because so far it has really just been the Jax that's carrying each and every one of these fights.
Yeah, and if he doesn't, then they kind of just fall over.
Yeah.
And they do have tools, you know, they have Headbutt, they have things that can deny any sort of like full hard engage from Genji. Petrifying Gaze can be used fantastically in a defensive manner. As Chovy, that is such a scary sight, isn't it? He does get into the brush though, as he's now just rocket jumping for fun, with Counter-Strike being on cooldown.
I really appreciate that Dudu does not kind of go all in on this, because at that moment in time, I don't think they had vision of Peanut. Just got to be respectful. Yep. I know where he is now, of course, and he is going to clear some vision right now, as Genji are trying to look to fight for vision here around this Baron.
Oh, Peanut.
That's massive.
Nature's Grasp, actually, and I think that that is largely in defense, rather than looking for an opportunity, because he thought that he was potentially picked off.
And if they are able to win Prio off of the ultimate, then it feels nice, but they don't. And now Kwangdong Freaks can kind of just chill here and hit W's. Taeyun can clear this wave so quickly with Shiv, and then he's back to poke duty here on this Kai'Sa. And Genji eventually will lose out on the side lane to Dudu here, who has his Zhonya's available still. So at some point, Kwangdong Freaks should be able to make something happen here, but looks like they're just going to back off, push Bulldog into top, and trying to get the Cassiopeia some additional items. She is on 3.
Yeah, I think it's such an interesting prospect though, right? Because Kwangdong Freaks, if they're given any time on this Baron, like Cassiopeia and AP Kai'Sa, rip that thing to shreds.
The other thing too is like, the turn here is not amazing for Kwangdong Freaks if they don't have the Jax, but they still do have the Cassiopeia, they still do have the Alistar, and if Dudu has the control that he just had in the bottom lane, then he could back away and teleport. Like, Chovy can ult to stop his TP, but if he just walks away and they set it up, they absolutely have an angle to get the Jax into the middle of the team fight, and so aren't using it.
Explosive charge onto Bulldog. He's going to take a bit of damage here, down to about 2/3. As Delight finds the Magnet Storm, Bulldog goes golden. The flash out to get out of the way of the Pulverize is fantastic from Chovy, but the Rel is just dead. Bulldog may also follow though, and Pays will secure that kill, and now it's just Doran running amok Youngjae flashing on him, but the buster shot is too good, and Dudu can't do anything. They opted in for another 5v5, and Kwangdong Freaks will just be decimated. Doran's going to be able to secure the kill on his opposite number, and now it's a push through to break open the base.
Yeah, Gen G win a 5v4 fight. Dudu, he was not a relevant factor in that team fight, and Gen G just want to push to end it here. Long death timers means I think they absolutely can with the damage they have and the wave clear they have. That is going to be the end of this series. A clean 2-0 here. Kwangdong Freaks with some hiccups along the way here. Gen G, though, felt like they were in control start to finish, especially in the second game draft.
How many early games have Kwangdong Freaks won is the question that I have. It is such a shame, but Gen G really proving that they understand how their compositions work. I think their execution, especially mid to late game in both of these games, was fantastic. I think their first draft was a little bit iffy here or there, but this one, pretty clean. It's outside of the fact that Dudu got way too far ahead.
It's a tough POG vote again because it's like Gen G lost the game more than Kwangdong lost the game more than Gen G won it in a lot of ways.
I think don't rob Chovy, I think is the...
I think it's like either Chovy or Delight for me. I'm going to go ahead and give it to Chovy. He had pressure on the map nonstop, dealt with the Jax, even though the Jax was extremely fed. He was able to side lane against him decently well, but it's not a clear call vote. I think was not Peanut's strongest game, was kind of actually behind the curve on Youngjae a little bit. Pays didn't have a bad game by any means, but because his team was struggling a little bit in the early parts, it did feel a little bit rough, but
yep, you can also see some giggling coming through from the coaching staff on Gen G's side. I think they know that this was a little harder than it necessarily needed to be for the squad in the top spot as they move to 13-0 here in the LCK.
And as the space already mentioned, like this is a week where you're more preparing for KT, right? KT has the much tougher week. They played against D+, and then they faced Gen G on Saturday on the Saturday Showdown. For Gen G, yeah, you remember that loss you took in the second round robin of Spring to Kwangdong, but that was a different team than you faced here. And yes, this early game was a little bit messy. There were some errors. This fight, for example, definitely one of them where Dudu was able to get massive value on this Jax. He was already ahead, but now he is massive. But you made some bad decisions in terms of setup on the fights, and then not respecting Chovy's Tristana is a big problem here. And then this fight here, again, Dudu comes into the pit, and you're really hoping, okay, we can actually clean this up before it gets disastrous, but there's just too much power on this Jax. And I think the Kaisa in this game, not the same level of impact, obviously, with the draft that they played. But, yeah. I mean, we just never got to the late game where you could just press W and the Jax can be a side lane threat, as Chovy handled him so well.
Yeah, and it's also like, that's not how they played it, right? Like, they could have theoretically played towards that, where they keep their distance, utilize their disengage tools instead of opting in for 5v5s and keep Dudu in a side lane to offer that pressure. It just wasn't the way they actually tried to play it. Right here, I think, was the biggest mistake the Kwangdong Freaks made, because Dudu, look at him, he gets into this pit, and immediately he's just buster shotted away. Does nothing. He could have been taking it in a turret, and they could have given up just a lone Cloud Drake.
Now watch also in this fight where Dudu is as well. He's not here, he's not here, he's not here. Still not here, still not here, right? Like, this fight is completely done without him, and the entire positioning here of Kwangdong Freaks is based on the fact that they're going to try to sandwich with this Jax, who's just completely shut down every step of the way. Buster shot it out, Peanut also locks him down. And by the time he shows up, the rest of the team's already dead. And this is exactly what we talked about, double AD carry into Kaisa and Cassiopeia. You don't win those in the longer fight unless you have that hard engage, and without Dudu, you're absolutely not winning it.
Just didn't quite happen. Let's have a look at some of the statistics here. And yeah, Dudu, oh man, he is so good. He is so good. And if you want to take something positive out of this from the Kwangdong Freaks side, it is the fact that they have a very, very powerful top laner. Dudu is a player that, he was replaced by Morgan on Humble Life Esports a few years ago. And we were like, oh yeah, that completely makes sense. But right now, Dudu matches up against Morgan. I think where the smart money's at. Yeah. We know where my money's at. It's straight on Morgan because he's my favorite player. But still, Dudu is just fantastic here in the LCK.
He really is, and I think that CV Maxi is right. Dudu may lose a lot of confidence for this team because he always gets it done, but the rest of the team is really struggling.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough one, but now it is time to hear from the space and what they think about the Gen G 2-0.
Thank you, casters, for that wonderful breakdown there and the 2-0 cast for us. That was Kwangdong Freaks going down to Gen G in 2 games, but they put up a good fight. You know, it did seem like a little bit of a struggle for Gen G, perhaps preparing more for their KT series a little bit later on this week. What did you guys think?
It's a 2-0, but clean 2-0.
In the KT sense of the word, it was a clean 2-0. I think that what Gen G showed here today is a great table setting for can they fix these issues when they face KT. And KT have also been slipping a little bit, so I actually think it's a lot cooler than if both teams would have just been stomping everyone. Because even in this one, it just doesn't feel like Gen G's as crisp in a lot of their early game the way that they were at the beginning of the split.
Yeah, I mean, basically, I think the Gen G today, like the preparation from the draft as well, like those kind of things are like little lack of, or like they probably thought that they don't have to show a lot of things that like towards the KT, the matches. So I would assume, I would take a guess that like they were just, you know, just saving the draft, saving their plan, like just they look like it's kind of rough, but still, we still see like a lot of the miscommunication, pre-planned, and not great in the fight. Like we still saw some lack of thinking.
Yeah, we can take a look at the draft as well and just show kind of what the idea was. You know, we talked about Kwangdong Freaks taking the red side here for game number 2, and they left both the Tristana and the Kai'Sa open, which led to actually Kwangdong Freaks getting the Kai'Sa in game number 2, which was something we very heavily focused on in the first game.
Yeah, and I want to focus shortly, before we were talking about the top side matchup, about the Tristana and Aphelios combo, because I do think particularly when you have Maokai that can buy a lot of space for these 2 carries, this combo, when you get to late game, is really hard, and it's also something that specifically Gen G has been playing since MSI. They really prioritized Tristana earlier, and more so than most other teams in that tournament, and I think that we're seeing here again that out of all the teams to play into, you really can't give it to them, because I think they use it better. It's even a triple flex for them, and then the top lane matchup seemed like the only angle in for Kwangdong.
Well, I mean, I said that if the matchup is a GP against Jax, it's whoever wins top usually wins the game. If the game is, as long as the game is normal, but the game was definitely not normal, and we'll talk about that later on the highlight. Dudu definitely did mistake, like was not able to help the teammates when he could, and also the other teammates was not doing that well as much as they can be.
Jax got ahead, and I was like, so Huni, does GP ever come back? I was like, no. Never. Whoever gets ahead, you never win. You can tank 5 barrels. Doesn't matter.
And I mean,
and it didn't.
In the lane, perhaps, but eventually, as Huni was talking about, we do get to the highlights and show some of what was going on. So this Drake fight,
I mean,
what's going on here? I
mean, Kwangdong Freaks already, it's wrong because like Dudu actually previously solo killed top, the GP, and he could have helped the Drake setup the previously pre-planned, just come to mid after he get top tier 1, but he was way too greedy for top tier 2, and it just becomes a fight. GP was in the fight actually first with the barrel, set it up.
And that's Huni saying you shouldn't side lane. That's how you know you should listen, because this man loves his side lanes.
Look at his face.
I think it's a really good example of what is wrong with Kwangdong. It's not the individual performance, because I actually think Bulldog has looked a lot better today as well. Dudu is obviously the standout, but it's about how they utilize the resources that are available to them. And they just don't seem to be able to at all. Like the 2 fights, which also will be the next highlight, are lost because your 6-0 Jax isn't there.
Yeah, we can take a look at this fight as well. I mean, Wolf said it, but I think Huni, it's your turn as well.
It's just same thing. Like it's same like why the Kwangdong Freaks is actually lose, because Jax is not in the fight like whole time. Like he get Tristana ulti, the Maokai W and Q and jab into, and already fight is over. Because of why? Because they're not playing around the Jax. They're not playing around. I think just Gen G play extremely well. Like if you say like the other around, but the thing is like, I'm just really depressed. Like when Jax is this fed and not able to use.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm just giggling, watching Peanut. There like, oh, Jax comes in. Smash. And then he just stands there, looks at him, and he's like smashing.
Standing in front of him. It's like a bodyguard, yeah.
Twisted advance. And then 1 smash, and then as he finally gets past him, he just gets ulted away.
A little bit of Bomba there at the end.
This is very relatable to you, it feels like.
Yeah. 6-0, but more like 0 damage?
Yeah, couldn't really get anything done, unfortunately.
At least critical damage.
It's not just what the Dudu, right? It's how the team
around that. I also think that first fight as well, like, there does seem to be a little bit of a mental thing where a lot of Kaisas, if there's not an angle, they just won't go in. But Taeyeon's like, no, I gotta go in. Like, we saw in between, I don't think it's like a CV max thing, but it might just be like, okay, I have to press my buttons, I have to go in, and he just goes in, kind of dies at the end of the fight. There's no coordination there. There does seem to be like kind of a team coordination issue for these guys.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to blame just too hard on Dudu just solo, because like, if they win for before, it would have been better, right?
Yeah,
like
also,
if they, don't blame.
Yeah, if Dudu didn't win the lane as hard as he did, and like the 1v1, that match would have been over like way quicker. Because the difference in team fighting is just out of this world. It's similar to what happened with KT, right? Where KT were able to win because the team fighting is just light years ahead.
Yeah, eventually you just get across the line as Gen G, and we can take a look at who on the team did get the POG here for game number 2. Will be Chovy on
Rob.
the Tristana. Not
Just
Rob.
chilling, yeah, well deserved. You know, he played really well in the lane as well, and then just like there's some moments that he wasn't be able to bring the pressure so much into the map because he's just prioring mid. Like even though he got counter pick, he was basically everywhere in the mid, like in the map.
And to me, the main thing for this Chovy POG is just how clean of a Tristana game this was. Never was actually at any threat, and we've seen these type of compositions kind of fall apart if they lose the Aphelios or the Tristana very early on. Pace actually did end up going down a bunch of times. Chovy, never really the case. Showing here as well, good positioning, keeps his ult, and the mid leap strike gets the cancel. And yeah, outside of that, there just wasn't a whole lot happening. We almost considered Peanut just for comedic value because that final play was really funny, but his early to mid game was not necessarily the best. As wow, that's a lot of 700 POG points.
Canyon and the rest of the POGs down there, 300 points behind, but Chovy is going to match them as 5 out of 11. Seems like all of the analyst deskers did go for that, as well as Observer and Wolf. Everybody else did go for jungle, and then there was the one AD carry vote, which...
That's Teddy, right? So he just he loves AD
Appease enjoyer, perhaps.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and I believe we might have our interview almost ready here in just a moment, but we will be hearing from some of the guys on the side of Gen G, and I guess, you know, this series was a little bit of, you know, as we mentioned, it was kind of slow. It wasn't their best performance, but they're kind of hiding stuff, and I'm curious to see what they have to say about their matchup against KT that is coming later on in 2 days. So guys, we're going to go straight to that interview now with Deer for the translation.
Thank you guys, this is Deer for the POG interview translation. We are here joined by Delight and Chovy on the side of Gen G, who just got their 13th consecutive win. Congratulations! How do you feel, Delight? The performance overall was pretty regretful, but I'm really glad that we were able to continue our winning streak and continue a great atmosphere in the team. Thank you. And Chovy, I'd like to continue winning, and given that we were actually getting a step further in going undefeated, I'm really happy to do that. And you guys haven't dropped a game against the East team so far, and game 1 was actually looking pretty tough until the 30-minute mark, and even game 2 was pretty difficult early. So did today's match make you feel like Kwangdong isn't an easy opponent? Yeah, we felt that it was pretty difficult, but we believed in our late game comp, so we kept our heads up. And Chovy? Yeah, while I was playing the match, I felt like the game wasn't easy. And as long as we were able to analyze what sort of matchups are difficult or easy, I think we would be in a good spot. And in game 1, you guys renewed the record for the longest game in summer with a 49-minute, 14-second game. So we saw that you guys weren't trying to open up a 5 versus 5. So what was the game plan? We knew that team fighting wouldn't be the right path for us to take, so we tried to wait until we were able to poke them down first. And Delight, we saw you grab Poppy in Fog of War with your Blitz. Let's take a look at that replay. Do you remember doing this here?
어떠셨을까요? 기억이 나실까요?
If you remember this part, how did you end up grabbing Poppy? I saw Aphelios and Poppy backing off towards red, so I just tried pulling. So is this some sort of your supernatural senses, or is it just like a high-level calculated play? I think we definitely just have a lot of experience, and I just went off of that just to pull.
LCK에서 이 블리츠크랭크를 처음으로 또 꺼내 드셨더라고요.
And it looks like this was your first time playing Blitz on the stage. So how did that feel like? I definitely practiced Blitz a lot, and since I got the chance to play it and draft Blitz, I was able to do pretty well today. So it looks like we'll be able to see the light splits in the future as well. And in game 2, your opponent picked Cassio, so was that something that you predicted? Yeah, while drafting, it wasn't something that we expected. But when they kind of stalled their mid pick, I just sort of thought to myself, maybe they're actually trying to go with Cassio. So what was your plan to lane against her? Since I happened to play a lot of Cassio in the past, and knowing that Cassio is stronger once she gets in the late game with a lot of items, I just kept that in mind and played against her as usual. And we noticed that Chovy, you were marking the Jax, and you almost saved your ult just for Jax. So was there a reason you did that? So we knew that just based on the comp, Jax was the most formidable champion that we have to be wary of. So I think whenever we would get into a team fight, the game plan was for me to mark Jax. And any day Gen.G has their match, it feels like Chovy and Delight, you guys have always competed for kills. So in game 1, you guys had 1 kill each, and in game 2, it was 2 kills to Chovy and none for Delight. So are you guys aware of that? Yeah, so because Chovy has been approaching his milestone, I think I've just been trying to give him more kills. And Chovy, I don't really pay attention to my kills or anything like that. I just make sure I focus on winning. But now that you mention it, I might actually start paying more attention to that. And last interview with Peanut, he said maybe Chovy lacks the ability to catch kills. So what's your excuse, Chovy? I feel like they just don't understand that I want to feed them delicious food. So it just seems like Peanut just has no soul at this point. He's so heartless. And this upcoming Saturday, you guys will be against KT with rank 1 on the line. So what mindset will you guys go into the match with? So last time I met up with Leons, we talked about how in game 1, whoever is able to win faster, that we would be able to get off from work easily. So we'll try to get off work fast ourselves. And this will be the end of the interview. Congratulations again. This will be the end of the interview with Delight and Chovy, and back to the space.
Thank you, dear, as always, for that wonderful translation. Let's take a look at the standings now, with Gen.G getting another win on the board. They're at 13-0. And Kwangdong Freaks, they still hold on to the 6th place. But
for now.
For how long? And to be honest, I don't know, man, because DRX are struggling to win, Bro are struggling to win, the Sandbox are struggling to win,
I'll tell you what.
To win.
DRX has the opportunity to even it up because they're facing Nongshim next.
Ooh, someone is winning.
Someone is winning.
Nongshim have a chance to even it up.
To get closer.
With DRX.
Yeah. I really don't know how that one is going to go. That is a scary game to me. Want to highlight as well that I've taken a look at the roster, or the schedule rather, for Gen G in the upcoming weeks. If KT doesn't stop them, they might actually go undefeated, right? They do have some decent opponents. Honma comes to mind. There's also, I think that they still face T1, but given the roster situation, doesn't seem likely that they'll be able to stand up. So could be an opportunity, but it all comes down to, can they beat KT this upcoming Saturday?
DRX beat T1, anything can happen.
That's true.
Anything is possible. And for our next match, guys, we do have DRX up against Nongshim, as we already highlighted. Very important for getting a chance to get the 6th place spot here at the LCK, which is our final playoff spot, of course. So who's going to win? We don't know. Could be a close one, but join us for after about 30 minutes for that second match. Don't go anywhere.
젠지의 파괴력이 진주하던 KT 롤러코스터를 그냥 완전 브레이크 제대로 걸거든요. 페이지 입에다가 초기가 넣었는데요.
완전 쏙! 자체 연속 신기록을 만들어냅니다. 젠지입니다.
썸머의 KT 화성까지 갑니다. 이거 맞습니다. 젠지 잡아. 나이스. 고밸류의 젠지. 그렇습니다. 끝까지 가면 젠지가 이겨.
이것이 KT의 속도입니다. Walk through the fire. Walk through the fire. Into the night. Walk through the fire. I gotta fight. Walk through the fire.
All right, now we're up to the difficult part. It's the part that's very sad for me because I won.
It's pretty easy for me.
I won the predictions for the teams that were going to be and what position they were going to be at the end of the season. And this season, I'm going to be wrong. I'm going to be like really wrong, like horrendously wrong.
Yeah, you messed up a bit here. But I mean, who would have thought?
Well, Wolf. Actually, Wolf would have thought.
He knows.
He knew. He had his crystal ball. We have a graphic about that. I should have known.
Yeah, Wolf is looking very good.
Yeah,
But with a little swap, I'm also not feeling too bad. Although Sandbox in 7th probably isn't going to happen after their losses against DRX and Nongshim.
Oh, but like honestly, like 6th through 10th.
Oh, everything can happen.
Could go
We have no
anywhere.
idea.
Yeah.
We all kind of just got to leave that in the dust.
No, I'm
like, as we move into playoff, it's like, okay, well, maybe we all got that one wrong, but
if you
it's
have
okay.
Live Sandbox, DRX, Nongshim, and Bro in your bottom 4, you'll probably be right. That they'll be the bottom 4.
It's
Where they
also-
are, no idea.
It's also interesting because you
Even
guys...
they don't know.
Yeah, because you guys did your predictions a week later, and you can see that Brion actually looks pretty decent, and Nongshim looked completely boomed.
Yeah.
In
But
like
Liv
the first
Sandbox
few
is
weeks.
still in 6th for both Ox and
Yeah,
Lar.
'cause they didn't know.
Unlucky. I mean, I have them
I
in
don't know,
6th
man,
too.
like-
So.
Hey, I think Live Sandbox, they are going to get better as the season goes on, though, because I think Clear is a very decent upgrade.
I love
Okay.
Birdle, but like Clear is a really big
He's
upgrade.
way
But
better.
I think that it's too late. I think they needed him from the beginning of the split, and I think the team has gone full boom. If I look at Willer and KL, it hurts me, but it's...
Yesterday was rough.
Oh, yeah, yesterday was really rough.
Honestly.
I mean, getting to 6th, though, like, I mean, you're not mathematically out, right?
No,
Like, you can
but
still
they
get
did
there.
lose to DRX and Nongshim.
Maybe it's just the optimist in me.
Maybe it
We
is
have
a
him
bit
7th,
late.
just like me.
I reckon
so.
they could get to 7th. Nailed it.
That could happen.
But at this stage, we are allowed to make some swaps. Well, those of us that actually
not.
predicted prior to the season. Law
Sorry
is
for
banned.
joining late, I guess.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
Unlucky.
You're just gonna. That's fine. We accept your apology. But you will have to be our resident wolf. So you'll have to take over. You're not actually going to make the decision for him. You can
No,
just
yeah, okay,
suggest
thank
some
you.
options.
I don't want to
You
have
can-
this
No. No
Okay, I will
responsibility.
play the game with you guys.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
So you can just take Wolf's predictions. as
Max,
if
you
they're
go
yours.
first because yours is impossible.
Yeah, mine sucks. I'm just going to say it right now.
Nice.
Just to refresh everyone, I do have the correct bottom 4, but my top 6 are in the wrong order. It's like I made myself a little puzzle that I had to solve. It's like my Rubik's Cube ain't done yet, you know?
Feels like every team is in the wrong spot.
Yeah.
Well,
no,
I
maybe
mean-
not all of them.
Well,
I mean, Genji's
first
looking
could
kind of
happen.
okay.
Genji
yeah.
first is fine.
I like how we're saying that Genji first could happen when they're literally undefeated.
Yeah.
Could
But
happen.
I agree. I think that I made a mistake.
They could be first
happen.
or they could be second.
Yeah.
But like
Yeah,
you're not
that's the
losing
thing.
too much on that one.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
one or two. They're
Keep that one there.
yeah.
So my top 6 are Genji, T1, DK, KT, Kwandong Freaks, and Halma Life Esports.
Hey, they like almost
Why
took a
not?
game today.
They almost 2-0'd on what's it.
That is
the,
true.
The thing that I'm really upset about is that my sentiment around Kwandong Freaks has taken a very large turnaround, and I just don't think that team is really going to go
But they're
anywhere.
still going to make playoffs.
They can fake their way into
I think
playoffs.
Gnome
That's
Shim are
not
going to
be their fault.
playoffs.
It's not going to
If
be their fault.
Nongshim make playoffs, I will. What will I do?
Wait.
Uh-oh.
If Nongshim,
Deja vu
no,
here.
Hammer down? Here we
Yeah.
go. Hammer down?
No hammer down, but I will grow a full-on, like a nice try to grow a full, thick, nice
Do you know
mustache
who,
for finals.
Do you know who Bren from Valorant is?
Yes,
You
that
know
kind
him,
of
right?
mustache.
Can you grow that
Yes,
one?
I will. No, I don't know. I've never tried.
Can you wear
But
glasses
I
as
really
well?
want to
Sure.
see this.
If
I wanna see
if
this so
and
bad.
That's if Nongshim make
if
playoffs.
Nongshim make, I will be so ecstatic that it won't matter that I'm having
You might
a
be so
mustache.
ecstatic, you'll get so happy that you'll push
Yeah.
the
It's gonna
mustache
grow.
out.
Yeah.
And it's,
It's like the scene from the SpongeBob movie. I was like, "Ugh," and the mustache.
Yeah.
I will. I will without if that happens because I will be so happy because I love this team. I don't think they're very good, but I love them.
Oh, they
You know
look
who's really
so
good on that
good
roster
against
nowadays?
Los Angeles.
Is Fiesta.
Dude,
That guy took like a little
He took a turnaround,
little
man.
time
Yeah.
off. He's like, oh yeah, you know. And then now he's like,
Okay,
great.
no, but we got to talk about the real goat.
The top
The
lane.
G-
Don't
Jiwoo?
say dun dun.
Oh, Jiwoo. Yeah, Jiwoo has been.
No. Oh, I loved it, but no, Jiwoo. Jiwoo actually
Yeah.
would be in the conversation for like if they keep playing like the way they have ever since they've subbed him in, and they actually do make playoffs. Like he could be a front runner for Rookie of the Year, which doesn't exist this year because Pace is there. So like it doesn't matter.
But second
But if
place
it
on that list is
could
really
happen.
important.
Yeah. Try to dethrone Bulldog. That could be cool.
Yeah. That's also really hard.
Yeah.
Even today, he looked good, and the rest of his team looked terrible.
Getting you to help
Yeah.
next year.
So Max, what are you doing?
So I've got a few choices here, guys. Basically, what I need to reveal to everyone is that I don't think T1 are going to be top 4. This is it's a
Mild
humongous,
shock.
humongous
But
take.
Atlas, Hanwha, DK, and T1 are all 6-4 right now.
I'm not even looking at the standings. I have in
So
my
you are-
mind
you are-
where teams are going to be.
I do agree with you,
Yeah.
but I'm just...
I have in my mind where teams are going to be, and what I need to work out is because I think that Humble Life Esports are actually a lot better than what I was expecting them to be at the start of the season, which was 6th. So I didn't have very high hopes. Because they were kind of
I
cascading.
mean, they are the 6th place team. Even if they're not 6th, like they're always 6th in my heart.
That is true. Normally it's a
'Cause
safe
they're always
bet.
the gatekeepers.
It's normally a safe bet. You're right. And
You
even
know.
when Viper and Lahens were there, it was worse.
They were
Yeah,
10th.
true.
Like so,
They were 8th.
It's
Viper coming back doesn't necessarily need to mean that it's going to be a good thing.
2 times in a row, the team, or a player on a team that was 10th, or the actual team that was 10th, won Worlds the next year.
Yeah.
So, who was 10th last year? Brio? Was it Nongshim?
I think it was
You guys
Nongshim.
Nongshim. Summer last year?
Oh, better start growing it. Better start. No more shaving for you now.
You better
You
keep
gotta
that mustache
prepare,
through
dude.
Worlds.
You gotta prepare.
There's no way Nongshim won Worlds.
So I guess we need to move this along just a little bit. So moving
we
KT
got
up
time.
is definitely a priority.
The KT-T1 swap.
The KT-T1 swap, I think that would be the most reserved. The most unhinged but potentially largest payoff would be T1 6th, Hanwha Life 2nd.
Ooh, the Viper.
I
Wait,
kind
what?
of...
The Viper angle.
Yeah.
The Grizzly angle.
Hanwha Life
Gaming.
second above KT?
Well, I mean, I'm not intentionally doing it above KT. I'm like screwed.
But you're trying to go for... No, I
I'm
get
trying
it.
to go for like
It's all or nothing.
Yeah, no, I get
yeah,
it.
it's the all or nothing play.
Wait, so you can just swap one?
But
Yeah,
we can
two
only make
teams.
one
Oh,
swap
okay,
of two
okay.
teams.
Yeah, there's like
okay.
no
Now,
way.
yeah.
There's no way from
that
Oh, you're
actually
screwed
takes it.
then.
4th.
No, there's
I
not.
actually
No, but
just-
you know that. Like,
also-
so
yeah.
you're gambling on, which actually, to be fair, you're gambling on KT to be second.
To fall off a rock.
No, to be... Nice. No,
Like KT.
so KT are getting first or second, right? So KT gets second, and then you expect
the
T1,
KT switch is actually like.
and then you
then I
expect T...
need- we
No,
need to- yeah,
no.
it's the only
No, I'm
way.
saying you go Hanwha, because if KT is second and T1 drop to 6th, and Hanwha can get third, which is realistic right now with how much that spot is still up in the air, that's your angle.
You know, there's still a chance that T1 doesn't make playoffs.
Yeah.
That's like insane
Yeah.
to think about.
Yeah.
Because generally you need at least 8 wins with 6 teams that make playoffs. So they have 6. So if
And-
they only lose, if they only win 2 matches more, there's a chance that like the other 2 teams above them tie at like 9-9, and they get pushed out.
I think it's very unlikely, but it depends on Faker's injury, right?
Yeah, no. If Faker's hand
I
falls
mean-
off, then yes, I agree.
not
I mean,
That's what's
injuries
gonna
like
happen.
this often, as far as I can tell, like take not 2
Yeah.
weeks to
I don't want to
get better.
jump too early into our next topic, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
we can talk about that later.
Yeah, we definitely can. But I think that I am going to take the more subdued option. I think putting KT second is probably the best thing to do. I'll have to cut my losses a little bit with the Humble Life Esports
Don't wanna
debacle.
Huni it.
That being said, I mean, you never know what's going to happen in the future. Junglers may return, and then Hanwha could just completely tank. So if they keep Grizzly, though, I'm really upset because I reckon they're 4th place, at least. I think that, like, honestly, right now, and I think I'm also jumping ahead just a little bit as far as predictions for playoffs and worlds and things like that, but I think we're heading towards a T1-less worlds.
Grizzly to Worlds.
I mean, it's
Grizzly
Worlds
to
in,
worlds, dude.
Worlds in Korea, so that would make sense.
It would. The curse.
The curse.
Yeah, the
once
curse.
again.
That's how it goes.
You want to do ours together, Valdez?
Ooh,
Yeah.
don't you mean the blessing law? Because of, KT
LEC. Oh.
and
I think KT would
domestic.
still make it.
Because, like, the most recent best KT that we saw,
2018.
it got to playoffs
Oh, yeah.
and then
Oh, in 20,
barely
yeah.
lost the real final against IG.
I don't want to think about this.
Yeah.
It still hurts,
so
man.
much pain.
All right.
I mean,
So-
it was a terrible patch. Never
Me-
mind.
KT and T1 swap.
Yeah, that's
Okay, we're
that's
done.
it.
We're done? Okay.
It's so easy.
I-
you
I-
can't
you
swap
guys-
anything else.
Like,
Yeah.
You guys, it's
Chronicles
easy,
looks
actually.
like it was scripted.
Yeah, I'm vibing.
Although
Um,
T1 4th, how are you
so,
feeling?
sorry?
T1 4th.
T1
how are
4
you
was
feeling?
probably a little bit too high, but like I think that T1 will look better than they have. I think there will be like I don't think there'll be market improvements, but I think they won't get like 2-0'd by teams like DRX's caliber.
I think we have to also add the caveat that the reason we're being a bit negative on T1 at the moment is they got 2-0'd by DRX this week. Most notably, of course, they also lost to Gen G, but who hasn't? No one. Spoiler. So that one, understandable, but the way they've been playing has not been up to the performance levels that we've been expecting from not Poby, who's subbing in, but everybody else on the roster.
It's a nightmare. Like the team is imploding from Faker being benching himself rather for the injury and Bengi resigning also. Like I don't know what's going on. We'll talk about this a bit later, of course. But
I mean, we might as well because like you're gonna.
I want to do the.
You do Wolves, but you have to do Wolves. Yeah,
okay.
so we swap T1 KT. There's no other option.
So can you just like call out your top
I have
six?
Live Sandbox too high.
Oh, my top 6 or swap for Wolf?
No, yeah. So let us
if
know
I
your swap and
if
then
I swap for Wolf, I'm gonna swap Hanwha Life Esports for T1.
That's
what? Wolves is so clean.
Yeah.
And I hope he would agree on this. For me, that's the best thing you can do here. And if I were to make mine...
No, that is probably the...
I mean, I think that's it. Yeah,
the only other angle is DKT1.
Wolf's about to go from...
and I have the same predictions as Wolf, so that's what I would do for mine as well.
Yeah, Wolf's about to go from last to first. He's
I get the
DRX
Comic Sans.
Run.
Yeah.
Oh, no, not
Comic Sans. Oh, the worst. It hurts.
I can feel it already.
It's interesting because spring we were all surprised by how good Sandbox was, and this split. And I want to be very as I think we're leading into the T1 conversation anyway.
Yeah.
This is not just Faker's injury. Like the team was already spiraling before that, as evidenced by their play against Nongshim, and obviously Faker was already dealing with his injury back then. And it's not about Faker's play individually, which has been worse this split, but makes complete sense given the situation. But T1 as a team were already spiraling before.
KDF went from, to me, being the best player in the world to not even a top 5 support in the LCK.
Missing Alistar combos, and
crazy.
He was on Barrel's level.
They genuinely lost. Well, he still is now.
He still is on Barrel's level, if I may.
I'm just saying, like, watching the Alistar...
How dare you speak evil of the GOAT?
But isn't this insane
that's not what I'm saying.
that I'm
What
talking...
saying is bad.
This is the ridiculous thing, because if you came into this conversation in 2019, you just, like, popped into this part of the POG state, and I'm like, Carrier really was on Barrel's level on Alistar this week. You could have heard that as the best compliment ever. Because Barrel's 2019 Alistar was the best.
Yeah.
In my opinion, in the world, he was absolutely incredible.
What he was doing.
It was so good. And now, like, just horrendous levels of dying all the time. And for both of them, it is so sad.
They lost, but they dropped a game against Nongshim, and that was when they locked the Twitch support, and like they were clearly happy gaming, right? But the fact that they lost a genuine, there was no happy gaming, there was no like weird drafts.
No, they
just got
Nongshim.
boomed by Nongshim with Jiwoo and Nila. And obviously, like that's his one champion that he does really well on. But I think the team was already really struggling. And it makes sense given the fact that this is a roster that came out so incredibly hard, right? They came in undefeated split. They did get the undefeated split, right?
Yep.
Yeah, undefeated split.
0, yeah.
Then also won their championship. Then got to MSI finals with no issues at all, and obviously lost. And then at Worlds, the same thing. And I think after Worlds, the team has not looked the same. And I think MSI was like the actual shove off the rock. They got
sending the boat out.
No,
to
it's
sea.
like no. It's like the scene from Joker, Dark Knight. I don't know if you've seen Dark
Joker?
Knight.
Yeah.
Where it's like all you need is a little
yeah.
push,
Yeah.
like that. I always have that in my mind. That's I think.
That makes
When you
sense.
said shove, I imagined a Viking funeral.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Yeah, you like
well, we
sending
did
the boat
do
out to sea.
we did do a Viking funeral segment at MSI as well, so it actually makes sense.
Huh.
Yeah.
And that's what. When
All the
do we
neurons
shoot
linked
the
up.
arrow? When do we light the thing on fire?
If they actually don't make playoffs.
I think that the push was after Worlds, and then they hit a lamppost on the way down at MSI, where it was like, oh, this is our best team, and then they kind of got wrecked by
collapsed by BLG.
some LPL teams, and since then,
I think I know whose lamppost it was.
It's just.
Yeah.
So since it all works.
Nice
It
one.
does. Since then, it's just been they just don't look the same at all. Like even at the beginning of summer, it's like, oh, is it MSI Hangover? Well, no, it's like MSI like
Well, it's also
maybe
like
worse
so
than
many
Hangover.
expectations, and
So,
I do want to say
the mental overload is just way too much at this point. So.
It's a 1 versus 1. And Divine gets it, unreal. All coming down to that 1 versus 1 duel.
After the game ends, it's really break our heart.
But the pressure was too much for Gen G to come back on this redemption arc.
너무 아쉽고 화도 나고.
Zeta Division will not be playing in Tokyo.
スタート東京にはすごく出たかったんで、かなり落ち込むって言ったらあれですけど、メンタルにダメージが来たなっていうのは覚えてます。
We won't give up, we will emerge.
もう一度チャンスがある大会なのかなと思います。
저희 젠지는 다시 일어날 겁니다.
諦めないで勝ち上がります。
Team Secret, we're gonna win it all. Laban Pinas.
We're gonna win with the power of friendship.
Flips good for 2 more and he gets 4 kills.
Global Esports gonna win it all. G winning.
Nowhere to get out, and that's gonna be an ace from Rossi.
We're Talon Esports, and we're gonna win LCQ.
Starting things off with a reckoning of his own, but Cruz.
DFM が LCK を優勝します。
But Anthem with the ace.
We won't give up, we will emerge.
We're live from the arena of the Shattered Beast to get a closer look at some of our clashing contenders. This live view is courtesy of our mysteriously benevolent host, Viego. And it seems like he's itching to fight in the ring himself. I certainly can't blame him. Our lineup is fierce, starting with our headliner. You might know her, you might have heard of her, but you've definitely seen her slashing up the stadium floor. Samira! Weapons master and renowned bounty hunter. She's up against some tough competition. Set, bare fist brawler extraordinaire. Jin, equipped with a powerful arsenal of firepower. And our first ever dog contestant? Very sharp dog contestant. Here at the arena, we got everything a soul-powered fan needs. Fast-paced, crazy gameplay, even crazier augmented action, and more. It's no wonder everyone wants a taste. Remember, this is limited time only. If you need a refresher, today's lineup schedule is chock full of knuckle-busting action from your faves. Just remember to get your prestige up if you want to train with someone like Pike or Shaco. Be careful, they are armed and most are dangerous.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2023. It is indeed time for us to awake our pulse, Wolf.
It's time.
Yes.
Yeah, still good. So I'm ready. I'm ready for some close DRX versus Nongshim action. I'm ready for a series that could be back and forth. You know, I could see 3 games. Yeah, I'm like looking through. I could be a palm reader with I'm seeing 3 games right here.
We could potentially see 3 games, or we could see DRX continue to have a pretty good performance here, right? Like, they have the opportunity now, with a victory, to equalize things with the Kwangdong Freaks, which is pretty crazy. Let's have a look at the standings here. As DRX, as you can see, sitting at 3-9 right now, and with a 2-0, they will make it to the -9, which is exactly where Kwangdong Freaks are sitting.
I want everyone to look at the difference between Gen.G and KT with 23 and 20 to the 7. That big of a gap, and then look at the -11 to 12, 13, and 15. It is so insanely close that with a 2-0 here for DRX, for example, they will straight up tie Kwangdong Freaks exactly. But one win, like we might have, like it's possible for like a 4-way tie for playoffs, you know? And every single game matters so much. So if Nongshim do bring us to that 3rd game and it's not the 2-0 we expect tonight, then that hurts DRX's chances, you know? But every single game is so important. So if you're DRX, you're really hoping for that 2-0 tonight.
Absolutely. The battle of the 2 teams vying for the last ticket for playoffs. Of course, there are a few more teams that are also vying for that exact ticket. There are 5 of them, in fact, on the western side, on the eastern side of the bracket. They're looking to try and get there, but DRX are certainly looking like the revitalized team. I think for me, it's them and Liv Sandbox that are looking the most in form at this point in time. And with Croco back on the roster and actually looking a lot better, this could be an opportunity, as we're going to bring up that slide right now. Croco is indeed back, and he had a pretty impressive performance against KT, being able to take 1 game against our 2nd place team that is looking miles away from everybody else outside of Gen.G. We might see tomorrow. And
he wants a rematch.
Yeah, it's the Ash Ketchum versus Psyduck battle, and last time, Psyduck definitely cast Hypnosis, and even though it is a low accuracy move, it landed, and it was a sleeping Jiwoo, unfortunately.
Neela wants to fight. DRX fled. They banned it. They will not let him play it. As we will see if we could see an exciting matchup there in the bottom side of the map, but I have to say Poduk has looked much better in their last few matches, but it really hasn't been about the bottom lane at all. I think it's been Fate, it's been the return of Croco, and it has been Rascal, or DRX have found most of their recent success. And so let's see what their game plan is going to be, because Beryl has been loving flexing the Maokai into support recently. Now, we did see in Challengers this week as well, so DRX definitely have a wealth of strategies they can pull from here, and Croco does look like he's returned to a more measured form here. And I'm looking forward to seeing that level of consistency from him potentially coming back. And got a lot of confidence in that KT series, but if you 2-0 here, that confidence gets even higher.
See what they're going to be able to do up against this squad. Nongshim Red Force, the team that was able to win Challenger last year, but haven't been doing much more winning as we've moved to 2023. This squad, now that they've found themselves once again, you've got Jiwoo there towards the bottom of the map. It's not going to be vital anymore. He's down in Challenger. Peter's back there. You've got Quad out. He was brought in for that wealth of experience, but I think that the power of friendship is what really brings this team to that extra level. And Fiesta needed to come back in order to have that one. But it hasn't necessarily been enough. And Dundun, actually back here, he was playing in Challenger this week as well. So giving him a little bit of extra experience, I guess, extra stage time. Hopefully he's not fatigued after playing a whole lot. As we're going to have a look at the bottom side of the map, there are some big numbers.
These are not the good ones, though.
With the TH next to them. Big numbers with the TH next to them.
These are not the good ones for Jiwoo. These are not the good 80 carry numbers, except damage per goal. That's pretty good. But the damage percent and the kill participation, Those are usually symptoms of a team that's over-reliant on the AD carry, and those are some Neela numbers, let's say, where if you're not actually hitting all of the enemy team and getting every assist, even if you don't get the last hits on the kills, you're doing something wrong. And I mean, Jiwo, definitely a player who I think is a side grade from Vital, I would honestly say, but I think his wealth of champion pool in a meta like this is really important, and I think that having him be able to play so much and having some draft angles is arguably better than having Vital, who's a better front-to-back late-game scaling AD carry.
I would agree, and I think that the bottom side of the map, if Neela is open, then it's like that's where Nongshim wants to play towards. Outside of that, though, what you said earlier on is so much more true. DRX do want to play towards that top side. The meta has moved towards playing through mid jungles, through top jungles, and creating those skirmishes relatively early on. We've seen top laners have so much more agency, and that is where you look to DRX and you think, if Croco can continue his upward trajectory, then this team looking towards playoffs pretty hopefully. But a 2-0 here, I think, is exactly what they need. It's both these teams playing today that have the easiest strength of schedule. They face more of the Eastern teams in comparison to the other people on the east side of the bracket. And so whoever wins here does put themselves much higher up in those percentages.
Yeah. It's crazy, too, because when you consider Live Sandbox looking better, DRX back to form, and also OK Savings Bank Breon kind of looking insanely good in the early game and struggling otherwise, but still, I mean, they're a threat for both of these teams as well. It's just such a strong showing you need to show in these wins, and even in losses, to take a game is so critical. If you get a 2-0 best case scenario, 0-2 might be the reason why you don't get to have that playoffs conversation. And in 2 weeks' time, we're going to be looking at these numbers being like, oh, yep, they're eliminated because they actually are just one game away from having that playoff contention, even if they 2-0 tonight, right? We're going to be having those conversations with how close this is.
Yeah. And I was just watching, and I think that Rascal just removed all of his emotes. That makes me very, very sad. I thought he was definitely looking for the Morgan emote, but he wasn't. He was just removing all of them. That
wants to wait and see what champ he's playing, you know?
Yeah.
Then he's going to put him back.
Well, Nico going to be the first ban here as we jump into the draft for game number 1. DRX on our blue side, where they're going to start. Nongshim wearing the correct colors. In fact, color coordination on both sides, Wolf. Yeah. This is fantastic. For those with OCD, they're going to be very, very pleased about how this one has worked out. As Nico and Poppy to be banned away already, and that is Jax banned in the very first slot.
Wow. There's the Neela.
Yeah,
we knew it was coming. I mean, it doesn't have to happen, but I think it's just reasonable to expect that it's going to happen.
Yeah.
So I like the ban that we're seeing on the Neela against Nongshim almost every time. Tristana gone now. Kaisa, yeah. Yeah, it does feel like a Kaisa angle, although Sejuani is available, but I think if you leave Sejuani, Nongshim can go Sejuani Renekton, and that's been a strong combo, so maybe that's what they're considering here is, do we take the Sejuani away? But the problem is that then you lose the Kaisa, so let's take Annie instead.
Interesting.
Maybe you go Sejuani Azir here as Nongshim, we'll see what they want to play.
I mean, Sejuani Kaisa is so strong here, right? It has to be. Xayah
Vi. Best I can do, Atlas, is Xayah Vi.
Okay, well, to be honest, I'd be leaving that deal on the table, and I would be walking out. Because I ordered a Sejuani Kaisa, and if I don't get that, I'm pretty upset. However, can I order it now?
I mean, DRX can
I walked over to the next stall.
They definitely could have, but the Viego Annie synergy is much higher here. And Viego is still strong with a plethora of top laners that are still available here, as the Azir will come through over the Sejuani, over the, or rather over the Renekton, and the Vi is locked in already, but we could have seen like Vi Ahri here. That was another possibility, but the Ahri has just really dropped off. Only Chovy, honestly, finding success with that pick this season.
Yeah,
and it's when a lot of teams make mistakes and give Peanut Vi. Sylvie not the same kind of power player as Rumble taken away here. The Jax is also banned, so really just trying to make Dindin's life comfortable on what will, I feel like, ultimately become a K'Sante pick in this draft. It just feels pretty obvious at this point in time.
That feels like where it's going. I find it really interesting that, it's Rascal that they're staring down, right? And he is the Renekton guy, really likes playing it. We've seen Renektons be up and down in its performance, but is ultimately still good. towards that top side of the map, and especially when you have a heck of a lot of mastery on the pick, it is still very valuable. So Maokai going to be the secondary ban here in our second phase.
Yeah, Beryl has loved playing it as support, so...
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
Does also strengthen the Cassante pick. Renekton is another choice they could go for here instead of the Cassante for Dindin, but it just doesn't feel like a pick that's strong for him. And let's see if DRX are going to allow the Cassante through. We'll ban the Nautilus, so just want to prevent any lockdown here. Let's see what this is going to be, because the expectation is that Cassante can save it for R5 if they have something special planned, especially.
Yeah.
But nope, just going to lock in the Renekton, because if they don't, then Rascal can take it, and then you can play around Renekton Viego very well. So not shocked by this, but not inspired either.
No, and now we're having a look to see what is going to be heading towards that top side of the map. Yasuo being hovered, but I think it will just be Cassante in the end. The Shurima battle is currently won by Nongshim, as the Rel Alistair handshake is going to come through here. And so a pretty understandable dive-based composition for DRX, low range, but they have Kai'Sa, the poke damage going to be coming through there, and Nongshim looking for those team fights, and they have so much hard engage as well with this Vi.
This is kind of just becoming the new meta, straight up, is just the hard engage Kai'Sa comp that also has poke versus the kind of front-to-back composition that has either a Renekton or a Jax, and it just tries to slow down the fight and then give some space for the AD carry. This is just kind of where we're living. It's usually the Cassante you get rather than the Renekton in drafts like this where you want a front to back, but we've seen that fall off quite substantially because the early game for the Cassante is not that great, whereas Renekton is super high value. And so, I mean, it's a good composition here for Nongshim Red Force. It's straight up meta. It has both lockdown for single targets as well as great front-to-back and really good scaling. And it also has a Xayah for disengage into this composition and the Alistair to push the Rel away.
Yeah.
So, I mean, DRX is the better team. Like, let's not beat around the bush on that. They have been stronger recently, but some mistakes are made potentially in the laning phase. You fall behind against what Nongshim have put together, and they absolutely can win this game. Their draft is super strong.
It certainly is. I think the thing that's making me pause the most is the Xayah priority over the Kai'Sa. Obviously, Jiwoo is comfortable in the matchup, and we'll just see whether it is going to be able to work out here, because like you say, yeah, they've got fantastic hard engage, they've got a lot of teamfight prowess, lots of AoE, they have the Emperor's Divide. There's a lot here to work with. Let's jump onto the Rift for game one. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for the first game of our second series of the night. Looking kind of reminiscent of the series that we had a little bit earlier on. Game one, Gen G, they had a very similar draft to that of DRX. I was kind of expecting the Viego to come in. You do have, you know, your little stun there. You can get into these team fights that can be quite chaotic with drafts like this and really start popping off with those resets. So I kind of I like where Croco's situated in this game as far as being in a position to show us that he has improved and that he's ready to perform this end of the season.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a bold pick, but I do kind of agree with everything you're saying and how this comp works and how easy it is to get that first reset for the Viego. Works well in the early game with the Annie, but also just works well in all phases of the game. Then Viego, you know, it's kind of weird to say this because Viego has kind of always been a finisher champion, but he kind of has become really the only carry jungle we have in this meta because he's the only champion that can like build Triforce and actually straight up team fight and carry fights because he has so much mobility.
I think it's him and Kha'Zix, right?
Yeah, in Kha'Zix to a lesser extent, but yeah, there are definitely moments where that absolutely can happen, and Kha'Zix has the ability to like steal objectives, and he's got other strengths too that Viego also has with Heartbreaker, right? And both of these picks are so heavily reliant on getting ahead early. And I mean, I trust that in this composition, they should be able to do that. And then he's going to have that poke to then set him up for those finisher moments as well. We've seen Jace Viego, for example, since Viego was released so many times. It's such a strong combination. And once Kai'Sa evolves that W, it's going to be a similar case there as well.
Yeah, we'll just have to see how this one's going to go. Right now, things a little bit of a struggle. They do make it to level 2 on this bottom side. Jiwoo and Peter going to be pretty happy having Headbutt and Pulverize both available for the Moo Cow. Very much like the Peter went for the correct skin choice. And Sylvie walking over a ward here. So full information going towards Croco and DRX as to where the Vi is going to be situated. No surprises, really. Going to get rid of Beryl as best he can. Great Blade Caller to try and even out this trade, but so far looking pretty good for DRX towards this bottom side.
I love the Renekton's trying to mess with the blue buff timer here, or timing rather. Seen it a lot recently when you're on red side. Doesn't end up amounting to anything, but get some information there as well. Knows that the Viego is 100% pathing top side, so they can continue to try to put the pressure on here bottom. So that was really well played by Dundun, getting some additional information here.
Yep, also knows that he could potentially be ganked, as Croco is going to look for some Shellfish first before a potential attack, because Dundun is looking somewhat gankable. Perhaps a flash, as Croco is in position right now, but looks like Rift Scuttle will be just traded. Sylvie on this bottom side, and Croco collects the top one. So not really too much to worry about outside of the fact that DRX have been laning just that little bit better in all 3 of these lanes.
No red buff either on the Viego anymore as it fades. Just really tough to make that one happen. And it is just kind of that staple early game that both of these teams are very happy with, to be honest. Neither of these teams needs to get further ahead. I think that if Nongshim's comp gets ahead, it becomes kind of disastrous for DRX, whereas if DRX gets ahead naturally, there's still some scaling aspects here of Nongshim, as long as the Renekton is not the one that's falling massively far behind. He wants to deny the proxy here.
Yeah, Rascal actually taking a bit of damage as he does walk behind this turret, but it looks like Dundun is going to elect taking some of the CS, which I think is probably a good idea, because that is a gigantic wave as it has just crashed. Make that a couple of waves. Jiwoo is able to put on a fair bit of pressure here, but doesn't have much mana for very much else, as Fate losing out on a few of these trades. Fiesta, this is, of course, his Azir that he's very happy to be on. Some of Fiesta's best performances have, in fact, been on the Azir. So, see whether it's going to be another good one here for Nongshim. So far, everything, like ducks in a row, you know? And, you know, they have Paddock as well, so it sort of makes sense.
Yeah.
Kind of cool.
Very much a good thing to have going for you is the shard is picked up.
The Kachizis?
Yeah. You know, I've kind of recently learned, somewhat due to Chronicle, but somewhat due to just like really being curious that how it's actually supposed to be pronounced, and then now I'm conflicted. Like, do we continue the meme or do I say it right? Like,
I think it's now Kachizis forever. I don't think that it's ever anything else. Chronicler tried to tell me that, yeah, he knew what the real pronunciation was, but I just said that I disagree. And then I continued calling it Kachizis. That's
the real pronunciation makes it just sound like it's like a Kirkland brand arrowhead that, you know, you'd pick up from Costco, pretty like cost efficient, which it kind of is, to be honest. Like with Futures Market.
I do like their pretzels with peanut butter.
Yeah, I got some of those at home.
Oh, I ran out. I haven't got any new ones for ages.
I'm thinking about going like next week, to be honest. I'm getting low too, so you and I are in the same boat here.
Yeah, I might throw in an order.
I'll pick up her Kercheesy on my.
Ji-Sun went yesterday. We should have asked her.
Oh
man, we messed up. That's all right. I'll have to coordinate our visits. As Fate is just going to find Sylvie here. Over the wall, no. Croco does not go over the wall. He decides instead to go into the wall. So just trying to get that stun over, but it isn't going to land. And so Sylvie just going to flash away, but that is still
flash down.
Going over. Yeah, exactly.
Not the best scenario for the Vi at this stage, but his strong point, or rather spike, is strongest spike so far is yet to come. Once he hits level 6, maybe he could try to make something happen here. First, Drake is up and taken by DRX, or was up and was taken, and no contest here yet for Nongshim, unfortunately, on this Rift Herald, and that one's not spawned just yet, but I mean, Sylvie without Flash, you know, and it's a Xayah early game here. I don't know if you're actually going to be able to fight for this, and you really want to, because the Drake went over, you have a Renekton. I was going to miss this one, but gets the stun.
That's a flash and the headbutt! Gonna push Beryl underneath the turret. He takes a turret shot as Jiwoo looks for first blood, and he'll get it.
Uh-oh.
Beryl making another whoopsie, and Peter capitalizing gorgeously.
Yeah, that was actually really quick punish there. A quick punish from Peter. And I thought, okay, Beryl doesn't get the best out of this, but surely he won't get just totally obliterated, right? And Peter said, no, actually, yeah, he will. As we have the feathers are also called. Good blade caller to make sure. As you miss, commit the stun here, and committing all the way to getting that extra auto for the stun is really what does him in, as Peter's able to then knock it back. And that's a ton of damage. And a lot of money picked up here. That's going to be first blood, as you mentioned, to the Xayah here in this matchup. And now that contest I was talking about for the Rift Herald, see if they want to commit to it, as you can see Ju is hanging out. Let's pick up the Noon Quiver and is heading over. A little bit slow here, though.
Yeah, they're not going to get here in time. Just a little bit late on the rotation, unless they can cause some shenanigans. There is some vision available as Dundun's going to be moving down. Beryl gets in there, and they do manage to secure it. Nice little knockback, as they might be able to grab themselves another kill onto Beryl. There it is, cease and desist, and that is a dead rel. But maybe DRX are just okay with it, because they managed to get the Rift Herald.
I don't know if you're okay with it, but it's... Because the fact that Beryl picks up the eye means that you have to use it bot side, which means it's super telegraphed unless Beryl starts roaming, in which case you can identify you have another strong point. Some dives could be set up bottom side with this Vi. Definitely felt like that DRX could have punished the very haphazard, let's say, engage there from Nongshim and the kind of hard force, but they just wanted to get in, get out.
Oh dear. He's in the Renekton position, but the all-out just does not... we're going to go with a mistake, an error.
Rascal's going to be like, pause. Yeah. I think this triangle is a little bit too short in this instance of League of Legends.
Yeah, Croco's just like, I'm forever alone, and he's just going to go back home there.
Very common to see that. Is the engage here from Nongshim is just, I mean, the setup here is not great. And I think if Beryl decides to just set up for the choke point instead of trying to push into Renekton and hover on eye, like they might actually win this. They don't have the Kaisa here, obviously, but bit of a weird situation there for DRX. Beryl almost denied the eye as well, which would have made this even worse. They picked up the local gold too, but Nongshim very happy with these early 2 kills.
Certainly are, to be honest. Like, it's a fair bit of control here. As Dundun, Rascal's made a couple of
small errors?
Somewhat, yeah. It's not really going to be end of the world or anything like that. He is laning just fine. But we'll just have to keep an eye on him.
He's not Kassanting to the peak level of Kassante.
No, exactly. I don't think even Showmaker would be upset about how this one's going. As Rascal is going to miss a cannon there as well. Man, Jonas Strong also not having a great time. Blade Caller is working out here, but Croco moving in. And Rift Herald should be able to get a charge, but she is getting a bit distracted. Finally, she sets herself up, and that will be some plates going over. Parak going to be able to collect that money, and Croco going to be denied, unfortunately. Just hovering to make sure there was no Sylvie presence.
Yeah, Sylvie just backed. You know, they didn't really go in for a contest or a punish on this at all, but with the back timing here after those plates are picked up, which are split, of course, 88 gold going over, this is just going to be an easy group up for Nongshim, and they should be able to take this second Drake of the game without a hitch here. So feeling pretty good about this, you know, as DRX, who were able to get some value out of the Rift Herald, so it wasn't that terrible at the end of the day, but will come at the cost of this Drake, unfortunately. Yep, Renekton starting to get pretty ahead here as well. Now that the Thornmail is done, it's going to be an easier time for Rascal, of course, but picking up 2 plates topside during all of this feels really nice, and I feel like the train is kind of just rolling towards the station here for Nongshim in terms of getting to their mid-game, as it is going to be Hextech Soul, so it feels very important that you picked up that second Drake now.
Yeah, very true. Although now there's the 3 Hextech Soul available for both teams. Chemtech Soul, you're not exactly too psyched about having just a single one of those, but whoever can get control in this mid-game is going to be greatly rewarded with a soul like that on the table. Could make things pretty volatile. I don't think Nongshim's composition will necessarily come completely online early enough to put in a full battle, but DRX have been showing signs of weakness. They haven't been able to win out on a lot of these moments. As I say that, and Croco is going to look for Dundun. Snare does come down as now Dominus comes through, and there is Sylvie making his way up. The Emperor is not far behind him either, and Dundun, he always has friends available as Rascal looks for the Q, doesn't quite get it. And thankfully the all-out going to be there to allow Rascal to escape. Dundun will be absolutely fine though, so they get the teleport out from Fate, and Fiesta just roams up the river to guarantee it.
That's, I mean, great defensive setup here for Nongshim, keeping Dundun safe, allowing him to try to push the advantage even further. And if they make a little bit further of an overextension there, DRX, I mean, that could have been disastrous. As Renekton, I feel like so many teams feel this champion is so weak and so punishable, but it's just one of the hardest champions to kill and doesn't actually necessarily rely on a turret to survive. In fact, the more minions and champions are up there, the more survivable he becomes, because the more survivability he has, rather, because he just presses Q and heals it up. Especially if he has Gore Drinker, it gets even better.
Yeah.
So pretty massive right now is Dundun in this matchup. You see the small advantages that Nongshim have everywhere else are the 1,300 gold lead they're holding at the moment. But we haven't seen them win a decisive team fight just yet, and that's where the first real test is going to come through.
Yeah, this is it's one I'm a little bit worried about is, you know, the inevitability that we felt for some of these Kaisers. Mainly it was Pays in our previous series. Taeyeon not quite having that level of inevitability, but Old Barrel is so tempted to face check here. Gets the ward in as there's the headbutt pulverized. Crashdown is going to allow the Rel to be just fine though. At least this time, he is a couple of the team's deaths right now, as we can see. That's steel caps, at least.
It could have been really disastrous there if he heavily committed to trying to clear that bush, as he would have been ulted by Sylvie. But he doesn't actually mess it up. He's very respectful there. Lot of minions going by the wayside on the bottom of the map, as it looks like they want to try to set up potentially a waves lane swap, excuse me. But actually just going to be committing for second Herald. So tons of minions actually just wasted there in the bottom lane.
Yeah,
and
this is a bit strange.
And DRX are like not really getting anything cross-map for it.
All right, so finally the wave is going to equalize in the bottom lane. Nongshim do have a lot invested bottom side of the map. Does mean that this battle, they're going to not have quite as much information. Blue Trinket does go down as Beryl gets a bit of a stun onto Peter. It should be the Rift Herald being secured, and there it is. Beryl once again going to collect the eye. Is now Peter looking for that headbutt pulverize angle. Puddock on the backside is now the Azir looking for that topside flank. Dundun already taking 50% of his health bar though, as Rascal very happy to take a Vault Breaker, and DRX will just wander their way out.
All right. Once again, successful heist.
Oh dear, there's the crash down as the Flash Tibbers comes in. Dundun was lying in wait in the brush, though the AoE is just massive as Fate is being torn apart. But Croco is now looking for some of these resets, and Peter is flashing out of the fight. Fiesta is going to ult the air as actually Rascal does get picked up, and the Kaiser eventually falls down as this fight is just insanity as Croco, he's going to be shifting the sands all over the place. Eventually ends up dashing away. And Jiwoo, can you catch up? Can you manage to get this sneaky Viego?
I don't think so. I think
the answer is no. And I think that DRX still lost that fight. They did manage to get the Eye of the Herald. Once again, it goes to Beryl. But that was cool from Croco. Nice work, man.
To be honest with you, Atlas, I feel like if the rest of DRX weren't so good mechanically, this could have been a huge disaster, because I was literally saying, successful heist, all right, you got out. Like, Beryl picked up the eye, it's a little bit awkward. And then he just says, oh, you're clearing a ward, I'm going in. Hard commits to this into a choke point with Renekton Zaya. And if Jiwoo actually is able to punish them even better here, or if Dundun is able to maybe make a flash play happen earlier here, this is even worse for DRX. And Croco making all the right mechanical plays to get out of this one. Turns into Azir, shifts the sands. But man, it was very, very much a successful heist until it wasn't. That wasn't it, Beryl.
야, 미니언 제발, 미니언 제발.
Please, one more.
살짝 실수했어. 이를 좀 잘못 써가지고.
He almost said a rude word, and he said that he made a slight mistake. He made a bit of a mistake, but I think it was actually kind of all right. I like the level of action, and as we can see, there's like 300 gold separating these two teams. We have absolutely a game on our hands. Checking your hands earlier, and it's on there. I can see the game there.
Let's just say that DRX, I mean, there were some decisions that were made, and some mistakes were made, but I would not be saying Kroko was the guy who walked away from that fight, who should have been feeling guilty about how it all went down. As, I mean, that was totally blind, mind you, the way that that was set up from Barrow. Like,
and Dundun had almost made it home. Like, imagine if that engage had have started and Dundun is back in base with no teleport.
Yeah.
Like, that would have been much better for DRX. However, not so much going to be the case, as Sylvie is going to get smacked back, but Fiesta in the area, as is Peter. And so Rascal just going to get down here and mind this turret.
I love this lane setup here with the really ahead Renekton, who actually picked up Merc Treads against the Annie in the top lane, and then pushing the Leandri's Azir into the Cassante. Gives you a lot of pressure on both sides of the map here. And without Kroko being able to punish Dundun, as long as he's on the bottom side of the map, Dundun feels very comfortable here. It's not like he can kill the Annie or all in her, but he could have some pressure. The same with Fiesta here, as long as he's shadowed. He is not at the moment.
Okay, it's bird versus horse as they get the Emperor's Divide, and it looks like the line of Sand Soldiers should be enough to deter DRX for the moment.
So, I mean, success, and you got the top turret.
There you go. And Dundun keeping up a massive amount of pressure. Currently has, you know, a couple of waves in the lead, going to be clearing out this one. Ignore the fact that he missed the cannon there. Jonah Strong, I think it was a very, very small zoom, but we still did get one.
Rascal should be fine.
There are a lot of Fiesta's buddies making their way down.
Yeah, I do worry actually about this Cassante. He's got a full turret ready.
Let's see how all out he'll be able to go. Cease and desist does come through, but that is a very dead Cassante. Man, he died before I could even really have very much of a sentence there.
Yeah, he's only got a Thornmail and an Aegis, so
yeah, and hopes and dreams.
That's a lot of damage. So they lose the top turret, fail to kill Fiesta, and then also lose the Cassante. It is very unfortunate for DRX that they seem to be at the wrong place at the wrong time, you know, so often in this game, as Nongshim's gold lead is starting to really snowball quite significantly, right? They were able to pick up that Hextech Drake, and if they win this next Hextech Drake fight, they will be on Hextech Soul Point. I don't know why I've said the whole thing the whole time, but I, you know, got to say the whole thing.
No, I liked it.
But yeah, if they win this fight, they're on Soul Point, and this Renekton is difficult to answer at this point in the side. The Azir is going to be a bigger problem once he ends up getting that Nashor's Tooth. Fiesta looking very good in this game so far, and the engages here have been decisive for DRX, but they haven't really come up with big results, let's say. It has kind of been trading down every time.
And I feel like they have hard committed to everything, but it's just whether it's been a good idea has been more of the issue. I do like the level of committing to stuff, though. That has been good. Their lane assignment's not working out very effectively, though, as we saw Rascal falling down. So it's a few of those more housekeeping type issues that they're running into macro-wise. It's not really decision-making, and it's never really been that either. Like, coordination for going in, like, Beryl's always going to tell his team that they need to go in. That is something that you can rely on him for. It's whether or not that's a good idea. That has always been plaguing this team.
Yeah, exactly. You can see the difference here in CS between the Renekton and the Cassante is quite large, and a lot of these minion waves have been given over to Paddock, as he is also down in CS, but he's got the Shiv, so he's kind of trying to catch as many of these minions as possible. Did end up getting his W evolve here with an Nashor's Tooth pickup, so he is now starting to be a relevant threat in this game in terms of the poke and in terms of neutral objective setup, which is quite critical as we go into what could be that soul point for Nongshim here. But otherwise around the map, I mean, it's big leads for Nongshim, and they are going to have the better setup. They have the Prio already on this dragon here, as the Cassante, unfortunately, is just kind of sitting under a turret. And this is just Dundun coming over here and pushing more waves in, as it almost looks like DRX aren't planning on contesting. A teleport's committed here from Fate, and they are just so late to the party.
Yes, Fiesta's on the top side of the map with teleport in hand, as they do hexgate their way out. Sylvie and Peter is a lot of CC. That was waiting in that brush. So I was a little bit worried about Fate sort of trekking in there alone, but now he's never really alone. Does have Tibbers available.
Nongshim just gave up some of the prio here. As you can see, Dundun's looking for a flank. He's got this control ward. They just wanted to maybe bait DRX in so that he could get a nice flank angle. The setup is still good here for Nongshim. DRX respecting all of the threats so well because they didn't have much vision. You can see they're trying to kind of leapfrog it forward, and now time's running out.
Yeah, Beryl is making his way back. Does have, of course, his flash available. The Magnet Storm is ready to go, but this Drake continues to be leashed down to about 4K.
Dindin flanking.
Yeah, Dindin's flank angle is fantastic. He's going to be spotted. It's stolen away here by DRX as Peter gets himself in there. Cease and desist comes down yet again as Croco is going to be the target, and he will be taken out. Meanwhile, in the back line, they get the Feather Storm out from Jiwoo. The crash down is good from Beryl, though, and he's going to survive for so long. Rascal ends up grabbing the kill, tries to get out. I have a feeling he's not going to make it, and that is a triple for Sylvie as the dust settles, and all they give up is a little bit of stake.
That was honestly a beautiful team fight from Nongshim. That was very clean as they want to bait the Annie stun out with the Renekton. That's why you see this flank here from Dundun. Look at Jiwoo's positioning here. Beryl gets absolutely nothing, not a zip on his engage. The Renekton fights 3, uses that extra healing, and when Jiwoo is ulted on here, he's just like, cool, I'm Xayah, I'm kiting back, and it's just a fantastic team fight. Dundun doing so much here, and then Sylvie will flash forward, use the smite to secure the triple. They pick up Baron as well off the play. This is now a 5,000 gold lead for Nongshim.
Yeah, Nongshim now looking to push it even further forward. I kind of thought that DRX kind of had an angle there that they could work with. It was not to be the case whatsoever, and now this team fighting composition from Nongshim with Baron. Oh man, this is a rough time for DRX. They should be able to grab themselves this outer turret in the bottom lane, although
it may come
not a
at a
lot
cost.
of damage for Rascal, so never mind.
He's going to get out with his life. If he committed all the way for it, he definitely would not have. But yeah, I mean, you're 100% right in that this team fighting composition for Nongshim is so strong. And if it's played so well, like it was in that last fight where Dundun actually both is protecting the AD carry, but then coming, you know, basically keeping everybody else at arm's length, especially the Annie at the same time. It's just exactly what you want to see. And committing to Merc Treads 3 of these champions. Okay, Dindin, this is not exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, that's it's a bit of a crash down, a little bit of a Magnet Storm, and the Dominus is doing a fair bit of work here. He's gore drinking quite effectively, finds another Q. He's slicing, he's dicing, he's dying, but it's a lot of time that he has used up here. Outer turret is going to be the trade for the Crocodile. And Jiwoo looking for an inner as well. They have Baron, remember, and so this Siege Minion going to stick around for a little while longer. Nongshim probably okay with this, as inner is going to fall on the top side as well.
Yeah, really a lot of money picked up here now from Nongshim. I mean, 2,200, that's with the Renekton dying on the bottom side of the map. Buys a ton of time.
Yeah, I want to see those worths in all chat. That's 100% there for Dundun.
I mean, the Dundun lead has been big this entire game. He's still 1,000 gold up, and Rascal looks like he will finally get this turret here, but we'll watch this one more time as Dundun is pulling a lot of aggro here, and the whole idea behind him pushing this deep is because he knows he can survive even if Croco comes down. Beryl coming down is something he didn't account for, but he knows that this is a sacrifice that's going to allow his team to get bigger advantages elsewhere.
Oh, okay, Rascal going to get that back denied, and ladies and gentlemen, I have a feeling that Cassante may fall in this play. He does decide to go all out, but it's just not going to be enough. Sylvie's going to be able to get him with a punch to the back of the head. 5-1-2 now for this Vi.
Yeah, and I mean, we were talking about it moments ago, like, oh yeah, he's going to get the turret, and he should be able to get out, but I guess he stayed during that replay for an extra wave, and can't stay for those. That's the kill going over to Sylvie feels kind of weird because it's like, oh, well, definitely should have given to the Azir, but at this point, I mean, the Azir's on 2 items. They have enough gold to afford 4 stopwatches across this roster. 75 seconds to go until this next Drake fight, which they won the last one, but they weren't able to get the Drake. Imagine if they had won that team fight and were on Hextech Soul on this one. It would just, we'd be like saying this game's over, it's done. There's still some extra time to be played here for DRX, so this composition just isn't inspiring from behind because the Annie has very little ways she can set up flanks because she's constantly pushed out by the Renekton. As he gets the turret here, and let's see what happens. Just decides, okay, he realizes long ago that he actually needs to use the alcove at the back. It wasn't actually greeting for a wave, it just took him that long to kill the turret.
Yeah.
And he's dead.
And that is the Cassante problem. You just don't kill turrets very quickly.
Not really, no.
And Fiesta going to be able to punish him. The Shurima of his own province. Sorry, the Emperor of his own province going to take him down. How beautifully poetic. As Fate in this mid lane just trying to clear these minions. It's like at least now the Baron has worn off, right? So DRX will struggle a little bit less to deal with the minions. And there is probably like, I feel like there's one more team fight in him. What do you reckon, Wolf?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's one more team fight where everybody's engages are together. I mean, they're missing that Void Staff right now. They're missing the Gunsus, but I mean, if Barrel sets up a Magnet Storm with the Annie, maybe there's a way, but you can see that just they don't have enough control over the map to actually look for that. As Fiesta's level 16, they do not see him.
Yeah, well, he's going to get engaged on here as soon as he comes onto the screen, and pop goes the Azir. They do manage to grab themselves Soul Point, but giving up their mid laner means the DRX are desperately looking for this fight. Jiwoo does have Featherstorm as Rascal moving himself over. Featherstorm actually going to be used preemptively here, which is suboptimal, you could say, for Nongshim. The DRX still trying to look for that opportunity. There's the flash forward, doesn't find the Q though, and there's the re-engage. Sylvie goes golden, and now Nongshim want to get their jungler out of there, but he's stunned up by the Annie, and the Vi will fall. Two swift kills here as now DRX, they're not wanting to let them out for free. 3 of them still remain as Killer Instinct is on cooldown. They get the flash out from Dundun. As over the wall goes Croco, looking for that opportunity.
Don't overextend, DRX. Just be happy with the kills you pick up here. You lose Soul Point. As I was saying, they didn't see the Azir, but the second they did, they absolutely collapsed onto Fiesta before you could actually make that Emperor's Divide flank work. As you can see here, there's no ward in this, but as soon as they see the control ward there, Barrel is like, all right, I'm going in, we're killing this Azir. And he doesn't have time to react with the Emperor's Divide, but it will cost them the Drake. And I think that's the best they could have hoped for here. And then Nongshim decide, okay, we have to kind of fight our way out of this. What's the best way? The Featherstorm here is very early to try to get away from this Rylai's Tibbers. But unfortunately, they're going to have to sacrifice Sylvie here in order to get out. See, he's just waiting, charging this up here. The flash goes on to Jiwoo, forcing his flash. And then he's going to turn around here so that they could escape. I think staying a little bit too long here, Nongshim, made me worried that Dindon was also going to go down, but he is ultimately able to get out. Well, we'll lose his flash forward as Barrel looks for the stun, and he flashes away.
Yep, Croco getting himself over that wall. But now it's DRX's turn to head towards his Baron. Peter going to be tagged by the Void Seeker, and this Baron is going down pretty low. Dundun looking for that flank angle. This is going to be an honest 5v5 as Rascal already down to 50%. Croco desperately just trying to stay in this pit, keep this Baron leashed. As Sylvie is going to have his ultimate interrupted. Croco now fighting Dundun. The Baron, they're just trying to burst it down, and they will be able to take it here. As Nongshim grab their second. Fiesta gets the stopwatch out of Croco as well as the team fight is on. But they take down the Rel. The all-out comes forward. But Fiesta goes golden, and now Fate, he really wants to get damage in, but he's just thrown around the team fight. And Nongshim, they're just fighting so well, Wolf.
They really are. Every single team fight, they know the threats and how to play around them. And even though the Renekton dies, he does so much before he does that they're ultimately able to take it. The stopwatch and the flash from Fiesta, fantastic as well. And yeah, Annie will do a lot of damage with this build with Rylai's and the Liandry's. But once Tibbers is gone, once you're not able to actually do anything further, I mean, Nongshim, they're like, maybe we can end here, but I don't think you quite can. 20 seconds on Fate, he's got a Void Staff, but you're at least going to take out multiple inhibitors. But these fights are so clean, and the Azir could do so much more damage. The long-term damage in these team fights with Azir Xayah is way better than the hard engage dive, explosive blow-up comp of DRX. If people don't disappear instantly when you engage, if you don't instantly get like 2 kills off the engage, you don't win these fights. And the fact that Sylvie ults here onto Croco and forces him out of the pit, look at where Poduk is. 3 players trying to kill this Renekton, 4 players over here can take Fade out here as well as the Drake, or rather Baron. Croco has to go golden here, and then when they try to re-engage onto Fiesta, he stopwatches and then flashes away. Fate's denied. Poduk's on the wrong side of this fight. He cannot offer anything as a Kaisa here in this front to back. Or I mean, not front to back, but extended team fight.
And honestly, like, he just ulted too early. Like, Poduk, he's just throwing Void. He hit 3 Void Seekers. That was all that really happened for the Kaisa. And you need to be ulting on this Kaisa when the disarray has already happened, as now Rascal is going to have to try and get himself over the wall. He's going to headbutt, and he does eventually get over there.
And one of the lessons we can take from this too, Atlas, I feel like, is that Kaisa is extremely strong. We absolutely know this champion can sometimes even feel brain dead easy. But you have to have a team that you can play around. You have to have setup, because if you don't, or if you ult at incorrect timings or don't understand the win conditions of the champ, it can just fall flat on its face. I mean, 2-1 and 5 is not a bad KDA here, but the impact he's made in neutrals has been relatively low. He hasn't actually had that poke impact. He hasn't been able to blow somebody up in the backline, assassinate them, and then win a team fight as a result of it.
Yeah, he just hasn't been enabled in this game. But let's see whether DRX can find it. Rascal down to 50%. Beryl is just going to get turned on and exploded. He kind of knew that there wasn't very much hope at that point in time, but that wasn't really going to give them too much of it if that's what indeed they were looking for. As Fate now flashing forward, finds a tip, is onto Fiesta. He goes golden. Dindin has already ulted as well, as Rascal desperately trying to keep them away from their Nexus, but it's now Jiwoo that's just going to destroy Croco. Emperor's Divide just in celebration, and Nongshim will decorate the floor with DRX and then destroy their Nexus. A gorgeous game number 1 from this team.
This was such a clean game from this squad. I feel like from start to finish, they knew exactly what they wanted to do in team fights, and I want to see more drafts like this from Nongshim. If they can actually 5v5 this well against one of the strongest and most standard team compositions there is in this meta with the dive, the Xayah priority, yeah, I'm going to say, like, I'm okay with that. If you play it like this, if you disengage so well every time, I'm going to say, yeah, this is actually a great comp. I'm going to say, yeah, Nongshim, like, you can do that, and I'm going to trust you, as it was not the perfect game from DRX, right? There were a lot of mistakes. They kept hard engaging in the early game and gave a lot of gold over to Nongshim that they definitely didn't need to. They didn't need to hard force. When Beryl, for example, picked up the eye, didn't went over the wall, right? There were some decisions that were made there that were not clean, and they weren't able to utilize this Annie to great effect in 5v5 team fights, unfortunately. But just the outmaneuvering of Nongshim and how they were constantly able to split things up, and even Sylvie in that last push for the Nexus, like, flashes to ult Rascal to peel for his backline, even though, like, the Nexus is dead. You just see these small moments, and Nongshim, I don't know what they've been doing in scrims, but suddenly, just clean team fighting.
Yeah, it looked absolutely fantastic. That is the power of friendship that we really love to see from this team. The best part of it, Wolf, is that the Xayah Vi, they were the first 2 picks. Oh, gorgeous stuff. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space, and then game number 2. We'll see you there.
돈다. 스타데플 돌아. 깨줘.
야, 레.
레브다.
레부터. 나이스. 천천히 얘들아 이제. 내가 정글 높여.
웨이브 컷.
웨이브 이용하자.
넓게 사이드 W 최대한 피해. 넓게 빠져.
애니 풀궁만 조심해. 애니 풀궁만 조심. 이거 내가 왼쪽 잡을게.
애니 높여. 사옥계는 되긴 해. 막말로. 나.
끝내. 그냥 뭐래도 이겨 얘들아. 나 초시에 누를게.
나 이거 카이사 벌써 있는데. 카이사 높여. 나이스. 버스 감사해요. 좋다. 나이스. 버스 야무지게 탔는데?
drop it.
Flip Sandbox coming back in a big way in this one. It's Closer finds another Emperor's Divide. It's a double kill before he goes down. Magnus Storm as Bible's trying to be a hero. And now Def's the last man standing. He has to try and get this one done. The health bars are so extraordinarily low. There's the Void Seeker Willa going to be taken out. And now it's Teddy versus Def. He finds the ulti. Teddy, he is going to use it and he's going down. Def picks up the kill. It's a Quadra. Unbelievable plays from Def. And he's just thrown around like a ragdoll. Those skulls at exactly the right time as Def picks up the kill onto the Azir, and now they are so incredibly low. There's the kickback onto Teddy and Canyon. Oh, he's going to say goodbye to this game in the end, but my goodness, what an incredibly exciting game one.
Control is so good. Grizzly gonna get stunned here, and you can just smite it away. Down it goes. The Baron is dead. His team might have to pay for it with his life, but he flashes away. And the Moonlight Missile is dodged here as King is getting in and aiming. Is in the backline, going insane right now as they way overextended this fight. Hamalite Esports desperate to take a fight after the Baron.
This Wave Caller is going to do a lot of damage. Owner is just dead once again, though. As Carrier finds yet another one. There's great equalizer. Look at the AoE and look at Zeus. He's just back in, destroying everyone. Zeus, this is the guy that we missed from last week. Where have you been? Oh, it doesn't matter. We're just glad that he's back. That is going to be the triple. The ace comes through.
Actually want to dive if this is risky because Morgan hasn't backed either.
Alright, well they're gonna try for it. Dominus already put through the stun and the Glacial Prison. King and already low, but he is Renekton the stun to come through, and this time, no! It goes down on Morgan, he's gonna take another turret shot! That time around as everybody on row is on the run. Ulti is going in as now they're trying to engage and it works here, and there you go, they get the backline access, they take down Karis, they take down Effort, and it looks like Morgan might be soon to follow. He's pretty tanky though, he's gonna pull over. Oh man, he's gonna take him out too! Morgan going 1v4 on top of the Baron, not even going down yet, avoids the Q!
Someone is a little bit more excited than somebody else. That's fine. Perhaps different fandoms. Okay, we're right into a team fight. There's an ult from a Braum. There's an Ophelia who's picking up kills. How many years? Rift Arrow goes down. Genji win the fight, but Orcs, I think we might need you to do a bit of play-by-play in the replay to see what the heck happened.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We're here after game number 1 of Nongshim up against DRX, as it was quite a long one, but Nongshim was able to take it down eventually, as I'm here joined by Huni and I almost said Ox, Chronicler. It's been a while since you've been on the space here.
Yeah. Wasn't there last week?
Yeah, that's kind of strange. Let's take a look at the draft here first off from this first game and see if it had a big effect on this game.
Yeah, I mean, before draft, overall, it's a cleaner game than the Gen G, right? Because it took a little shorter, the game, you know? I like to actually draft the Xayah priority as what the Wolf said. Like, if you actually play like this, completely fine just picking Xayah over Kai'Sa. And Ziyu actually just plays so well. And it's like, I can easily see why they pick Xayah over the Kai'Sa. And also, they give up the Annie, but it didn't really matter because, like, they deal with it, like, it's really well.
I think that what is really interesting is that given what we've established, obviously we really rate the Kai'Sa the highest, but we also saw in this game that some of it is dependent on execution. It's not even just Paddock individually, I think, didn't look too great on the pick, but also setting up for the Kai'Sa to work. And that is, I think, where DRX really struggled. And as pointed out, I think individually the players on Nongshim showed how comfortable they are on these champions, most notably Peter and Alistair, Jiwoo on the Xayah, and I think Sylvie, or Fiesta rather, even though his KD didn't look that good, still shows that he's pretty comfortable in the champion, and he just bought so much space. And I think the DRX draft is great. Like, I really think this is a draft that if you give this to a D+ or a KT, like they will absolutely stomp with it. But the execution barrier to me is a little bit higher because with a draft like this, you need to be playing forward. You need to be the one making the moves. And you need to kind of circumvent the disengage from Azir, Alistair, and Xayah, and they didn't do that at all.
Yeah, you know, sometimes if you know the game is going to be really messy, you press Unbreakable Will, you press Featherstorm, you kind of get a reset. It allows you to reshape things. But from ahead, Nongshim weren't even having to rely on too many of those buttons. They were kind of in control for the majority of it. We can take a look at the first highlight here, which was this Rift Herald fight 15 minutes in.
Yeah, I mean, this is what, like, Ranked wanted. Like, I think we will see, like, a little bit later. Like, it was like, no one actually died, but, like, they thought. I don't know. It's only like 3 seconds left.
It's I have no idea what it's.
It's a pure disrespect from DRX that, oh, like they're not here. It's a buy. It's like crazy, just coming here, just auto attacking the melee range of the wall. Like it's not. Everyone was ready for it. It's pressing B like in the bush, but like in a fight, like this is the thing. Like Jiu plays so well in this is skirmish. This is like started when the Nongshim actually take the flow from the Jiu playing well around, playing on the Xayah thing.
And you see as well that as long as Jiu stays alive, Nongshim is more than capable to win these fights. I think Nongshim is a team that has really struggled with a lot of the cohesion in skirmishes, but 5v5s is something that they also utilized in challengers very well. This team has been together for a really long time, and you can see it in moments like this.
Yeah, it was really nice to see as we can jump straight into highlight number 2, which was the Drake fight 22 minutes in. As we did see once again, execution really not here for the side of DRX, and Nongshim, they're just taking everything that DRX are giving them.
Yeah.
Fine. Barrel's like flashing on top of a single person.
And also just Azir just flashed away like extremely well, and as we said it, like Vi's 100% HP and Ziyu's always alright. It's just like completely engaged with the person, the target is like absolutely wrong, and they're about to smite. It was like melee range, and the target selection was really poor.
Yeah, not too much else to say about this one. I think from the side of DRX, Nongshim showed up today. They showed some pretty clean League of Legends. It wasn't like the best we've ever seen, but it was enough to get across the line. Let's see who picks up the POG here for Nongshim on their side. Will be Jiwoo here on the Xayah, his third already since joining the team.
And that's really cool because this is a player that was left in challengers even after they won, because Vital came back from the LJL, and I think the team has looked revitalized with him in it. I actually think that they look so much better than they did, and I know that still their score isn't necessarily amazing, but the amount of damage that he's able to consistently output in team fighting has been a really big part of why this team has been looking a lot better than they did before. And I also think that, as we see here, particularly in the type of chaotic game that we saw here, where DRX is clearly not on the same page, that's not enough. You need more to actually take down Jiwoo, because he's used to challengers. And it gets very messy. I think look at that, the Sylvie votes as well.
I mean, Peter played pretty well as well. Like, I thought the Peter was the one actually making Jiwoo be able to carry the game, and yeah, but also seem to play pretty cleanly overall, so kind of makes sense, but also a little bit sad for not getting Peter Boat as well.
Yeah, Peter, not a single look from anyone, but we even saw a couple of those plays were good from him. Either way, shout out to Peter and Gio and Sylvie.
I'm very sad Dunan didn't get any votes. I don't necessarily think he earned any, but I just think it would have been cool, you know?
You know, I think Chovy should have gotten a couple.
He actually, you know, Dunan really took a lot of damage before he got taken down in that last fight. That's valuable, right?
Well,
no.
DRX chose blue.
We'll see. I think the drop from DRX was completely fine. They just didn't look good at all in gameplay. And in large part because the bot lane was kind of on fire early on. And if you feed Jiwoo early, I think that Nongshim, for all their faults, will be able to carry.
Yeah, well, we'll just have to wait and see how it goes down to the execution in game number 2. Let's go back to Atlas and Wolf for the cast of game 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of game number 1. Indeed, Nongshim, gorgeous play. DRX, not so much. I like that they brought up that DRX did have a composition that needed to be on the front foot, but maybe not quite as much on the front foot as they were attempting to be during that game.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that you could say about what went wrong for DRX, but for me, it was really just about what went right for Nongshim. And when you talk about an underdog team, and while it's not as massive of an underdog story as it was in our first series with Kwangdong versus Gen.G, Nongshim definitely come to this series with nothing to lose, but a lot to gain. And if you're a Kwangdong fan, for example, you are cheering for Nongshim to win this one because it keeps that one layer of separation between them and DRX at their 4 wins. But it also makes our playoff race even more interesting if Nongshim pick this one up, as we're going to see some bands flying through here.
Yeah, same ones.
Yep, and the Azir. Ooh. We're going to look. I was actually kind of surprised we didn't see any mid votes after last game, as Fiesta had a fantastic game of Azir as well.
Ooh, Ivan, interesting. So Tristana is going to get through, as is Jiwoo.
Yeah,
and I say Jiwoo, it's Neela that I'm referring to.
Vi also available here for Kroko. Now, we talked about how Vi is very strong and very rarely left open, but Kroko was the Vi basically for a long time. He and Peanut were super good on this pick, and this is a pick that he looked basically best on. So they will prioritize the Tristana over this, so Sylvie will get the opportunity to play the Vi again.
Yep. And that will mean that there's a lot left available, right? You've got Jiwoo's Neela, you've also got Sejuani, you've got the Azir is now taken away, but
Xayah is also available.
Xayah left up, and you could just go for the Vi Xayah yet again if you would like to. But with Tristana, I think it does change how DRX wants to play this one out. I'm expecting them to go for the Maokai. You could just go Maokai Aphelios and just do exactly what Gen.G did in their second series of our first one, their second game of our first series tonight, which has worked very, very well. The Tristana Aphelios has only lost 1 game so far, but this hasn't lost any games in this series, Wolf, and they're going to lock away the Vi Xayah yet again.
Now, is Kroko going to be willing to play Maokai? It's a pick that we've seen him have some decent games on in the past, but doesn't really suit his play style as much as some of the other picks that we've been seeing this season, like the Viego, for example. So if you pick the Tristana here with Ivern banned, you better be ready to play that Maokai. And I think they definitely are, as it's definitely more of a Juhan pick, I would say, for this team, as they'll just take Blind Rumble here instead into Vi, so can be very risky, especially face up like this, but they just want to make sure they can prioritize it high enough. Now, I still think the Maokai is your best bet here, but now you have to choose between it and Aphelios. As Sejuani Rumble,
I mean, that is permafrost value, you know, especially the overheat. So. You can get that extra attack speed that he has now.
I guess so, Atlas. Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, what this does is it shores up your magic damage issue that you are going to have as well.
But imagine Rumble Maokai, though, where you just press R and then Rumble says, thank you for allowing me to equalize exactly how I would like to.
Oh, I mean, that's true, that's true. But the 2v2 feels fine. I think it's okay. As Fiesta jumps onto the Annie, the Azir was banned away, the Annie is going to be foregone, and so therefore kind of pretty comfortable here for Nongshim.
Yeah, you and I were having a conversation in the break about how Annie seems to have fallen off a little bit in this meta, and I think the way that it was played in that last comp really hurts, but feels much better in this composition, especially into a Tristana. It's wild that Annie's still sitting at a 66% win rate here in the LCK. 2/3 of the game still victories with such a high prio champion like this. Picked by both teams all the time. But she is going to get locked in here now, and let's see what these bans are going to look like, because as Rumble, you're not as worried about, for example, you know, the Cassante that they banned anyways. It looks like they really just want to give Rascal topside agency here to have basically free prio to do whatever he wants regardless of what Dundun does. And maybe we'll see a Renekton ban as well, or maybe they want that matchup, but it feels so greedy into Vi Renekton to pick this one up.
I think you want Dundun on Renekton as much as possible. That's what I'd assume. Just because Rumble's matchup into the Renekton has looked so incredibly good.
They're going to leave it to him.
Going to come down.
And I guess that we're just going to see Renekton Vi topside again.
Unless Dundun has something that he's cooked up. We'll just have to see. He could go back to something like a Narb, perhaps. You know, there's a few things, but no, it's just going to be the handbag. And so Renekton locked in anyway. See what Dundun's going to be able to do. You can see very serious, especially for Dundun in the player cam.
It's really interesting they banned Cassante instead of Renekton. I mean, Dundun just proved he can play it very well. Like, I agree with what Chronicler said on the space about how well he played the Renekton, how much pressure he absorbed. And his laning phase was also nice, as the Kai'Sa has gone this deep in, but it's just going to be Tristana, Kai'Sa, Rel, and DRX are basically playing a different version of what they did last time. Now, the Rel is incredible for setting up this Rumble, but
there's still Alistair.
Yeah.
They're going to go with the Nautilus instead, perhaps. But I think that Peter had a great game last time around. I was also a bit sad that we didn't see too many Peter votes, because I thought that he set up Jiwoo very effectively. Nautilus, this means that you've got like double unavoidable CC from the cease and desist as well as the depth charge. So that is a great combo.
You can kill so many different targets in this comp. Like, if Barrel overextends into this, he dies. I mean, we've seen Barrel overextend a lot, right? He was the one making the calls to make those plays towards Rift Herald, which backfired a little bit. But there is only one tank in this composition, and it's the Sejuani, who can struggle into Vi. We've seen this matchup go very well for Vi in isolation so many times, and you're just not tanky enough to deal with Annie into Nautilus ult, into the Feathers getting pulled back as Sejuani. Then the rest of the comp isn't tanky. You didn't opt into the Maokai, which would have been so fantastic for setting up the Rumble, and into Renekton and Vi. If Vi plays around topside, you can't really get anything topside. And then if you try to dive bottom into the Nautilus, those roots from the Nautilus are going to shut you down too. I really feel like Nongshim are onto something here, and I think I don't really like the draft of DRX that much. I think the Rel is going to at least help the Rumble out, but yeah, I'm a little bit worried, Atlas.
I'm a little bit worried too. I think that like putting some trust into Rascal being able to play out the Rumble lane effectively into the Renekton that we've seen already work out very, very well. That could be something. But what I don't like is the Kai'Sa. Because what DRX demonstrated was that they didn't really know how to play around it all that effectively, and it takes away from the Rumble value. You want him as sole magic damage on your team, and Kai'Sa is going to ruin that just a little bit. So we'll just have to see how it goes. I think, once again, Nongshim do have a pretty cohesive composition, assuming Dundun doesn't fall too far behind. Let's jump onto the Rift. All right, DRX going to win out on the fan chance, and I can confirm we're on the Nongshim side, and so I'm not biased based on whose side of Lol Park we are sitting on. A little bit of desperation here from DRX fans.
Yeah. Wouldn't call this group up here topside for Nongshim desperation, though. Could have actually been an amazing pickup if they were able to take away Rascal's flash early, for example, or even potentially kill him, but he is going to play it smart.
Yep.
That'll be a 5-point start here for DRX. And the one other thing that the double magic damage, especially with this Rumble, does to the Renekton, which is quite interesting, is it really messes with his itemization, because the Gorge Rinker isn't going to really offer you any sort of help against that amount of magic damage, and then we'll see what he ends up itemizing into second. Can go for the Merc Treads we saw him build in Game 1. But I feel like it does hurt Renekton's ability to just walk into the enemy team and be okay, and absorb pressure from 4 people, allowing the Xayah to carry. So see what he ends up building here this time around. Obviously will be the Doran's ring to start.
Yep. I think that it is much harder to play Renekton just given Buster Shot. Like we saw what Chovy was capable of, just denying Dudu, any agency on the Jax, trying to find flanks. Very similar situation happens for Renekton. If you just get Buster Shotted away, if you're trying to slice your way in, you don't get the dice, and then you also are a million miles away. That feels very, very sad. So I think keeping our eyes on how Dundun's going to play this one out is going to be important, because I do think that one of the things that was the biggest issue for DRX in the last game was that Rascal was on Cassante.
Yeah.
And the Cassante just didn't really look like it was doing all that much, right? And sometimes Cassantes do have these pop-offs, but he is often one of these champions that just chills in lane and then eventually like finds a few of these all-out angles and things like that, but doesn't do very much damage and just tries to play frontline, whereas Rumble can just hard carry a game.
Yeah, and Cassante, exactly. And Cassante also just can't really set up a Kai'Sa very well. If it sets up an Aphelios very well, you know, he sets up a Xayah very well. You know, any sort of late game AD carry is a bit of a overextension here from Dundun.
Ow.
Not going to ultimately matter too much, but we'll definitely consider chugging a potion here. Rascal hits the harpoon. Gonna dodge it.
I was about to say that Dundun's doing just fine in the matchup, and then that happened. So now he has to go back at 3 minutes.
A lot of the time what you want to do in this matchup as Renekton is try to use the brush to actually hit as many minions as possible to get your Fury up, and then... Ooh, that's a root.
Yeah.
Going on it.
Product taking a fair bit of damage, but looks like they will be all right.
Yeah, you just try to like get as many pieces of Fury as you can off your autos, and then trade with the Flamethrower with your Q, with the empowered Q, and then you get a lot of health back if you do it in the middle of the minion wave. But if you push the wave out that far, it becomes really difficult to get that empowered Q. And he's going to pick up Boots, which will help him close the gap on Rumble a little bit better, so that things like this will be less of a problem. But the wave state here is pretty atrocious for Dundun, to put it frankly here. Is not exactly what he wants. And now as Sejuani's coming up, he has no support from Sylvia's bottom right now.
Yeah, Dundun realizing that he really has to get this wave in a better position, but Rascal's just going to be able to walk towards him. Doesn't find that second harpoon as Dundun is on a merry jaunt. He is going to head towards the enemy base. Now he's in between turrets, and Croco is trying to stop him.
This lane is over, Atlas. I mean, no matter what happens here for Dundun.
He's not laning anymore, though. No. Dundun is currently jungling or enemy basing. He's enemy basing. He's going to take... Yeah, gets a ward down. Nice, there we go. That's an execute. He didn't use his teleport before, and that is the best news, because it means that he's not going to miss these like 3 waves that are crashing.
He will miss some of them, but yeah, it is...
Ignore the CS margin and just say, oh, congrats, look at Dundun. He gets the execute and gets out.
He goes from 9 to... See how... he should be able to get all of these, but...
Yeah, so it should be 31 to 20. So he's only down like a wave and a half. Easy.
Look at this. All of them?
Gets all of them?
Every single one.
Not... we say it, but you know, yeah, it's just, there was a few too many minions being annoying. But that's still pretty good. I mean, it's not good, but it's not the worst.
He's trying to push the wave away from... keep the wave away from Rascal here, even though he's down a level. He's got his Fury up here. Sylvie's top side, maybe he could bait Rascal, but Rascal's just too smart for this, I think. And that's going to be Dragon going over on the bottom side. And Sylvie kind of felt like with his pathing bottom, he didn't get anything there. They end up losing Dundun top side, and Dragon goes over. So DRX, the really fantastic position here is now Rascal, who also didn't use teleport, will take the opportunity to get it back here. Sork shoes picked up.
Man, that feels fantastic, because Dundun, you can only buy some brown bags.
Yeah.
I think if he gets back and gets a Null Magic Mantle, like has that money, like has Merc Treads already completed, then you're not feeling as terrible. But Sork shoes into brown bags, oh dear. Dundun is going to be having a very rough time. And Rascal holds teleport as well, so we can go for another tempo back at a different time if you would like to.
Yeah, I mean,
the wave in a great position.
Rumble can get back pretty quick in general, but also with the empowered boots, or the tier 2 boots, he is running back real quick, and we'll lose nothing here. There's this, harpoons the cannon, and then we'll flamethrower everything else down. So we're really zooming on this top matchup right now, but it's one that was really pivotal.
Oh, no.
Okay, quite get everything there, but really pivotal part of this game is how freely the Rumble can just lane into this Renekton if no Vi attention is topside, and was Krako who was able to make something happen there. And I really felt like Nongshim were going to try to play around the Renekton and punish the Rumble and then just rely on the Nocturne, or sorry, the Nautilus, excuse me, bottom side, but they just completely did not do that. So a bit of a nice lead here for DRX.
And now they're going to spot Sylvie, going for a little bit of an engage. Winter's Wrath coming down is now Jiwoo, only level 5, so isn't going to be able to offer too many extra feathers. Is now Rascal, he's moving in, Equalizer is going to come through. Captain Jack, pretty nice there from Jiwoo, but Puddock is already over the wall. Nongshim have created a fair bit of distance though, and with the Speed Shrine, they're going to be able to get out just fine.
Rascal did save that teleport, as was mentioned earlier, so he can come back to the turret here and won't lose too much for coming over there. As okay, we're going in.
Yep, Cease and Desist is going to come down. That is the flash in from Beryl to deny any follow-up from Peter. And man, Beryl just insole game in game 1 and then has that play? They're not out of the woods just yet as the flash forward comes in from Fiesta. They will be able to kill Puddock, and so maybe it's not all good news. It did look pretty cool though. In his defense, as Fate gets some spare time with this outer turret.
Well, I have seen Challengers games that were cleaner at the start than this one, Atlas. I've seen many.
I've seen all of these Nongshim players in those games as well.
Yeah! And, okay, well, you know, it's certainly a bit of an interesting beginning to our game here, but DRX, as the dust settles, will be 300 gold up. Picked up that plate in mid lane, and I mean, you see the ways in which Nongshim have tried to make proactive plays backfire a little bit here, and I really was kind of a believer in their draft and what they were going to be able to do with this Vi pick, but unfortunately it has been a little bit.
Look at Beryl's play here. It's actually so sick.
Insane. Denies him, calling no flash. And then they want to get this kill on Desire, but then disaster. And more importantly, in life.
Yes, we have a hook landing onto Beryl, who is crashing down. Dun-dun. Decent amount of fury right here, as they don't have Equalizer available, does DRX. They want to wait for that one to be back up again, as Beryl has level 6. He can just dive on in here if he would like to, but instead he's just going to get a bear to the face and will just die. Yes, the shades of Beryl, I guess.
Indeed.
I was gonna crash time it again, but that's a flash over, and he has Equalizer, everyone, and he's gonna flash over the wall and get himself out of there. I thought he was just gonna be straight up dead, but that's how the top laners are gonna trade flashes, and that's also how Beryl died.
Yeah, I actually thought he was gonna be dead too, but he's willing to lose his flash here, and obviously Dindin has a lot more mobility as Renekton, so it feels like a pretty good trade there in terms of what those two top laners can do.
Fiesta is also going to get engaged on here as Equalizer does come down. That is an Annie burning to death, and she will die. Kroko going to pick that one up with the Winter's Wrath, and we get a zoom in from Jonah Strong because of the KS. I love it.
I want off Beryl's Wild Ride.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether I want off anymore. You know, like I just don't know. I think like maybe I love it. Maybe this is actually what I want, but also it probably isn't.
It was not in my LCK contract and there was not a waiver that I was going to have to experience this, okay? Now it is a pretty significant lead for Nongshim, obviously, 600 gold, so a swing of about 900 in this game after this play from DRX. As the Eye is kind of trolling Sylvie, and so Beryl thinks he has some additional time to come in here, but he's just chain CC'd, is not able to Magnet Storm in for the win. And then the Tibbers is going to keep everyone else at bay as they do flash commit here to Rascal. They knew he's on the other side, and then he flashes out, so can't explain that.
Yeah.
And then over here, Fiesta is just like,
yeah.
Who knows? I don't really know. Like, pushing top, he's like shadowing the Xayah push, question mark. I don't know about that one.
Yeah,
I don't know about that. I can't explain that one either. I can't tell you guys the answer.
No, I don't really know the answer outside of he didn't know, and maybe that's what it is. Honestly, I don't blame him because I don't know very much either. This has been a game. In the end, it's like 500 gold difference. We are going to see that extend just a little as Shelly's going to pop down into this mid lane. Beryl is just doing some battle, I guess. Voidseeker going to connect onto Jiwoo. As now, Rascal moving towards this mid lane to join Fate. They want to fight for the second dragon of the game.
I have a new appreciation for why Beryl was so good on Leona, man. He's like, okay, I press W, everything's going to be okay. I can stand like this, you know, I could be up like this.
I mean, he was also really good at Rel.
Yeah, I mean, he still kind of is. It depends on the game, you know?
Yeah.
As Fiesta is going to be fine, yeah. But over here, I mean, Xayah is just going to go for plates. Looks like they're just giving this up.
Yeah.
Don't know about this.
That is a Glacial Prison. It's going to land at max range as Beryl's going to be engaged on here. Cease and desist comes down. Puddock is going to try and get something done. Beryl survives for a really long time as Sylvie not going to get killed, but there's the flash forward from Puddock. He's going to rain the Acathian down, and then he's going to die. That is going to be 2 kills now. Picked up for Nongshim as Fiesta's just running his way out.
The Tibbers teleport?
None of this permafrost could actually be stacked up enough.
Okay, and then a teleport mid. This game is bonkers.
It is?
So everyone decided teleports are illegal and we're going to get rid of them right away. As Din Din teleports to Tibbers instead of pushing those plates topside here, hoping that he could turn the fight, but DRX decide they don't want to opt into the fight anymore. And then after he shows up, Fate teleports mid because he wants to plate gold. As over here, they decide they want to push bottom side instead of going for this straight. It ends up being Chemtech Soul, so it's not that important. But then Barrow is on a ward here, will get caught by Peter, will get ulted. And then he's like, wait, no, you guys are saying I'm not good at Rel. I mean, nobody said that, we just said depends on the game. And then he shields and turns it around, and then Puddock gets the kill, but then he is subsequently going to get caught by Peter. And Peter, he has had a very good game, and then the TP comes through here after Fiesta narrowly escapes, and then we'll see one more TP, of course, to mid.
That was a definite, like, what did I miss type teleport where Din Din sort of arrives and it's all kind of over a little bit, unfortunately.
Yeah, except he comes into the office and he's got the pizzas and everything was on fire.
Yeah.
But they're not actually on fire. He was like, ooh, it was a little bit on fire there for a second.
Yeah, there's like ash all over the place and stuff like that. But it's all wet, you know. Like the water did actually come out to put out the fire earlier on.
And now that Rascal has committed his teleport top, we really to just immediately back. We truly have just gotten rid of all the teleport.
Yeah, the teleports are now done, and now we don't need to worry about those shenanigans for the next little while.
Yeah, what you see is what you get now. You know, no teleport flanks, no just appearances of, it looks like we're actually 4v3, but then someone else shows up. Nah.
And Wolf. There's a very important thing that we need to talk about, and that is Chemtech Soul.
Yeah, no, I mentioned earlier, it's like he's lucky that it's Chemtech Soul. They let it go.
Yep. But what this means is that there's Mega Cones, and so Valdez on the desk is going to have a whole bunch of shenanigans to worry out for as well, because they can be employed to do some funny stuff.
I feel like a lot of the time his mouth will be open and both palms will be facing upward, you know?
Ooh, Supercharger. As Beryl running pretty quickly. We're fine.
With hands outstretched, you know. A lot of oh come ons might be heard to anyone who's near the space.
Yeah, if you are here at LoL Park, you can go and head over towards the space. It's near the LCK shop, and yeah, you will be able to hear a few of those, some utterances perhaps of disgust.
And I mean, we're not responsible for any profanity you may hear, or if you're offended by the bulging anime vein that appears at the top of his forehead during some upcoming moments.
Oh, like here, look at this. Oh no, Fate's not even going to use it. Look at this. DRX absolutely respecting those that don't like Chemtech Soul.
I don't think that you should hard commit here, DRX. I'm gonna say maybe careful. Okay, Fate's got the blast cone.
What about soft commit?
Yeah, slowly pushing in is okay. Using a little bit of that poke from the Kaisa.
There we go.
Rascal's got the angle.
Beryl is not, it's not a slow commit. It's Beryl, oh my god! He gets in there, the equalizer is just massive. Beryl does die, but now Fate is starting to get some of these shots through. Croco looking for Fiesta. Fiesta is just out of here. Manages to dodge the Void Seeker, and that is Puddock that's going to be able to lock down the kill. Acathian Rain, Croco actually moves his W out of the way. And Rascal is done with team fighting. He's pushing this mid lane.
Yeah. That was definitely a no yes for Valdez there when that blast cone was denied from Fiesta.
Yeah.
As, this turret is not long for this world either.
Hey, Rift Herald was secured by Nongshim though.
Yeah.
So I guess they won the fight.
They got it. That's kind of been the story of this series so far, isn't it? It's got the eye.
Yeah.
Got my eye poked out. As yeah, this is a heavy commit here onto Peter, and then the equalizer and follow-up the Magnet Storm is fantastic, as Sylvie doesn't have a target here until he decides to go onto the Rel that's already dead. If he goes onto Croco here, maybe Fiesta gets out, maybe you have a different angle, but unfortunately, not going to happen as Blast Cone is denied. The rest of the team is just going to retreat as you see the push mid coming through from Rascal. And the gold lead here is kind of evaporated. Pretty even, and the 2 Drake lead here doesn't matter that much when it is Chemtech Soul, as we've mentioned a few times.
Oh, do you know what does matter about it, though? We're going to head towards Burger Flip territory much quicker.
True.
This game, if DRX are going to keep this up. It should be Soul Point. They're locking down right now. As Nongshim, not interested.
Might be able to get maybe like 2 turrets for Chemtech Dragon. I'll take that.
I reckon you would.
I think it's not quite enough. Oh,
and that also, and the best part about it for Nongshim is that they get towards Burger Flip territory much quicker as well.
Yeah.
Efficiency. As, you know, Elder is there for both teams. Nice.
When the dust settles here, see, I was talking about that itemization for Dindin. He is, okay.
Yeah, Megacone going to come on over here as Arctic Assault is going to connect. Croco is relatively low.
TP fight?
Yeah, and that is going to be the Glacial Prison. Really nicely done. Slice, dice, there's the connect. Magnustorm, though, is massive as Puddock dives on top of Dindin, who's going to flash out of the way. There's the flash from Puddock as well, but he's no longer in the fight. Cease and desist now comes down as Peter lands yet another hook. Give this man his POG if Nongshim are actually going to win this one, because his disengage play has been absolutely fantastic. No one's going to die, though, and it's once again, well, the teleport shenanigans.
Yeah, teleports committed everywhere, as only Fiesta will go down. They will grab a turret for this, and you know, the hard force there, because Dindin committed teleport and was there first, was probably not the most ideal scenario for Nongshim there without any vision of what was on the other side. At least I don't believe they had any, because they
it didn't look like it.
It didn't seem that way, because they were like, oh yeah, we got this, we got to turn on this. And Sylvie did commit his ultimate there, but isn't going to come up with anything. Is trying to siege this turret now to say like, all right, well, you got that turret, it's turn-based now, we're going to get this turret. And without a wave, they will not.
Well, Fate is going to bust a shot Jiwoo, and he is going to survive, and now he's further away from the bad guys.
TP fight!
Yeah, Rascal is getting on in here. He doesn't have Equalizer, but he does have a Dream. The Dream I don't think involves dying, though, so he's going to flash away. That is going to be the kill onto Dindin, but it's a worthy sacrifice. Nongshim will make their way out. I think it was a worthy I don't understand what's going on.
I don't know if it was, you know. We were hard committing. We lost our turret. Nongshim were like, but we're going to get one more back. So we'll go back to how this all goes down here for Fiesta. He gets engaged on Dindin, comes over, then they're like, let's go in. He uses Rascal. No, they did not have vision here. Sylvie was coming around, so they felt like, oh, no matter what, we collapse on them. Dindin flashes away and will barely live. The Equalizer is not going to be enough to kill him. And then we're engaging on the Rumble, and Rascal is like, yeah, nah, I'm actually out of here. Not that interested. There's no follow-up anymore. Yeah, and then this is what gets really bizarre, is with Shiv, they can clear this wave, and then Dindin's like, whoa, those minions disappeared. Like, is that a bug? He's like, no, that's static Shiv, is what Gio tells him. And he's like, oh, I think this is bad. And then he calls for the teleport.
Oh, it was very, very strange. Puddock and Fate also really off sync there as well. I think if the Void Seeker had have landed before the Buster shot, then maybe Jiwoo dies. But yeah, we're just into a team fight here as once again we have a dead Annie. Annie does not seem to be the winning champion for this series.
No, and I stopped describing the fight there for a minute because I was like, I bet people are dying.
Yeah.
Because the replay was really long. And yeah, so we'll find out exactly how Fiesta met his end.
I think
on the
he
next
was in the
episode
river,
of
and so would DRX. That may have been how that one happened.
So let's see, because last time, you know, he was over there around the blue buff, and we weren't sure why.
Okay, here we go.
All right, so he's on a control ward. He wants to set up an engage on the barrel. And, ooh, he's just caught by the ult there from Croco. It's actually just simple as, oh, I thought we were about to have to be like, Fiesta, don't do this. But actually, no, it was just a really cool play from Croco, and he was left a little
actually
behind.
nailing it.
Yeah. What was actually a happier story than I thought.
Definitely if you're a DRX fan. or a fan of just wanting to watch more LCK.
Well, I mean, even if you're a Fiesta fan, you're like, well, I mean, like, who could blame him, you know?
Yeah, that's true, that's true. And I don't know why they were setting up in this pixel brush for like
just wanted to bait a Baron and try to turn on the Barrel, because they know Barrel, he only goes in, like he can't help himself, but he did it.
Yeah. Well, Rascal now does have the equalizer back up and available once again. He's lurking in the bottom side river.
And now, Atlas, is the time for the Kaisa to do poke things.
Yeah.
And also for DRX to just start this Baron up with Control Ward. And Teleport's not online for Dun, and Fiesta also doesn't have his. They're coming up soon, but I think this might just be gone.
Yeah, Sylvie is nowhere near this. And with Paddock moving over, it's going to start going down extraordinarily quickly. Kaisa does, crazy things to Baron. And so that Baron is just gone. Now the crash down is going to miss. The Magnet Storm is still going to be invested, though, as Peter takes a little bit of damage. DRX, you can just get out. You've already got the Baron. Like, it's happened. It's done. Sylvie's still going to check the pit for some reason, but they can see the purple. So it's done. It's over. The Baron has been consumed, and now DRX is just going to get out of there.
My favorite part was when Peter was like, we have to get to Baron fast, and he hooks the wall, and then Barrel Magnet storms him and misses.
Yeah, there was some shenanigans, and I also I got excited about some Peter play, and then I watched it in the replay, and it was him wandering around in circles, and he hit 2 hooks on stationary targets, and so I might be losing my mind.
They also it's gonna be Nongshim grabbing this solo Drake, so we'll delay the Elder. And I mean, they've got some aspects of scaling, so I can see why they would want to do that. But the Kaisa problem is getting bigger. It's getting large. The level 16 Rumble situation, the 2 items he's gonna have soon when he gets that Night Harvester. This problem is quite large. I don't know. Maybe Nongshim would be happy if they just took the Chemtech Soul and allowed the Elder to spawn faster, but DRX, they just don't have to. They can just sit back and say, nah, we're just gonna keep the Elder from spawning.
Croco does have actual Liger colors for his Zoid Sejuani skin, so very happy about that. There's quite a few chromas that have been used. That is the correct one.
It's a good one.
My absolute all-time favorite. So really cool. That's probably why he's landing most of his ults, sitting at 106 now on this Sejuani. So having a great game. He might be moving to another POG.
Could be. We'll have to wait and see. There's still a lot of game left to play here as Barrel doesn't know what's in that push.
He face checks the brush, but Dundun is scared as there is Rascal and Paddock that are waiting to back him up. So going to be all right for the moment. Nongshim will be able to defend this in a turret, though.
This is a lot of power mid here with Fate pushing that turret, and there's not a great answer at the moment. Let's see if Ju can outplay him.
Yeah, Ju actually is pretty scary right now. He's a 4-0 Xayah that is all of the Nongshim win condition. I was going to say most, but I don't think that is generous enough. I'm pretty sure he's just all of them.
Yeah, I mean, there are things that Nongshim could do to set him up, but yeah, that's it. It has to be him.
Well, Beryl is flashing in. He really likes doing that as Fiesta's standing on an equalizer. Tibbers goes down, though. Beryl will die, but he seems to die in all the fights, even in the, or maybe especially in the ones DRX win.
I mean, they almost got all the minions there, so it's going to take a while for that turret to go down so they can trade these one for one, and then actually maybe even get this inhibitor turret. They're trying to push for Juice here. I think they should probably back away, but that was a cool idea here from Nongshim.
No, 100%. This is into a Baron. So if you're trading evenly on turrets, then you're pretty happy with how the situation went, especially when it's a 1-for-1 trade.
So we'll watch this Barrel engage one more time. Everything is committed to keeping him in place under this turret. The stun comes through from Fiesta. He drops a barrel on him, and then Dundun commits in as well, but definitely a better trade here. But because they end up getting that turret in mid, does feel pretty decent here for the side of Nongshim. It's just going to be about these late game team fights, and so far Barrel is starting to be the Barrel that we like on Rel. You know, the good one that makes the things happen all the time, and when he goes in, it's a good thing, and it has been a good thing the last few times. When you also consider this Tristana, sitting on 2 items, the Night Harvester is done for Rascal, and yes, some Maws are being built here, but and that's actually just a Hex Drinker for Ju, and he's now going into the Lord Doms because he wants to have that additional damage for the Sejuani. The itemization here is a little bit awkward, but this needs to be Nongshim setting Ju up with the Renekton and the Annie. And if he can, just straight up get the ability to have a big Blade Call or a really nice team fight where you blow up the Tristana with all of that pressure, there's a way.
Ooh, it's a nice little fadeaway ultimate there as Peter walks down the red carpet. Ju is taking a lot of damage. Featherstorm does come through here as Rascal is just dead. And yeah, the Vi is absolutely fine. And now it's Dundun on that flank angle by himself. And the rest of DRX are now going to chase him down. Nongshim don't want to be here. Dundun, you're not going to, I don't think you're going to be okay, buddy. I don't think this is exactly what we want. As, can he get over the wall is the question. He still has Splash, but he's not going to use it, I don't think. And Padak is going to grab that kill. So a little bit of a...
a little bit of a DRX versus Nongshim action going on here.
Yeah. And now
Fiesta's just out here.
Okay, well there's the crash down. Does manage to stun up Croco there momentarily, and so with the fact that another team member of Nongshim is going to walk close by, DRX will back away.
Fiesta is he's walking a tightrope this game, and he has fallen off a few times, but he's clutching on. As Peter will get engaged on here, and then they turn this one around onto the Rumble, and then the flank comes through from Dundun, and when this hook doesn't connect, Dundun's like, oh, wait, yeah, guys, I thought we were flanking. We were, but unfortunately, yeah. If he decides to go to the right there, maybe he buys a little bit of extra time, but gets trapped in the pit here, doesn't have a second dash, so ends up going down. He is
buying time.
Traded, yeah, buying time. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. That's what I'm going to go with. I'm going to lock that one in. We have 3 items done for Padak. He is still 50 CS behind. Jiwoo hasn't been back just yet. 5 turrets to 4 here in favor of DRX.
Beryl, you never know, man. Is Beryl in danger, or is he carrying the team fight? You don't know.
I don't think I'll know even after this series is concluded. I won't be able to tell you. Even if DRX wins both of the next 2 games.
Chuckles, I'm Beryl.
Well, now...
Okay, we're just starting this up, and Fiesta's in the Annie spot.
He is. And Controller does come down. Another ult's going to land as Fiesta is just dead. One more time. Equalizer is going to be the doorway that Nongshim have to walk out of. And Croco gets over the wall. Nongshim are on the wrong side of this one. Mega Cone is going to be available for them. And it's Dundun that uses it to try and get himself out. A hook is going to connect as Peter looking for a re-engage. Jiwoo finds a Featherstorm. It's massive. Beryl going to be the first one to go down, but we don't know whether that's good or bad. Rascal is going to secure the kill on Jiwoo. As now Jiwoo is still alive, ladies and gentlemen, but Padak is going to say that that is not a thing anymore. He picks up a swift triple kill, and DRX will move towards the Baron. I think we are all moving towards a game number 3.
It was really cool until it didn't ultimately matter because they're way too far behind, but it was really nicely played. The ult was fantastic, as we're going to see a TP here from Fiesta. All
right.
We've had some questionable moments. What about this one?
He's going to play, gets the kill under the Rumble. Okay, and now Padak is trying to deal with Tibbers, and he will be able to do that. Fate's going to kill Fiesta here, and that is that, but he got the Rumble. You know?
Fiesta has had... This is one of the Fiesta games of all time, Atlas.
Fiesta has the most appropriate name today.
Yeah, so he's in the Annie spot. They put a controller down. They're like, yeah, that's what we thought. And if you're doing Baron here, there's no protection, there's no peel for the Annie. So they kill Fiesta, and then in this choke point, as we're going to have to go real fast to this replay, because I guarantee you something is happening in live. Yep, told you guys. Oh, it's just Drake. Oh, or is it just Drake? Well, yeah, it's just Drake. Deal with the call, but ultimately, once Sylvie is down, there's just too much damage here for the poor Xayah.
And he's trying his very best, but Rascal's just putting fire at him. Some stuff happened, I think, in live. I think that's Chemtech Soul going over to DRX. And Sylvie tried to get in there and do some stuff, but it didn't really work out, as they do ping out the ward in the mid lane that Beryl was able to put forward. So now DRX with Baron circling them, a 6,000 gold lead.
Chemtech Soul.
And Chemtech Soul, exactly. All of that tenacity. Annie flank, it was already something they didn't care about, and they care even less about it now.
If they get a little bit hurt, they're going to do a little bit more damage.
Yeah, get hurt, do hurt.
Exactly. That's great for Rumble.
It is, as there is another flash in. Jiwoo is going to Featherstorm, and Padak is going to shoot him. That is going to be the stopwatch utilized. I don't know whether he necessarily needed to do that, but it is going to waste a little bit of extra time here, as DRX now moving up the mid lane. The other lanes aren't really in a great position to start this siege. But with the man advantage and with no Jiwoo, this should be a pretty comfortable take of this mid inhibitor.
I mean, it should just be near the end, right? If they can engage just one time. Beryl doesn't have ult, but I mean, they have a Tristana. So much damage here.
And a few more of these Ws need to land. As you can see, Beryl just looking for it. He finds another crash down, and oh my goodness, the Annie just erupts. And the Void Seeker is going to come forward. That is going to get the kill onto Sylvie. Dundon flashing in to try and find something, but he's Buster shot it away. And now the Nexus has nothing protecting it. It's another triple kill for Puddock. And that is going to be the ace. That will be the Nexus going down, and that'll be game 3. In
series on our hands.
It is all over our hands, and I don't even know what it is. It's like scribblings right now. It's indecipherable, Wolf.
I guess I just should become a palm reader.
Yeah, I think so.
This series gives me pause. This series makes me wonder about things in my entire life I've thought to be true. Things I accept, you know, like the sun will come up tomorrow. I'm just not so sure about anymore after this series, because I'm voting for Beryl. I'm crazy. I'm doing it. I'm putting that in, and I'm putting it on the table, and I'm gonna say, look, he had some really rough engages. He lost them the early lead they had, but you know what? He kept going in. He kept setting up stuns and magnet storms, and he turned the game around as well. There were some crazy teleport shenanigans. And who could know? Who could know ultimately what really decided this game? But
I want everyone on DRX to get a vote. I just want the votes to be all over the place, because that's what that game was.
Yeah.
Puddock managing to get it back together. I don't know whether it was necessarily the most inspiring Kai'Sa game, but he did a lot of damage. He was landing the Void Seekers in the end. I think huge hats off to Croco, who had a fantastic Sejuani. He actually landed almost every single ultimate, which is something we don't even necessarily see in some of our best Sejuani performances.
My biggest issue with what happened with Gnome Shrimp in this game is Sylvie's early game. He just didn't make an impact anywhere, and I think that Croco played very well to get those lanes ahead, and those better team fights later on.
Yeah, it was just really, really good stuff. We are going to go to a short break then. The space will break down that game, and we'll be back for game number 3. See you there.
끝날만하다고?
얘네 원딜 20초.
할만해. 오케이, 이걸 한번 쓸게 그러면. 애니 보는 거 나와. 애니 스턴데? 내가 막고 줘. 나이스. 나 노틸공 박혔다. 내가 막는 중. 나 바이 노플. 바이 잡았어. 오케이. 나 타이밍 막고 줘. 오케이. 카운터 봐. 나 레넥 노플. 죽일래? 나이스. 다음까지 죽이던가.
나 아무것도 안 돼. 난 오픈.
We're live from the arena of the Shattered Beast to get a closer look at some of our clashing contenders. This live view is courtesy of our mysteriously benevolent host, Viego. And it seems like he's itching to fight in the ring himself. I certainly can't blame him. Our lineup is fierce, starting with our headliner. You might know her, you might have heard of her, but you've definitely seen her slashing up the stadium floor. Samiro, weapons master and renowned bounty hunter. She's up against some tough competition. Set, bare fist brawler extraordinaire. Jin equipped with a powerful arsenal of firepower. And our first ever dog contestant? Very sharp dog contestant. Here at the arena, we got everything a soul-powered fan needs. Fast-paced, crazy gameplay, even crazier augmented action, and more. It's no wonder everyone wants a taste. Remember, this is limited time only. If you need a refresher, today's lineup schedule is chock full of knuckle-busting action from your faves. Just remember to get your prestige up if you want to train with someone like Pike or Shaco. Be careful, they are armed and most are dangerous.
It's a 1v1. Oh! And Divine gets it, unreal. All coming down to that 1v1 duel.
After the game ends, it's really break our heart.
But the pressure was too much for Gen G to come back on this redemption arc.
너무 아쉽고 화도 나고.
State Division will not be playing in Tokyo.
スタート東京にはすごく出たかったんで、かなり落ち込むって言ったらあれですけど、メンタルにダメージが来たなっていうのは覚えてます。
We won't give up, we will emerge.
もう一度チャンスがある大会なのかなと思います。
저희 젠지는 다시 일어날 겁니다.
諦めないで勝ち上がります。
Team Secret, we're gonna win it all. Laban Pinas.
We're gonna win with the power of friendship.
Flips good for 2 more and he gets 4 kills.
Global Esports gonna win it all. G winning.
Nowhere to get out, and that's gonna be an ace from Rossi.
We're Talon Esports, and we're gonna win LCK.
Starting things off with a reckoning of his own, but Cruz.
DFM が LCK を優勝します。
Put Anthem with the ace.
We won't give up, we will emerge.
Hello and welcome back after game number 2, which was quite the the rodeo here at the LCK between DRX and Nongshim Red Force. Definitely a fun one. What do you guys think about that?
What does it all mean? What we just witnessed. What does it mean for League of Legends, the sport? What does it mean for League of Legends, the gameplay? What does it mean for League of Legends, the esport? I don't know. I don't know if we learned anything. I just know that I was really worried about Huni while it was happening because he was having a really bad time. How are you feeling now?
There's no basic fundamental. I don't know what are we playing for, and nothing mattered. Like it's just whoever exploiting the Nexus. It's just that's all that matter.
I'm so happy that finally we got Huni to truly and well experience a Challengers game.
Yeah.
That's a win. That's what actually happened.
Like
I thought it was LCK right here. LCK.
Well, the signs are just there. Yeah, it was a fun one. What do you guys think about the draft? Let's start about the draft. Let's talk about the gameplay.
Okay, I actually do have some serious thoughts about specifically the fact that the Rumble, I think, was a really, really good adaptation. Previously, we saw that this game was going to come down to basically exclusively team fighting. And with Rumble, you can win. Was it a good Rumble? But did it spark joy for
It did
Huni?
take Scorch.
No, it did not. But it was good enough. And that's all they needed. Good enough.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, I don't know why people actually still taking Scorch into rank 2, who just goes the first item D shield, but like, whatever, you know? The Gathering Storm is kind of OP, like, because I know that this type of the game is gonna go no matter what above the 30-minute game, so the Gathering Storm develops pretty high, but I still don't really like your opinion, the adaptation they make it, the Rumble. Actually, if you get fall behind at least like one time against Renekton, it's unplayable, but this game, the Rascal was holding his lead pretty well.
What I love is when Barrel goes in and you're like, oh, Barrel, should you do that? You just throw an equalizer on and then it's fine. Then it's fine. Then it doesn't matter. Then he
No
goes
hesitation.
in.
That's what I mean.
No one can follow.
Yeah.
Press R.
Just go.
Just go.
That's what we wanted. It's the only way to see it.
Just go.
Yeah.
That's how we win the League of Legends, right?
Guys that goes in, boom.
I'm learning so much here. That's great. Let's take a look at highlight number 1. Just press R. Did we get some of that here? Yes, we did.
Yeah,
we did.
That's a combo. That's my boy. You know what I mean? Like, that's just press R into R into R into R.
That's the GOAT support Barrel right there.
It's so easy.
He's doing it. As you might have guessed, we're a little... that game took a lot. And I do think that what is really important is that in a series as messy as this, you just go back to basics, and drafting a press R comp is probably the best way, because neither of these two teams really seem to have a great grasp on how to consistently get leads, so it just comes down to fist fights.
Yeah, I mean, go back to like actual, like the series, the sentence is like the basic fundamental. This is like the most important thing. It's like right now, it's like, I think especially Nongshim, like they're not playing around the people, like how many people's around it. Like they are getting free, like other object, but they're just fighting without lack of the number. Like those kind of thing has to be stopped.
So we have a second fight here. I really like how DRX collapsed onto Fiesta on the right side. That's a place where Annies are all the time, and from there it was pretty elementary to take down the fight.
And I think that it's really important as well. You see, I think, some of the inexperience here. With this style of composition where you're playing into Kai'Sa, don't try to flank by yourself. And I think here, like, obviously Nongshim has to try and pull the trigger. Like, it looks silly, but they're going to be taken down anyway.
You almost did it.
They came pretty close. His ultimate, to Huni's dismay, not the best.
Yeah, but ultimate wasn't, you know, the greatest, but still, like, DRX to play really, really well. They found a flanker, they find who make the play. Like, that's why only Annie could do it. You know, like, after they get the Baron, they got the Drake secured the soul, they actually secure the game. Like, that's why, after that, the DRX just closed the game pretty cleanly.
Yeah, they were able to do it from there. Let's take a look at the POG, because we do have to have one here in game number 2. Will be Croco, 1-1-16.
And, hey, I'm going to be honest, it was a tough spring for the Croco fan club. We didn't really have a whole lot to be happy about. Even in summer, we saw it a little bit. But since he's come back, he's genuinely been great. We haven't seen the over-aggression that he was very, very known for when he still played at the beginning of the year. And his Sejuani ultimates, as were mentioned, actually very much on point here. Good team fighting, always at the forefront without actually getting taken down and racking up a lot of those assists. Really ideal Sejuani play.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, like, this is like really positive. The thing is about when you have a sub, like, it's a really, really good pressure just each other, so you can actually compete as teammates and then just play until you actually beat possible. And it's like, he was one actually making all the play all the game, and beautiful.
There you go. I mean, I think a lot of players had impact on this one. Even, you know, Barrel getting 4 votes. We had 2 votes for Rascal, which I actually think is fine. The votes for Padak, I mean, I don't know about that, but you do have that option. We do have Nongshim moving over to the blue side, and we will have to see how that does affect this next one, as you guys can see there. Any big changes to the draft, perhaps, going into this one?
I would like team fighting.
Also, this guy's coming in.
Yeah, a little spoiler. I think for Fiesta's mental, this is good. Quad was not great. There's a reason why Fiesta was subbed back in, but after a play like, or playing like Fiesta unfortunately experienced in the previous game, good call.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. He got more than 3 times, keep getting consistently caught. Like, that was no good. And, you know, and he's an easy champion. He was not able to hold it. So it was a high chance he was not be able to play well in 3rd game. So I think it's a good call.
Yeah, and Krako really had his number. Perhaps Krako will struggle with the other guy in the mid lane. But guys, we are going over to the casters once again for game number 3. Take it away, Atlas and Wolf.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And you guys might have struggled to break down that game number 2. But do you know what is better than a game number 2? A game number 3. That could be even more insanity. As Quad making his way in. Yeah, Fiesta got caught in the Annie position quite a few times and was honestly just looking a little bit middling. I think
sometimes when he wasn't in the Annie position as well.
Yeah. It wasn't great. So Quad's going to be back in, and let's see whether this is going to be the special something.
If you call now, we'll even throw in 1 Cassiopeia ban.
Ooh.
We'll guarantee. Oh, look at that.
There it is. So now, is it Cassiopeia and Neela? Both of them?
Yeah, probably.
So I mean, it does a lot of things could get through.
The target here of Rascal is interesting as well. Might be looking for some more Renekton priority. Is some more things will get through, as you say. I don't know if they'll ban Neela because this is red side, and you know Tristana deserves a look. Kai'Sa we could see picked up here as well, but doesn't look like Nongshim really prioritizing the champ very highly right now. It'd be really interesting if Nongshim banned Kai'Sa now, and then we just see the Kai'Sa Tristana trade, and then they go for something like a Sejuani or a LeBlanc, but LeBlanc will be banned, so let's see what that final ban is going to be. You could just ban the Neela and then trade Tristana for Kai'Sa. Another option here.
Yeah, I actually don't think you need to ban Tristana because Quad didn't earn his license.
No.
The reason he was subbed out and never was seen again was because of a Tristana performance. So I don't think we're going to see. I don't think that is going to be something you need to ban. And so they're going to ban the Vi instead. And now,
with all of
do they do it? Is this the redemption, the Quad redemption arc?
With all of the priority on the top side bans here, if you just pick Tristana here and then give Sejuani Renekton to Krako Rascal, it already feels kind of like you've really given way too much power to DRX. So they're going to take the Renekton, and that's what these bans were for. Now, you will give Fate the opportunity to play Tristana. They also could play Tristana Ivern. You know, this actually is finally available here. That's not really Krako's play style, so I don't expect that to come through. I think, you know, KT or Genji or D+ 100% go down that route, but
Poppy Sejuani, that's what I would have liked to have seen, but we're not going to see it. Sejuani Renekton in the hands of Nongshim is scary if they do decide to lock it in.
Yeah, the Sejuani, not amazing here for DRX, but a great denial, and you would have obviously still had the opportunity to pick up that Tristana or play into quads, which I'm not too worried about, as we will see the Maokai denial here. And you can just go Maokai Kai'Sa, or you can go Maokai Maokai Azir, and it feels pretty decent here for Quad. To be totally frank with you guys, like Fiesta had a rough performance, but Quad has been potentially the weakest player in the LCK. And you know, if you're trying to draft for him, you better hope that you've got some setup for this guy, and that's why I think this Azir pick makes a lot of sense here. Renekton Maokai Azir, strong rotation. It's a matchup where the Azir isn't going to get absolutely blasted by the Tristana, probably. So you'll at least be able to get through the early game against Fate, who's one of DRX's strongest players.
Yeah. You saw it in Quad's face there as well. Not exactly super psyched about playing the Azir this time around. But it might also just be like him trying to psych himself up, getting himself into a good position as, okay.
Well, this makes the bans for Nongshim pretty easy. You know, just definitely going to take a look at that Aphelios. And you're probably also going to take a look at that Xayah.
Yeah.
For DRX here, it's a little bit trickier, because you don't know exactly what Nongshim is going to ban just yet. They'll actually ban the Aphelios, so interesting.
I wonder what that means for what Puddock's going to be playing this game. Because I was expecting, like you say, that Tristana Aphelios has been pretty powerful.
Maybe they just want to play Kai'Sa Rel with this comp. And
yeah,
it's not wrong per se.
Not the worst. And with Poppy on the top side of the map as well, they don't need to necessarily pick a massive amount of frontline.
Barrel's face when the Rel gets banned.
Yeah.
Oh no, and they also took my Maokai.
But the Neela is banned away, so they do at least pay the Jiwoo tax.
Yeah. Maybe ban Xayah here is the highest prio pick, or maybe... Because I think if you're Nongshim, you're pretty happy to pick up Varus here.
Yeah.
And... Okay, they will ban the Kai'Sa, even with the Rel gone. It's still a strong pick, obviously, with the Ivern and the double 80 carry.
And it gives you some magic damage as well, which is what they would really like. I think DRX probably want to go towards Varus now, because you can go for that AP build that is not gutted just yet. I believe that's 13-13 that nerf comes through. We're a long way in the past this week, and so it is hard to keep up with exactly...
oh, it's Beryl. It could be Ash Heimering, although I really don't advise it with its composition, but we could be. It's possible.
We could be Ash Varusing. You never know.
Yeah, no, I mean, I honestly, frankly, I like that more. I think Varus might get picked up here for Nongshim, though the only alternative I feel like is Ezreal in this case, which Jiwoo hasn't been tested on this pick. The Xayah is still available.
Yeah, they can Xayah Rakan.
All right. So is it Heimer? Is it Varus? Is it Caitlyn? Is it Kalista Ash?
Ooh, they could play Caitlyn Ash for the DRX bottom lane.
It's just going to be Milio. Beryl on Milio. Do you have any specific thoughts about this? Does this make you feel happy or worried? Does this make you feel pleasant or
holding up this shirt does not give me ting. Not really. It does mean that Beryl is going to be more on a back foot as far as the play for the bottom side. So it does mean that he won't be able to go in and die quite as easily. He certainly still can, but it won't be doing anything good for the team, and he won't be aiming to do it very often.
It's very good for the composition. It's very good for Tristana. It's very good for Ash. Ash can be very oppressive with her slows. If she has additional range to apply them, it becomes very problematic.
Yeah.
But Beryl has not had the greatest track record this season on Enchantress supports. He's not been able to set up engages he often tries to, even though it is not the function of Milio. He has not been as good defensively on picks like this. And also, I think it doesn't play to some of Beryl's greatest strengths, which are when he actually makes those engages work, when he actually is able to be decisive. This is a pick that, as the shot caller of DRX, you're really going to be sitting on the back foot of. So it's one of those picks where, like, almost factually it makes sense, but if you really look into the context of what it means for DRX, for me, I'm very worried about it.
I am too. I'm feeling like this isn't exactly what you want to see for a DRX that want to be going in. However, like you say, good for the composition. We'll see whether it is going to work. The other thing that strikes a bit of worry is the Poppy on the top side of the map. Rascal has looked really good when he can do a bunch of damage. And so we'll just have to see how this Poppy performance is going to go. We understand, you know, Poppy into Renekton, not a bad matchup. You can deny slices and dices and things like that. We'll have to see how it goes as we hop into the Rift here. Game number 3. All right, we have Ash rocking out here in this bottom lane. Paddock is next to the guy that earned a skin on Ash last year and decided instead that Project Ash is the way, and I respect it. That's the skin I use as well. I really like it. Been using it for a very long time. So I guess it does sort of make some sense. Yeah. As Rascal is going to be hopping back up towards this top side, does discover that there was a Dundun waiting in the brush, and is therefore going to escape.
That's a cool skin. I like it.
Yeah. We also, Wolf, we have a tree off, and Croco has gone base skin Ivan.
Yeah.
Which we haven't seen yet. It's been Dunkmaster and
it's his first game of Ivan ever. Yeah, we have seen this. Well, I mean, it's like Beryl being on this this Milio pick does make you worry, because playstyle-wise, this is a player who likes to go in, likes to be aggressive, likes to attack. I feel the same way about Croco playing Ivern. Because Ivern, he gets extended attack range to kind of go in, and he roots people. That's about the extent of how much he goes in. He kind of otherwise presses shields on people and is a secondary support.
I think that Rascal can go in. Outside of that, no one else really quite able to do so. As Peter, unfortunately, I mean, he's got a cool emote for the Rakan, but hasn't been able to pick up a win just yet on the champion. We'll have to see. Maybe today is the day. Maybe now is the time. As Beryl able to offer a cozy campfire here, as now Jiwoo and Peter in a bit of trouble. Yeah, that is some high value.
So, like I said, when you get attack range on this Ashe, she can slow people.
Yeah.
It is very strong. So, like, scholastically, you know, looking at what this means, it's very good. This has actually been a very even matchup this season. It's been one of the best answers to the Tristana thus far. We've seen players like Chovy still crush the Azir, regardless of the matchup, but we have seen other players struggle into it because of the Emperor's Divide and some overextensions.
Yep. We've seen Zeka win both sides of the matchup and lose both sides of the matchup, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Which is really cool. Balance in all things, as we like to say. I believe that's a Z quote. You never really know. As Nongshim have managed to, you know, drink some potions and stuff like that, they should be all right. As once again, Paddock getting himself the campfire, and Beryl just deciding that the young player is going to get aggressive. Speaking of getting aggressive, Root Caller going to miss here from Croco.
Here, Croco's Crocoing.
He is.
He's making Ivern relevant in the early game with an early level 3 gank.
And it's almost effective, but Dindin doesn't flash, and so therefore it is just sending a message.
Yeah, it must be weird for a player like Croco to not hurt the camps as well, but actually just calmly bring them to his side.
Yeah.
Tree fight on the Scuttle is over here.
Yeah, bit of an engagement as the flash out from Paddock is not exactly what DRX wants if they want to continue playing on the front foot. He has to cleanse as well, and they get the heal in exchange for just a grand entrance ignite from Peter.
I love the fact that that happened so I couldn't watch the tree fight. The tree fight happened for a long time and Croco won. Based on what I saw on the minimap.
All right, well then that's good. That's probably maybe we'll get a replay.
I don't think we will, but
them just hitting each. Maybe it was like an end move. You know, it takes a long time. There is another engage. Paddock's just going to be obliterated. That's going to be first blood in the 2v2 going over to Jiwoo.
Peter, that Rakan play. Look at him nod as well, knowing he did it. He pulled it off. He did the flash knockup.
He did. Looked really good while he did it as well.
How's your cleanse?
Okay, well, Croco gonna come on over. You can put down a brush for Fate. That's what he. Well, he's not gonna do that, but he could if he wanted to.
He could have. He did not.
Yeah, tricky.
That's a Scuttle going over. Sylvie will not be denied both. As that's a lot of lost CS for Paddock, obviously.
Yeah.
So the fact that they catch Paddock, he's just super low, and the reaction here is to instantly flash, which means that Peter has the ability to kill you there. If you have to react a little bit different, like you have to do it during the actual W animation. He does get picked off here. Peter makes a proactive play.
Yeah.
And over here, I don't think anything super is happening. So what were you going to say, yeah?
No, it's just that I really like the follow-up. You know, you get the flash out of Paddock, and then immediately the capitalization comes in. So just really clean play here from Nongshim towards the bottom side. Paddock makes his way back down, and it's not end of the world. You know, you can see the CS is still just fine between these two. But as soon as this lane starts to go the wrong direction, if you start snowballing on the Xayah, it can be really, really rough here. As Peter, I mean, there is still no flash. So they can just do it again if they find an angle.
This time Peter doesn't have flash, of course, to commit to it, but I mean, still, if you make a mistake, if you are in Peter's knockup range, then absolutely could happen here. As he's looking for an angle.
Yep, Paddock now trying to fire back here. Beryl offering as much support as he possibly can.
The problem is, Atlas, when you, if you go in on that play and you mess it up and you miss against Ashe Milio, there is no like, ooh, that didn't work out, we'll leave now. You probably die, actually. So, gotta be really careful about it. You have to know exactly the calculation of, we will get this kill. Otherwise, the Ashe will slow you forever, and then you'll die.
Yeah, it is certainly a little bit of a brush with fate, but we know that Peter is a man without fear.
True.
He just does not worry about that sort of stuff. He will go in. He will get that one done. As I believe we're also Ruler Core JJing here towards the bottom side as well, which I really love from Jiwoo and Peter. Just keeping up that that synergy.
Yeah.
as Sylvie, oh, the tree battle. This is what we were talking about. This is what we've been waiting for, as there is a pigeon in the tree. Fate gonna come on over as well, though, as he's starting to get these shots down as Croco thrown over the wall. The trigger seed's fantastic. Look at this. He's been kept alive forever, and Fate is gonna lock down the kill. Now he's looking for Quad as the next one, and I guess this is the benefit to having a million supports, and it's the fact that your tree is never gonna fall down.
Yeah, just lots of shields and heals coming through with this composition, and even with the Ignite committed there, Peter is not able to hit the engage the way he's looking for, and the kill will not go over to Nongshim here. It's a kill to Fate, and level 6 is now hit for Croco. So watching this again, you see Sylvie here on the back of this, and Quad's coming over. Croco knows 100% what's up. Shields here, gets knocked in, then scooped over to Peter, who unfortunately does not hit the knockup. Sylvie has to flash back, and Croco has his shield back already, gets barrel shield and heals as well, and then Fate is able to trade the kill back. So, yeah, everyone's pretty amazed. Really impressive stuff here. Great reaction on the side of both the support there in Barrel and also the support jungle supporting himself.
I thought you were about to say great reaction from the fans as we did have a look. But I think you're right. I think the reaction from both of these squads definitely working out, especially Barrel, who's been able to, you know, mitigate what was a rough start to the lane. Puddock was the one that sort of paid for it towards that bottom side. But still early days, and this composition from DRX has a fair bit of longevity. Yeah, you're looking at Nongshim, and they do have a lot of AoE CC, a lot of team fighting, a lot of front to back. But DRX, this double 80 carry composition with a fair bit of added utility will be scary as this game goes on. But they do need to get themselves some advantages, start setting up, and that is precisely what they're going to do. Moving towards this dragon right now, as Croco with Daisy alongside him, going to get to work on this Cloud Drake.
Yeah, the game state here is quite interesting because the scaling aspects of, okay, this is the problem with Tristana.
Special delivery to the turret, and yeah, he's really dead.
Yeah,
I think that was actually what happened to Quad before he got subbed out. Almost that exact play.
Well, this is like the kind of thing I was talking about in the matchup earlier when we saw it with 7 and 7, is just if you can jump over the hurdle that is the Emperor's Divide, you win those. If you get blasted into the turret, unfortunately you lose them. It's kind of the nature of the all-ins there, and a lot of players will just simply use their wave clear to push the Azir and won't heavily commit, as Fate doesn't actually have to do this. Barrel's here, and yeah, this is just quite puzzling. It was super easy for Quad to outplay his Barrel nearby, but he definitely wasn't on the same page and was not there to assist him in any way, and nothing he could do anyways to stop the Emperor's Divide. So quite an interesting decision there.
Indeed. Was it that Fate sort of ran out of mana? Because I think he did blow up his explosive charge, so could have theoretically rocket jumped out. I don't know whether it would have been enough to stop the final turret shot from killing him, but yeah, otherwise, pretty sad story here for Fate in the mid lane. He still retains that CS advantage, is able to get back to this mid lane quite comfortably. So hopefully we'll see some cleaner play. But definitely a good look here for Quad, as Fate retains a gold lead as well, as you can see, 600 gold in the lead. And now the explosive charge is going to be used on the turret to try and get himself a plate. Oh, no, not going to fall down just yet.
That's weird.
That was very close. And we're at 11 minutes. There's still 3 minutes for the Tristana to come on over and collect himself.
He should still be able to get it, but it looked like he was going to miss it, but he actually won't. So good news for Fate.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Atlas's game is very even at the moment, but I still like this like game state for DRX because of the scaling aspects of this comp they have, with the ability for this Poppy to just say no to objectives, the shielding that you can apply to Fate, and even though, yes, he did mess up that all-in just moments before, I don't think that's indicative of what we're going to see from him in team fights later on. The Ashe engage opportunities you have, too. You can follow up on roots from Croco very well with that Ashe arrow, then blow up single targets with his Tristana.
Oh, arrow.
Speaking of arrows.
Soaring forward, that is going to connect onto Quad, who does shift some sands.
That was pretty clean. Not that it, I think, would have been super relevant, but I'd like to see the reaction time on that one.
Yeah, Nongshim now moving towards the Dragon Pit. It's empty for the next 2.5 minutes, so not sure why.
Yeah, I was also like, wait, is that up already? And I think everyone kind of collectively was like, no, it's not.
It's just not. It's just not a thing that we need to worry about. As Rascal was able to do that fun fadeaway buckler to the turret to proc his demolish, which was also pretty awesome. Enjoyed that one, and he is ahead by just a little bit towards that top side and has himself the best DPS item in the game.
Yeah, there's just no topside attention here for the junglers.
Padak almost able to stand out of the way of the grand entrance. Is now Peter. He has battle danced as he's now trying to run away. This is part of the issue, but still, he should be all right.
That's what I was talking about. Kind of if you go in and you don't actually get the kill, you will struggle to get out, but he is Recon.
Well, they're going to look for it one more time. Okay. Sometimes you get Ultra Mega Fire Kicks, and that is going to be Padak now using his cleanse to try and catch up. There is the campfire as once again they're bearing down on Peter, but he grand exits. He'll be fine.
He's fine, but you're out of the lane now, and Padak and Barrel really playing this early game pretty well here, despite what was obviously a disaster after losing Flash and then getting caught by the Recon knock-up there, the flash in from Peter. Padak just going to actually hold his own here alone. Barrel's sticking around. They're trying to maybe bait something here, but won't be taken.
Yep.
And I'd love to see Sylvie play a little bit more proactively around this insane shove from Rascal on the top side, because you know, he hasn't otherwise been able to do anything this game. It doesn't need to really help out the bottom side of the map. They're going to be fairly self-sufficient here. Mid, you know, with that kill that was picked up from Quad, you know, he feels pretty nice, but just the fact that this Renekton is getting constantly shoved in feels like a pressure point that isn't really being utilized at all here, that Nongshim could actually put the pressure on, but he is just going to continue to clear. He is 10 farm up here, 10 CS above Croco, but at the end of the day, you know, I feel like this Renekton not getting anything done is going to be one of the biggest detriments here for Nongshim, because there's a big time limit on what Renekton can do, especially when a lot of these fights he's just going to be sent out by a Keeper's Verdict, or will just be Buster shot away, as you kind of mentioned earlier as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of disengage options here for DRX, and they need them. They need as many as possible, because keeping Nongshim at arm's length is what they need to do. I feel like so I like DRX's composition in theory, but I also really like Nongshim in this series because it's the easier one to play.
Sure.
And I think having ease of execution in a game like this is important, as Rascal has heroically charged his way in. Sylvie taking a bit of damage here as Fate has a nice little campfire to work with. It's as if he's drawn even more beads than he thought he was going to, as, okay. Wind and Fire on the table, very exciting here, as now Fate is going to have to flash away after rocket jumping in. Padak trying to stand his own, but it's not going to work out. He just explodes. This is what we were talking about. You really do need to make sure that you have all your ducks in a row, and that duck is now back in the death chamber.
He quacked.
He did.
He quacked Atlas, and now, I mean, they have this choke point controlled. I feel like Nongshim should be able to take this one here, especially if Quad just sets up Sand Soldiers. He still has ultimate and flash. There's Dundon in the choke as well. Like, there's just no way DRX contests this, right?
Well, Rascal is still in the area. Croco's going to move on over to his brush, but yeah, Drake is going to be secured here by Nongshim very nicely.
Yeah, kind of bizarre that DRX felt like they had any chance there of coming back into that one. The brush was set up pretty nicely, but you just do not have the resources anymore, and Padak committing to the arrow there on the bottom side, then subsequently just getting dove on was really unfortunate, as DRX were feeling like they had control of the Drake pick and wanted to actually start up there, so just a bit of a split call, it looks like, here for DRX in terms of what they were setting up there, and that just means Nongshim sees on an opportunity without using the Renekton ult, without using the Emperor's Divide, and then at that point there's just no turn. You don't have an AD carry anymore, you don't have your Ash Arrow anymore, and Padak is going to put some damage into this turret and deny some CS, but that is going to be a small prize to gain. As it is going to be Chemtech Soul again here, so that's not
yeah, Ox
happy news
hasn't,
for us.
It's Ox's day off, so he hasn't really been paying very much attention today, which is a little bit unfortunate, but that is absolutely fine.
Committing really heavily to killing this turret, and actually there isn't going to be an answer here.
Yeah.
Or Nongshim. I mean, they're proxying the wave with Dundon topside, but they don't commit the Emperor's Divide, they don't come over here, and it is just going to be a trade for the Herald. So...
And another Okay, let's have a look at what happened here. And this was Nongshim just having more control, right?
I mean, at the bottom side of this fight, they try to commit the arrow and want to try to collapse, but DRX just not in position for follow-up here, and this isn't the type of composition where you chain CC together with an Ashe arrow necessarily, unless you have, like you say, more control than they had. They had kind of, I'd say, a decent amount of control over the pit, but didn't have any control of the bottom side, and they needed to collapse their AD carry in, so the Ashe arrow, I guess Poddick he decided it was the only way they were going to be able to try to turn that around and break through and set up a concave towards the Drake pit together, but the collapse was just too quick from Sylvie, and that's a dead Ashe, second death of the game. Now Uzziah, as Nongshim is pretty far ahead.
Yeah, he's a monster. Speaking of monsters, the Crocodile looking for fate as the Nature's Grasp is going to come through. They are underneath the turret here as Daisy pops up and Croco in position. Peter is going to get snared up, so can't actually get underneath the turret, but now he goes for the re-engage. The Emperor's Divide to push the Tristana back into the gaping maw of Dundun. And it's the Azir actually that's able to lock down the kill. Now Croco finds himself running the opposite direction as the lingering campfire. But that is about it. And now this tree is going to be felled. And felled by the other tree, as it turns out. As Rascal is here in this bottom lane, looking for an inner turret.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're going to get something for this, but Nongshim are going to trade this with a charge of the Herald topside, and with Dundun showing up bottom side, he should be able to stop Rascal's push now. So, doesn't feel great, and we jumped into that kind of early, and I didn't see exactly how Quad came around, but I suppose he teleported behind with all the deep wards they have set up there on the top side of the map, so getting into position to actually force this into a very big trade-up is look at where Peter is trying to set this one up, and it looked for a moment like, okay, we're overextending, we're trying to push this into a turret here. The engage is very weak here. Sylvie going deep, and then that teleport from the Azir onto the red buff comes through. Peter tanks the turret, baits them in a little bit further, then the re-engage here with Quad is very nice, and the arrow here is also absorbed with no turret aggro. Well played. And Quad, I feel like he's had one of his better games this season on this Azir. Like, he's been decisive, he's been where he needs to be. Nothing really rough to say about him, and I feel like it's one of the first games for Quad we've had this year where I'm watching going, yeah, like this guy actually could replace Fiesta. Like, this guy's actually improved a lot, and he must have just been training during his break while he's been benched and really having significant improvements. Fiesta has one bad game, and then this guy shows up, and he's ready to make an impact.
Certainly is, and on Fiesta's best champion as well. The champion that was used to carry them in game number 1. Although, you know, didn't pick up POG or anything like that, but now you can see Nongshim, 3,000 gold in the lead. And it's largely to do with what Quad's been able to do. He's on a killing spree right now, 3-0-0 on the Azir. Going for the more bursty build in this Ludens. No crowns to come in, and no Leandries either. Doesn't look like he's heading towards the second item, Nash's. That still might be third, but it's looking like a Void Staff come in as the next one.
Yeah, it is. And if you look at the vision on the map right now, like, besides that control ward that kind of allows Fate to push your top side while he's also being shadowed by Croco, and the ward that was placed very recently behind the Baron pit, there's almost no vision anywhere on the map for DRX. Nongshim have had great defensive vision all down the river all game long, even before their lead, and stuff like this, I mean, you can do.
Well, there's the Flash Emperor's Divide, or just the Surf in Emperor's Divide. Croco going to explode. The arrow will connect, but it's kind of after the fact, and now Beryl going to have to get out of there. He ults himself as the Nature's Grasp is going to fly forward, and now Rascal, he's the front line. He is the guy that can actually stand his ground. But Nongshim, yeah, like you say, Jiwoo is going to tank it for a little bit longer than he would have otherwise liked. And Dundun, he's slicing on in. 5 members of Nongshim now in this Baron pit as Fate moving on over. There is no smite that's available. And Nongshim, they're looking for the turn. Sylvie in the pit is going to secure the Baron. And now, Poddick is free hitting. Sylvie is just massive though. Look at his health bar. Heroic Charge comes in. Hits exactly that as Rascal almost sacrifices himself. And DRX, what are we even fighting for here? Because the Baron is already taken.
It's already lost. It's already lost. It's already taken. In all of the deep vision across the map and all of the ways they've tried to set up these side lanes non-stop where they're constantly applying pressure with these Azir teleports and with the Emperor's Divides coming through, it's just been fantastic to watch. And DRX just falling apart, I think, in a big way here.
Yeah, looking for their second Drake of the game.
Rascal super low.
He is indeed, but he's poppy, you know. Sylvie's going to get kicked back. Jiwoo just going to deter them, and Sylvie's going to get that smite. And so DRX waste their time and leash the Drake for Nongshim to come over and pick up.
Poor Croco, man. He dies before Baron, can't help out in that fight, shows up here only to have his Drake denied as well. And, I mean, this is just so much power across the map here for Nongshim. The inner down on top side, pushing this mid inner as well. And Quad gains so much with the ability to just drop his Sun Disc here for future objectives. But I don't know how many more of those objectives we're going to have here. I mean, this is such a massive lead. Bounties now online for DRX across the map. And I mean, look at the itemization here, too. I wasn't completely sold on Quad going for this Ludens, considering how much shielding there is for the 80 carries. But when you're this far ahead, you can go straight into Void. You've already got Sork Boots. I mean, the burst damage he can do with Emperor's Divide is massive, and there's only so much shielding you can do. You shield the 80 carries, but then the very squishy Ivern becomes a huge problem, right? And the Poppy in the front line is just going to get burst through with this Kraken Slayer. Once LDR comes online for Jiwoo here as well, he's just not going to be that big of a front line here. The Azir can just do so much, and you watch in these fights how much Quad is able to do damage-wise here, and it's too late here. Croco sees Dundin, roots him, but Emperor's Divide, look at the damage here. It's just insane.
Yeah, just surfs in, flash Emperor's Divide, and the arrow connects, but it doesn't really matter, right? Like, this is why the Nongshim composition works so well into DRX, is because they have so many of these pick options, and if they start every fight by ruining DRX's composition, the four-man doesn't work. You need all the pieces to make the DRX composition actually happen, as the early smite, unfortunate there from Croco.
30 off.
Yeah, Nongshim fans are elated at this victory. And as far as what this means as well, it'll even out the scoreline between these two squads and keeps the Nongshim playoff dreams well and truly alive here.
And also really helps Kwangdong Freaks in the race as well. From that one win ahead of DRX. Nongshim obviously still one win behind as well. And that's going to be an inhibitor down here with the last bit of this Baron. And now as Nongshim here, you just go for a reset. You don't have to hard force anything. Your composition does not actually have to try to deep dive or anything like that. It's well and truly scaled. And Quad has been able to catch so many overextensions of DRX here. If they try to make an aggressive play to defend, then you just take them out. Otherwise, you wear down this inhibitor turret.
Well, they're going to see what they can do here as DRX are fighting back relatively nicely. Now actually standing on these brushes as the Blade Caller. Not going to do too much. Rascal looking to try and push them away.
Poduk trying his best to set up slows here. He is Ashe in this position where you want to be able to chase down these members as they're trying to escape, but he's a whole item behind. And there's just way too much peel here for Nongshim. If you try to heavily commit, you're just going to get Emperors divided. And Fate already has experienced this once today. I don't think he wants to experience it the second time.
And Rascal now fighting with Dundin, Jiwoo in the area. And so you're going to see Rascal backing away. And the way that this needs to work for DRX, like if you wanted to see a victory for them in this game, which is really starting to look almost impossible, you really need Rascal to hit someone away and then go for your pick and then make things work. Or you set up, you have that, that core created, and then if anyone tries to engage on you, then you allow one person through and you kick a few of them away with the Keeper's Verdict. And then Poduk can set up with an arrow. You can land root callers, and Beryl can then mitigate any CC that comes through from the enemy.
And you're only going to get that if you get a forced fight here on an objective. So because it's Chemtech Soul, good luck on that one. At least for the next Baron fight, you might get an opportunity where you can have that Keeper's Verdict. But with the amount of control they have here and how much they're sieging this up, because they have Maokai, there's no way in unless you hard engage. And then you just get peeled on by Quad, who has so much damage that already has a needlessly large rod. And here comes the Maokai ult.
Yeah, Nature's Grasp is going to come through. Daisy comes down, arrow pierces right through the middle of the Nongshim team. And Peter is going to actually flash away. Cozy Campfire is here, but it's not really doing too much as Daisy loses interest in the whole situation as well.
And the top waves are starting to stack up here with super minions, and the only side lane angle you have is a Tristana, who has to then be shadowed by an Ivern. And there's so many picks that can shadow extremely well in the current meta, but Ivern is not really one of them, especially from this far behind. So if Fate tries to hard push a lane or deal with these super minions as he is now, because he's the best wave clear you really have on your team to push hard, then when he gets out to where the outer turret used to be, he's vulnerable. And the Ivern just isn't going to be able to assist, even with Daisy, even with a Root. He's just too squishy. He went for, you know, Moonstone and Redemption. So he's just not ever going to be able to buy time for anyone else to come over and save the play, for Rascal to TP in, for example. Rascal has no wave clear, so there's just not really any good news for trying to actually get that setup fight on an objective. The Baron is live now, but look at the lack of control here for DRX around that objective. At least they pushed the top wave out a little bit here. Well, that's all you can really say.
Yeah. And DRX, they're kind of circling the drain. Still looking to see whether we can find a team fight from this team that'll tell us that they know exactly how this composition is supposed to function, right? So we have seen comps like this work. Maybe not this exact one. We have certainly seen things like this actually manage to figure it out. Almost an engage from DRX. The Nature's Grasp is going to come down. The arrow is going to connect onto Sylvie, though, who's now going to push Daisy away. Some lower health bars here on the Nongshim side, but they can just wander away from DRX and then just fight when they feel like it's a better opportunity.
Yeah. Just watch them kite back here.
Ooh, Static Shift starting to do some work here from Fate, who is the big member of the team. It's going to get blocked out. Peter, absolutely fantastic work, but Beryl is there with the mitigation on the CC, and now Padak, he has to flash as well. Nongshim, if they sink their fangs in, they can do a lot of burst damage, especially with this Azir build, but they are going to be able to move over towards this Baron, and Hawkshot, it will see it.
But
I don't know whether they can do anything about it.
Yeah, Fate has teleport here, but they have to clear the waves top. And that is going to be the Baron going over. And maybe there's an angle if you just rush right towards the Baron if those health bars are low. But with Mega Honey Fruit as well on this Rift, they're just able to pick up 2 of those. Peter goes back to full. The rest of the squad heals up before they do the Baron as well. And there's just really no threat here. Randuin's is done for Dundun. And I mean, when you look at the Shadow Flame getting almost ready here for Quad, it's not quite ready off of this play, but it should be very soon off of his next back. He will pick it up. The damage is just unreal here with the Bloodthirster here for Jiwoo. He didn't even go Doms. He's like, I don't really care about this front line of the Poppy in this game. Unfortunately for DRX, just not really a big enough threat here at all when you consider all the ways you could lock it down away from the rest of the team. And Fate, again, he's on wave clear duty. The inhibitor's back up. But for how long with this Baron buff here?
Yeah,
it's not going to last long.
It certainly isn't. And DRX, they need to win a team fight. Otherwise, they're just going to lose their whole base. As Nongshim are going to bear down on them. They have no inhibitor turret in the mid lane, none in the top lane. And this last one on the bottom side of the map is trying to be defended by Rascal. He's doing his best to pick up his buckler and just have a good time. But right now you can see he's just getting melted. Man, Quad with his Void Staff just does not care. And of course, Rascal doesn't have very much magic resist whatsoever.
Okay, this is a bit risky here from Nongshim. They might have to commit the Maokai ult.
Okay, that's a rocket jump in from Fate as the Featherstorm does come through. The arrow sails by as well as the Nature's Grasp is going to be in there. Still, Sylvie now going to have to walk his way out. They haven't managed to get this inhibitor just yet. Showing some slide over extensions here on the Nongshim side as Daisy gets a little aggressive, and Dundun is going to find that opportunity. That means they do get over, grab themselves this inhibitor. Inhibitor turret as well, and this is what we were talking about. The last remaining inhib.
Double
supers.
supers.
Going down exactly right. And DRX, I just don't know. Like, yeah, you could put a lot of brushes underneath your Nexus turrets. Maybe this is going to be their bastion of hope, but it's really starting to look like Nongshim are just going to dot some I's, cross some T's, and walk away with a victory here.
I mean, it's all Baron buff.
Yeah, and it means that this season, this year, it is going to be even, completely even between DRX and Nongshim. 2-1s both times, 1 apiece in both spring and summer.
Yeah, the brushes are making it take a little bit longer here, but it does feel inevitable that DRX will fall with all of these cannon minions empowered by Baron. The last turret will go down, and then Jiwoo can start hitting the Nexus itself. I mean, so many bushes here, but you can't engage.
Well, there's the flash forward as Fate is going to be able to get that rocket jump out. They dive on forward, and yeah, there's just so much damage. Jiwoo is now free, hitting Rascal. He goes golden, but he is going to have to witness the rest of his team just explode. Beryl is going on an adventure. Milio's out of there, and the Nexus is also going to go down. Nongshim will pick up the victory and tie the scoreline with DRX.
Quad and Sylvie, a little embrace there. You know that Quad has got to feel good about this one after such a long hiatus on the bench. He comes back here and plays a fantastic game of League of Legends on Fiesta's best pick. You called it out, the Azir. It looked a little bit uncomfortable in the draft, but he delivered here. And in the one time he was tested in lane, he just absolutely threw Fate in the dumpster. And then he just pushed topside, got that turret pressure, and then teleported to Shadow, his laner, as well on the top side so that he could actually then force those fights. They constantly had deep vision. And when Nongshim are on, they are on. It's the inconsistencies that lead to their eventual scoreline, but this will be their third win of the season. And it's nights like tonight that give people like Chronicler hope, you know? Give people like Huni hope that maybe on their best day, this could be a playoff team. And now just one win separates them and Kwangdong Freaks. For DRX, this was a must win. This is one of your easiest matches you have left of the season, and you dropped the ball here.
Yeah, it's not the DRX that we saw performing so well against KT, right? And some of those inconsistencies really are looming. Quad going to give us the double thumbs up. You saw him give Rascal a little bit of a hug there as the teams were fist bumping after the victory. Of course, used to play together when he was under the name of Sulka a little while back before taking some time off, and now joining Nongshim. And great to see him have a good performance here.
Yeah, Nongshim. This team feels like such a mystery in terms of what you're going to get on the day. You just don't know. And I feel like the same could be said of DRX. You know, both of these teams have been so inconsistent that at their best,
consistently inconsistent.
Yeah, it's just, but at their best, you kind of clutch yourself in your chair and you go, like, is this team actually good? And you think for a moment, like, maybe this team is actually capable of greater things than what we see. But if you only see it a third of the time, then those playoff spots feel so far away. But with the bottom of our standings being so tumultuous, the dream is alive for all 5 teams in that in the running for that final spot. And that's going to make for a very exciting final 2.5 weeks of regular season here. For DRX, it's a bit of a heartbreaking loss because this is the one you expected to equalize with Kwangdong on. And it gets tougher from here.
You have to remember that Kwangdong also lost the first series of the day. So it could have been worse, right? Like, Kwangdong could have beat Gen G, and then your chances really start to go out the window, especially if you lose it here. This was the play, though, that really reminded me of Peter, especially towards the beginning of the season. With the Deft and Faker show match that we saw, Peter with his Rakan, grabbing his Rakan emote there as well. Very sad that he didn't use it in that moment.
Yeah, I'm a little bit sad as well.
But it doesn't quite happen. And DRX, this was a tough composition to pilot, and they couldn't pilot it, sadly. That's just, it's the long and short of it.
And looking at DRX's remaining schedule, you know, they have a lot of direct competitors, right? They have Live Sandbox they have to face off against. They also face off against Bro, as well as Kwangdong Freaks, which are actually their last opponent of the season. That actually may be the decider.
Yeah,
but you also have Hanwha Life Esports and T1. So, you know, I'd say it's a really tough finishing schedule for this squad. It's not impossible, and with how they punched up against KT, maybe the win against T1 is not, you know, out of the realm of possibility.
They've done it before.
I'd say Hanwha, you know, is the one that's, well, that one gets a little bit more tough, but you are going to have to be able to beat the competition. You know, like Live Sandbox feels like it should be winnable, but so did this Nongshim series, and who knows about what's going to happen against Live Sandbox.
I mean, I thought the DRX were going to pretty comfortably take this one, to be honest, if their form from their previous performance was going to be kept up, but it just wasn't. And they go back to some of the previous times. Does mean that I'm not entirely sure what we're going to get when we see them next this week as well, right? Like, DRX just showing that, yeah, the inconsistencies are still there, and the bottom of the standings are just so crazy.
So volatile, you just never know.
Yeah.
Quad, I hope he gets to have an interview tonight. I think he played a great game of League of Legends to close it out. I think he was super decisive, and it really got to feel that bench energy where you're like, no, it's my chance, it's my time. I'm going to come and I'm going to prove that I have improved massively since you last saw me, and I really felt it.
No, I really appreciated Quad's performance here, and potentially going to grab that POG as well. We'll see whether he does, as we're going to throw it back to the space to break down the Nongshim victory.
Thank you, casters, for the wonderful cast on the day as Nongshim were able to get the victory here in game number 3. Peter apologizing a lot at that one. Not sure exactly why. We thought he had a great performance here in this third one. But let's take a look at the draft because this one actually feels like it did have a big effect on this game in particular.
Yeah, I really want to go in depth a little bit about what we witnessed. And I think most importantly is I'm not sure there was no Rumble, right? Am I crazy? There was a Renekton.
Yeah, Rumble. Rumble's banned.
I'm just making sure. I'm like, wait, did I just miss the entire game? It's fine. It's fine.
Could have happened.
Yeah. It's okay. They both start with an R. What's important though is that looking at the DRX draft, right? Is that we are.
Hey, there we go.
I'm so sorry. The DRX draft is a draft that if it is piloted by say Gen G, I would look at this and go, this is very tough for Nongshim to play out, or for their opponent rather to play out. Because this draft is the ultimate, we decide if we're first to an objective, whether or not you gain access. Because the amount of kiteback that you have, the range and the protection for double AD carry is absolutely ludicrous. And I do think that the engage is still good from Nongshim, right? So maybe you can find some angles. Azir gives you some range, but it's so hard to consistently siege into this comp. But this is DRX. And this is like the exact opposite of what you wanted to see from them.
Yeah, I mean, like, as I said it, like, as you said it, like, there's so many safe tools from DRX. There's a Poppy, there's a Ivern, there's a Millia, there's already 3 champion that it can easily support the double AD carry. It's kind of easy to play if you're good, as long as you're good. Yeah. But the thing is, like, as I said it, Nongshim against the DRX, what did I say in game 2? It's just, you just need a R button that is just go at the same time with the like, I think they just actually extremely forgot how they won the game 2. It's a completely different drafted approach. Like, I think it's a misread, like what happened in today's series. What people wanted also, the Maokai Ivern, Maokai is much easier to play. Like we already said it. Oh, DRX draft is fine, but Nongshim is gonna, have a pretty favorite draft because they have more playmaking tool and it's easier to play. This is what they needed when you're at the bottom team.
Yeah, and a lot of comfort, too. I mean, we get Peter back on Rakan. We have Quad seemed extremely comfortable on the Azir.
Pretty good game.
Dundun on the Renekton. Everybody can play Renekton, right? So it's kind of like, just press some buttons, have a good front-to-back comp, don't make too many mistakes, and I think Nongshim did a much better job of that here in game number 3. So we can take a look at the first highlight and see what happened here. We only do have the one highlight. This one was definitely a huge turning point. You can't be this far up in the lane. You cannot make these little mistakes, or rather big mistakes, when you are playing this comp.
You have to get that buffer. And obviously, like just with Croco dying, that alone probably would have been enough for a good team to get a Baron. But this is Nongshim. If Fate stays alive, they might not be able to actually pull through on the execute, on actually getting the Baron. But in the end, with Croco going down and Fate having to blow so much and not really being able to stay with the rest of his team, there's just such an easy window here for Nongshim to take the objective. And as soon as you lose it, it just becomes really hard. And for all their faults, I think Nongshim's drafts almost always set them up to do exactly this. Just play a front to back. Jiwoo behind, Dundun and Peter and or Sylvie in the front line, and then their mid laner doing damage as well. And when you are a team that is struggling, just go back to basics. Like, we keep asking for this, and I think Nongshim, of all the teams that are struggling right now, seems to know that the best.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing that, like, Nongshim, like, draft was, like, they didn't have to be even ahead. But the thing is, like, from the lane phase, like, Azir solo killing Tristana and Rakan, like, dual kill on the bottom, like, there's just so many factors that it actually matters so much in the middle game that Nongshim was the one be able to make a proactive play with the snowballing the game with that and with the calm position. It's like it's just impossible for DRX to be able to win if they're also making this critical mistake.
Yeah, and I think that DRX is a fine team. Obviously, they are struggling quite a lot, especially after this loss, but I feel like to pull out this composition in game 3 of all games, right? Like, maybe you tried in game 1 and you're like, ooh, that didn't work. Okay, we're not really feeling it today. Maybe now we go back to basics, but it was like after all of the craziness, we saw that game 1 was already kind of all over the place, and then game 2 was even like a step up from there, and then game 3, they're like, we're just going to draft this really difficult control comp. Like, good luck, guys, And as you were saying, Huni, even in the lane, like, it didn't seem like things were coming together. So props to Nongshim. This is actually really good for them because now they're tied with all the other 3-9 or 3-10 teams. So they've got a good shot at playoffs, actually.
Yeah, and I think Kwangdong have really been looking rough, and they're facing Kwangdong as well, so they actually have an opportunity at the end of this week to overtake them.
Yeah, it's a big one, and we do have the POG ready to go. Let's see who did pick it up here for game number 3, as it will be Quad, his first, as he tells everyone to...
Well, I mean, it's really good storytelling. Well, I mean, it was like...
super sub Quad.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it's just... I mean, this solo kill, it's like he play as well as he can, and it's like...
That's
I mean, it's true, though.
Yeah, no, he did. He's shuffling back.
Yeah,
this was really good.
Yeah, I mean, also, like, I mean, we'll see more. Like, every shuffle he made it, even this play, it actually just ends the game. And he actually played really well. He recognized the play, and he actually did it. That's the most important. He didn't panic, even though he subbed in. It was a tough situation for him because he was getting subbed in. When it's like at the last game, he must win this, but he actually made it through it.
I really was expecting more of a split, because I think Nongshim of all the teams is generally a team where you really try and hone in on how much they contributed. Peter, you know, had a couple of really big catches.
Yeah, no, he did. He absolutely did, but I feel like Quad's ones were a bit more flashy, if it makes sense, right? And his situation to come in for game 3 and to just say, hey, I'm going to carry this game, and his KDA was great. We really liked his item build as well, like pure only damage, like straight Ludens into Void Staff and Sork Boots, and then Shadow Flame third, like he's just true hitting people. Pretty insane stuff. But guys, we do have the interview ready to go. Let's hand it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POG interview translation. We are here joined by Jiu and Quad on the side of Nongshim Red Force.
지우 선수, 쿼드 선수 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다. Jiu, Quad, congratulations.
네, 먼저 지우 선수 승리 소감 부탁드릴게요.
Jiu, how do you feel?
저번에 져가지고 이번에는 꼭 이기고
Since
싶었는데
we lost against them last time, I really wanted to win today, and I'm really glad that we got our victory over them.
오랜만에 출전해서 승리를 거두셨는데요. 첫
And
POG와
Quad,
함께 승리를 거둔 소감
long time no see.
부탁드리겠습니다.
How do you feel?
오랜만에 출전하는 것도 되게 어려웠고 기회를 얻는 것도 어려웠고 또
It was
경기도
difficult to get a chance to get back on the stage after a long time. But I'm very, very happy that I'm back here and was able to grab a victory. There's a cheerboard that says, Quad, let's go! And Jiu, you had your second Pokemon battle with Paddock. And in the last round 1 match, you lost 1-2, but you got your revenge today. So how did you analyze Paddock as a player for today's match? I realized how good of a player Paddock is, and he's actually quite similar as a player as I am. But I feel like I came today with the mindset that I will play better, I'll be the better player today. And Jiu, you picked Zaya in all 3 games, and you quickly drafted her in the first 2 games. So it seems like you favor her. Do you just rate Zaya higher than over Kaisa? Like, Zaya is safer because she has a bit of an escape, so I think that's why I prefer her. This was your first victory with Zaya, and you really showed your best performance, so we look forward to your future Zaya games. And Quad, after game 2 you were subbed in, so what did the coaching staff order you to do? After game 2, I showed them my intention to start playing afterwards. I showed them my confidence, and I feel like right now, given that we have such a low chance for the playoffs, they just told me to not feel too much pressure when I play on the stage. And so while you were subbed out and watching your teammates play, what did you try to supplement? I feel like internally and externally, I feel like a lot of people believe that my laning phase is weak. So during the phase I was subbed out, I tried to practice my laning phase, and I feel like I'm now very confident in terms of laning phase. I don't have any intention of losing in the laning phase. And in game 3's draft, Why did you guys let the opponent take Poppy, Tristana, and Ivern?
좀 라스칼 선수가 쓸 때 레넥톤 많이 잘 써가지고 좀
Rascal happens to be a really good Renekton player.
저희가 좀 플레이할 수 있는 방향성을 잘 찾아서 픽한 것 같아요.
So I think we just went for picks that let the opponent take whatever they want while picking the ones that the picks that we want. So, Jiwoo, what was your intention to? How did you manage to deal with the Ashe Milio in Game 3? I feel like as long as we get our ult in level 6, that we would win. So we waited until then. And Quad. Immediately after you were subbed in, the opponent banned Cassio first, and so we caught you laughing at that. And this summer, you were the only one who played Cassio, but until Bulldog played her in the previous match. So, as a Cassio expert, what's your read on Cassio in this meta? I tend to practice Cassio every once in a while, and I've always thought that she's a good pick against Tristana. So I mentioned that, you know, I asked if our other mid believes that Cassio is a good pick against Tristana, and I feel like I just strongly believe that she's a stronger pick over Tristana. So, does that mean that we can look forward to your Cassio plays in the future? I feel like Cassio just keeps getting banned whenever I'm on the stage. But because Cassio usually gets banned when I'm playing, I'm pretty used to it. And your next opponent will be Kwangdong Freaks. It'll be a very important match for your playoffs chances. So, what are your resolutions? I'll make sure that we prepare really hard so that we make it to the playoffs. And Quad? Before I got subbed in, the reason I got subbed out in the first place was because I didn't do so well against Kwangdong Freaks, but I'll make sure that we prepare ourselves well and that I show good performance. And I'm sure you got your victory today thanks to your fans, so any words for your fans? Although we have had defeats, just really happy that you guys are here watching over us, and it's all really thanks to you guys that we got our victory today. And Quad? Even before I went pro, there are a lot of people that kept supporting me to this day. So I just want to express my gratitude to everyone, and thank you. We hope to see Nongshim Red Force in the playoffs. This will be the end of the interview with Jiwoo and Quad, and back to the space.
Thank you, dear, as always, for that awesome translation. We can take a look at the standings and see exactly what we're dealing with, and we'll dive into this a little bit deeper, especially even after the standings graphic, because, I mean, the right side of the bracket here, what are we looking at?
We don't know. That's the cool thing. Because with Kwangdong currently in free fall, their game score is getting closer and closer to the rest of the teams. And I also think like lose streaks really compound, so it gets harder and harder to actually get a win. So I think even though right now Liv Sandbox and Nongshim are very much at the bottom, I think those two teams actually have a pretty decent, DRX and Nongshim actually have a pretty decent shot. It's them and Bro if you look at what we have upcoming when it comes to the strength of schedule.
Yeah, we do have the Nongshim matchup, so walk me through this, Hooney. You think, how many wins are they getting by the end of the season?
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough question, but in order to make the playoff for Nongshim, for sure they have to win Kwangdong Freaks and OK Brion. But if they, as long as if they win actually against the HLE, like just HLE the game, which is 3 win, will like almost actually just secure the playoff, because the KT and the DK is gonna be really tough.
Yeah, and I think the match against Kwangdong this Saturday, that's the one, right? That's the one that's going to put you in the best position. And with how Kwangdong currently really look like they're not doing too hot, could be an opportunity But I do think that DRX, even though they took a very tough loss here, which would have really pushed them forwards, it's looking not too bad, right? You're facing 3 of your direct competitors, and T1 and Hanwha, those might be a little bit too far, but Sandbox, OK-Man, Brion, and Kwangdong should all be attainable, and it might even come down to the very last match against Kwang that they play. It's like the first match on the last Sunday.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
That's kind of insane. We might not know who our 6th place team is until the very, very end. And, you know, that's just talking about our 6th place team, which is between 5 different teams right now that have a chance. Nobody is out of it. With Nongshim, they had like a 3% probability of making playoffs. But after this win, it definitely went up. So let's take a look at the matches that we do have tomorrow as well, because, you know, the fun never ends here as OK Brion is going back up against DK, which they did take a win against last round, and then we have Hanwha Life Esports up against T1.
And even though D+ obviously was unable to really stand up against KT, they do have Def this time around, which I think will be pretty important when they face OK-Man Bro.
Yeah, I mean, it's also tomorrow. It's gonna be, you know, the 3rd seed battle as well. Like D+ Kia, like they don't want to lose, and Brion, they have to win. But it's gonna be a rough day.
It's so much on the line for all these teams. Like DK, they don't want to lose any seeds. They want to get 3rd place, so maybe they can face against Bro again. Like, imagine that rematch. That could be our 3rd versus 6th place. That could actually happen if Bro make playoffs.
Yeah, not impossible for the Bro leavers out there.
Never know. Well, guys, we are done here for today, and today was just the 2nd day of Week 7, and still we don't have any idea what our playoffs bracket looks like. So make sure you're joining us tomorrow. Should be a lot more fun at the LCK, but for now, have a good night.
On the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. Baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time.
젠지의 파괴력이 진주하도 KT 롤러코스터를 그냥 완전 브레이크 제대로 걸거든요. 진짜 페이지 입에다가 초기가 넣었는데요.
완전 쏙! 자체 연속 신기록을 만들어냅니다. 젠지입니다.
썸머의 KT 썸머 화성까지 갑니다. 이거 맞습니다. 젠지 잡아. 나이스. 고밸류의 젠지. 그렇습니다. 끝까지 가면 젠지가 이겨.
이것이 KT의 속도입니다.